Chapter 74. After saying that, Jingyu pursed his lips and didn't dare to look into Qin Fei's eyes. He felt ashamed. Qin Fei stared at him blankly, feeling a surge of emotions. Fuck. Who could stand this? The two of them were silent for a while. Qin Fei didn't say anything, so Jingyu didn't say anything either. Qin Fei didn't let him go, so he stood there obediently without moving. In the end, Qin Fei spoke first. Are you? At that moment, he almost asked, what's wrong? Are you a gay? You said you liked me before, is that what I'm thinking now? However, when he thought of the finals tomorrow, his voice stopped abruptly. If he asked, no matter what Jingyu's answer was, it could affect his condition for the competition tomorrow. If Jingyu's answer was what he wanted, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't push him down on the spot and make him unable to get out of bed for a whole week. God knew how hard it was for him to hold it in, especially when he heard Jingyu's words just now. But what if he was overthinking and Jingyu didn't mean that? That would be awkward. In the end, Qin Fei sighed secretly and pretended as if nothing had happened. Okay, but I haven't thought of what to do with you yet, so I'll owe you for now. Jingyu was stunned for a moment and nodded, a trace of disappointment flashing in his eyes. God knows how much courage it took for him to say, I'll do whatever you want me to do. He just wanted to test if Qin Fei was the same as him. Was it possible for him to, even before he said that sentence, he was already prepared to be pushed down? Even if all the bones in his body were broken by Qin Fei, he could still persist until tomorrow's final. However, Qin Fei didn't let him do as he wished. He couldn't help but feel disappointed, but there was nothing he could do. Owe me for now? Fine. I'll wait for you to fuck me. No. I'll wait for you to order me to do whatever you want me to do. Jingyu felt that he was hopelessly conquered by Qin Fei and was willing to do anything for him. When he watched Qin Fei play through the screen, he didn't feel this way. Now that he saw him in person, he couldn't help but want to get closer to him, to get his attention, to keep his eyes on him, to see the scenery reflected in his eyes, to see no one else but himself. Especially that day when they came back from their date, Jingyu couldn't lie to himself. He enjoyed the time he was alone with Qin Fei. Originally, he was satisfied with fighting side by side with Qin Fei and did not intend to change anything. However, when he entered the venue for the offline match, he clearly heard Han Lung say, "What kind of world is this? Nowadays, all the handsome people are gay." He was handsome. Gay. Was he referring to Brother Fei? If so, Jingyu felt that he had a good chance. But what if he heard wrong and asked Qin Fei rashly and got hated by Qin Fei? If that happened, not only would he not be able to sleep with him, he wouldn't even be able to be his brother. After waiting for so long, he finally got such a good opportunity to test him, but in the end, it was probably because he wasn't gay enough that he messed it up. Fortunately, Jingyu wasn't someone who gave up easily. If the first test didn't work, he would find another opportunity. When the finals were over, he would do everything he could to determine Qin Fei's sexual orientation. Just as he was thinking this, a hand suddenly appeared on his shoulder, scaring Jingyu. Qin Fei was also shocked by his reaction. He was stunned for a moment before he reacted and joked, "What are you thinking about? Don't worry, I won't do anything too overboard." Jingyu, no. It doesn't matter how overboard. I have a strong tolerance, trust me. Qin Fei patted him on the shoulder and said, "I've said what I wanted to say. You can go to Yezi's place. They probably don't know that you're back yet." Okay. Jingyu nodded obediently and hesitantly looked at Qin Fei. When he saw that Qin Fei didn't want to say anything else, he tentatively took 2 steps back and said, "Then I'll be leaving?" Qin Fei, okay. Jingyu, I am really leaving? Qin Fei, of course. Jingyu, can I really leave? Qin Fei, do you need me to kick you? Jingyu, oh, I'm leaving. Qin Fei. Jingyu took a few more steps back until his back was against the door. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he turned around and opened the door. Qin Fei watched him leave his room. After he closed the door, he raised his hand and covered his eyes. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This damn fish is so fucking seductive. Jingyu carried the shopping bag to Yi Hong's door and knocked. Soon, the door opened and Yi Hong's relaxed face appeared. However, at this moment, his face was full of seriousness. When Yi Hong saw Jingyu, He was stunned for a moment. Then, he hurriedly welcomed him into the room. After closing the door, he looked him up and down and said, "Little Jingyu, are you okay? You didn't get into any danger, right?" He definitely couldn't tell him that he got into a fight. Jingyu smiled and handed the shopping bag to Yihong. "No, I was safe the whole way. Here, the things you wanted." Yihong took the bag with mixed feelings. Even though Jingyu said that he was fine, he still felt a little guilty. "I should have stopped you from going out. I'm sorry. I got high and forgot about your peach. I was the one who asked to go down." Jingyu wasn't used to being apologized to. "It's okay. I won't go out again." Hanlong. We were all dumbfounded. "Really? I'm really sorry this time." Jingyu. Even Luo Yiming, who hated apologizing, stiffened his neck and said uncomfortably, "I'm sorry. Don't be like this. I'm back safe now." Jingyu said helplessly. The nervousness and disappointment he felt when facing Qin Fei suddenly disappeared. He suddenly remembered. "Oh right. Where's the coach? Is he back yet?" Yihong. "Not yet, but you don't have to worry about him. He has bodyguards." Jingyu. "That's good." Yihong. "Oh right, about Brother Fei. I came over from Brother Fei's place." Jingyu interrupted him and took out his drink from the shopping bag. He walked over to the sofa and sat down. "I bumped into him as soon as I got out of the elevator. We chatted for a while." Yihong's face turned pale when he heard this. He subconsciously looked at Han Long and Luo Yiming and found that they didn't look too good. In the end, Yihong asked with trepidation, "He didn't hit you?" Jingyu looked surprised. "Why would he hit me?" He paused and said, "He just yelled at me?" Yihong's lips twitched. Fine, he should have known. Qin Fei really treated Jingyu differently. If any of them disobeyed Qin Fei's orders and went out without permission, they would probably be sent flying out of the window by Qin Fei. Fine. It wasn't that bad, but a beating was unavoidable. Indeed, more than an hour later, Qin Fei came to Yihong's room and said, "Whoever dares to take half a step out of the hotel will either die outside or come back and be beaten to death by me." PG and the others nodded their heads in agreement. Then Qin Fei softened his tone and said, "Tomorrow is the last game, so play well. After the game, let's go out together. Eat, drink, sing karaoke or anything. It's my treat. You don't have to spend a single cent. Just bring someone." Oh. Luo Yiming was the first to exclaim excitedly, "Can we order everything on the menu?" Qin Fei glared at him. "Don't waste food. Order everything and eat it all." Hanlong. "Drinking is good. I've never drunk with you guys before. Let me put it this way. I've never gotten drunk." Qin Fei's face was cold. "If you get drunk, go back by yourself. No one will help you." Yihong. "Is there anyone who can sing karaoke? I want to sing." An esports player who can't sing isn't a good mid-laner. Luo Yiming. Me too. It's time to show you the power of my tone deaf." Qin Fei didn't respond. He subconsciously turned to look at Jingyu. He saw that he was deep in thought and didn't know what he was thinking. At this moment, Jingyu's mind was full of, "I wonder how good Brother Fei's alcohol tolerance is? Is it possible to get him drunk? If I can get him drunk, will I be able to get information out of him? They say that the truth is revealed when drunk. If I can really get Brother Fei drunk, I'll definitely be able to get information out of him. Oh right, isn't there a saying called drunken sex? If I can confirm Brother Fei's sexual orientation, should I just seduce him and let him sleep with me? That way, when he wakes up and sees me lying next to him, he'll definitely take responsibility." At the same time, Qin Fei was thinking, "I wonder how good Jingyu's alcohol tolerance is? If I really go drinking tomorrow, I'll try to get him drunk. I'll take advantage of his stupor to get information out of him. If he really is, I'll fucking confess when he wakes up. If I succeed, I'll push him down. I'll definitely make him unable to get out of bed for a week. TSK, who can withstand this kind of behavior? If this goes on, his body will suffocate." Just like that, the two of them separately made plans for tomorrow night. At night, Fong Luofan returned to the hotel. The first thing he did was gather everyone in PG in his room and say, "Annie won the match against SOS. Qin Fei. As expected. Yihong. SOS. This team really can't make it. Hanlong. So we'll be playing against Annie in the finals? Luo Yiming, we beat Annie in the group stage, so there shouldn't be any pressure in the finals, right? Fong Luofan glared at Luo Yiming. In the group stage, we did beat Annie 2-0, but both matches were very difficult. We could have been overturned at any time. Don't get cocky just because you won 2 matches. Luo Yiming lowered his head in repentance. Fong Luofan spoke again, but this time he looked at Jingyu. Jingyu, in the 2 matches against PH today, the opponent didn't ban you from using Heart of Ice. Why didn't you use it? Jingyu stared blankly for a moment before replying obediently. I saw that Brother Yi had sealed soul, so I wanted to use Moonshade Spider to coordinate with him. Also, in today's 2 matches, our lineup was already weak. If I used Heart of Ice, we wouldn't be able to make it to the later stages. Fong Luofan nodded. Yes, that was an excellent decision. It seemed that it wasn't an illusion. Jingyu was becoming more and more focused on winning matches instead of enjoying the thrill of using weaker demons to carry him. This was a good thing. Fong Luofan pursed his lips and spoke again. How's your Heart of Ice? Do you know how to use the new skill? Jingyu, I do. Don't worry, it's not a problem. That's good. Fong Luofan nodded again before saying seriously, be prepared. Tomorrow, the opponent will definitely let you use Heart of Ice. This was the conclusion that Fong Luofan came to after watching Annie and SOS match today. Annie's current fighting style was too focused on weak demons. Chapter 75. Annie defeated SOS 2-0, announcing the downfall of SOS. After failing to enter the top 8 for 2 consecutive seasons, the support rate for this team kept dropping. On the other hand, PG's support rate skyrocketed this season, even surpassing Annie's. However, most people still felt that Annie had a higher chance of winning. On the Devil Lord's official forum, a discussion thread titled Annie and PG both advanced to the finals. Who will be the champion? Silently appeared on the front page. 75L, to be honest, I feel that either team has a chance of winning. Speaking of which, no matter who wins, Annie and PG both have the right to participate in the points competition, right? 76L, yes, before the competition officially starts, both of them have the right to participate in the top 8. However, whether or not they win the championship is still very different. 77L, I still support Annie. Last season, Annie crushed PG. There was no suspense. 78L, upstairs, wake up. You must have forgotten that PG defeated Annie 2-0 in the group stage this season. 79L, it's only the group stage. As long as they advance, it'll be fine, right? I feel like Annie didn't play seriously at all. 80L, TSK, why are there still people who don't believe in PG's strength after winning so many matches? 81L, it's not that I don't believe. PG is very strong, but Annie is stronger. 82L, +1, Annie is much more stable than PG. Every time I watch PG's match, my heart trembles. 83L, I don't care. I bet that PG will win. I won't accept any rebuttals. PG and Annie, who were fully focused on their preparations, naturally didn't know about this thread's existence. Fong Luofan's analysis was correct. Annie was determined to target Jingyu's Heart of Ice. Sword Burial would be snatched if they could, but if they couldn't, they had to ban it. In this version, the number 1 jungler was in Jingyu's hands. They couldn't even defend their own jungler, let alone counter him. Also, one of the Moonshade Spider and Soul had to be banned. Jingyu's one-wave control style had already affected the entire LD circle. More and more people were practicing the Moonshade Spider, trying to copy Jingyu's self-created combo. The reason was simple, strong. With the assistance of a control-type fiend, the Moonshade Spider's combo was simply unbreakable if it was practiced well. In the end, there was only the flower petal of Datura left among Jingyu's usual demons. Every time Jingyu used this demon, he didn't get many kills, but the final statistics of the damage would be very explosive, and he would often silently become the MVP. Ain had also thought about whether to target the flower petal of Datura, but later realized that they did not have an effective strategy against this demon. Besides, this demon was indeed the most troublesome assassin-type jungler. Therefore, before a new magical beast appeared, Even if they did not want to face the heart of ice that had beaten them to a pulp, they had no choice but to use it as a breakthrough point and carry out high-intensity targeted training. Sigh. I really hope there's a demon that can suppress contestant Jingyu. The next day at 6 p.m., the finals began. Before going on stage, Ain's captain and commander, Hai, confirmed with his teammates one last time. Our strategy is, top laner PL, kill Heart of Ice. Mid laner Wing, don't let him appear on stage. Archer GY, we can lose the team battle, but Heart of Ice can't live. Jungler Fly, fighting. After one person shouted, Ain's morale soared. When they went on stage, they had the aura of a bandit entering a village. They couldn't wait to immediately start the match and beat PG to a pulp. However, how could the host let the two teams finish the match quickly in the finals of the best-of-5 match? After inviting the two teams onto the stage, he immediately started the battle. Ain and PG have accumulated grievances for a long time. In last season's official competition, these two teams also reached the finals. In the end, Ain defeated PG 3-1 and won the championship. Then, in this season's group stage, PG defeated Ain 2-0 and could be considered to be proud and elated. Now, these two equally matched teams had finally met once again, right here, in the finals of the 4th season of the Pro League. Just who will emerge victorious from this battle that seems to be predestined? Before the match starts, let's hear the thoughts of the two teams. After saying this, the host walked in front of Ain's team and asked them, "Do you have anything you want to say to PG?" It was an obvious flirtatious talk segment. Ain, who lost to PG in the group stage, had already reached the limit of their patience. The moment the host finished speaking, they all grabbed the microphone and spoke without restraint. Top laner PL, Qin Fei, don't think that I'm really afraid of you. Today, I'll make you kneel down and call me daddy. Mid laner Wing, opposing mid laner, listen to my advice. You'll get into trouble sooner or later if you continue like this. Take it easy. Archer GY, PG's weakest player is an archer. I'm not scared at all. Jungler Fly, sword burial is mine. If I can't get it, you can't get it either. Support High, the championship will definitely be ours. It's not too late for you to forfeit and go home. Then, the host took the microphone in front of PG's team and asked the same question. PG only sent one player. Jingyu took the microphone and smiled at Ain's team. He only said one sentence in a very leisurely and casual tone. Is it really okay for you to raise so many flags? As soon as he said this, the entire audience burst into laughter. The comments were even more dazzling. Frowny face, ha. Jingyu is too showy. Ain did raise a lot of flags. There's nothing wrong with that. Asking for Ain's current psychological trauma, the host must have let Ain speak first on purpose. Ha ha ha. Just like that, the morale that Ain had built up with great difficulty before going on stage withered. After both teams took their seats and tested all the equipment and confirmed that there were no problems, the transparent cover rose and the competition officially began. Fong Luo fan. It's finally the finals. Yo-yo. Yes, finally. Fong Luo fan. This is my first time commentating on the finals. One of the teams is led by me. The pressure is huge. Yo-yo. Haha, then Luo fan must be supporting PG to win? I'll support Ain then. The two of them introduced the basic situation of the two teams in the finals. Then, they began their commentating. Fong Luo fan. We can now see that the two teams have chosen our PG. The blue team will go first, Ain. The red team will go second. PG has the right to ban the demon first. After a pause, they decisively banned Flower in the Mirror. High's Flower in the Mirror is indeed very tricky. Yo-yo. It's Ain's turn now. They banned. Sword burial. Looks like Fly was serious about what he said before the competition. Even if he can't get it, he won't give the other team a chance to get sword burial. Fong Luo fan. But this way, Ain will have one less banned spot. I don't think it's very wise. After all, even if Ain didn't ban sword burial, Jingyu might not necessarily get sword burial. Jingyu's desire to win was very strong, but all this time, he was more inclined to rely on his own skills rather than the strength of his demon to win the competition. He felt that this kind of victory was meaningful. This was the true meaning of victory. The finals were a best of 5. It gave both teams more chances to test each other and test each other. Therefore, the probability of Jingyu using Heart of Ice in the first round of the finals was almost 100%. Fang Luofan, PG gave the second ban spot to Heijiao. If this demon isn't removed, she probably won't be able to be released for the rest of her life. Yo-Yo, even if you remove her, she might not be released. Look, Ain ban Nine-Tailed Fox. Even if Nine-Tailed Fox is removed, those who know how to use her will still be able to make use of her. Yezi's Nine-Tailed Fox carried a match the day before yesterday. As long as a team watched that match, they won't dare to let Yezi get her again. Fang Luofan, that's true. Now, both teams only have one last ban spot left. Who will PG ban? Azrael. Yo-Yo. Azrael can also be removed. But if PG bans him, Kamal will be released. Fang Luofan. I don't think it's a problem. After Kamal is removed, his damage won't be as overpowered as before. Now, the number 1 archer is either Dark Cupid or Centaur. Yo-Yo. I think Ain will pick Dark Cupid for the last ban spot. Yo-Yo watched in disbelief as Ain picked the last ban spot. It wasn't Dark Cupid, Lilith, or Satan. It was the flower petal of Datura. In the first match of the finals, Ain gave both bans to PG's jungler. Their goal was clear, and that was to target Jingyu. It was as if defeating Jingyu was equivalent to winning the match. Maybe they were right. After all, before Jingyu joined PG, PG's team had been crushed by Ain. Thinking about it this way, it was easy to conclude that PG's team had become so strong because of Jingyu's addition, but Ain had probably forgotten. Last season, PG's team had been crushed by them not because of their jungler, but because they didn't have a top laner who could keep up with their pace. Back then, PG's jungler was the biggest headache for Ain. Back then, the jungler was Qin Fei. Now, he was PG's top laner. When they saw Ain ban Flower Petal of Datura, PG's players almost laughed out loud. I've been underestimated too, Qin Fei said as he instantly locked on Lilith. Then, he leaned back slightly and narrowed his eyes in enjoyment. You want to kill my jungler? You'll have to step over my dead body first. On the side, Jingyu's face turned red when he heard this. He couldn't help but lower his head. Qin Fei glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. When he saw his reaction, he couldn't help but laugh. Let's try a jungler combo this round? Okay. Jingyu agreed without thinking. Qin Fei, I'll tank and you'll counterattack. Don't worry, I'll protect you even if I die. Jingyu pursed his lips. I won't let you die. I'll kill whoever dares to hurt you. Chapter 76. Wait, what did you two just say? Yihang suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. It's just a competition. Why are you making it sound like you're going to a battlefield? Luo Yiming. Isn't a competition the same as going to a battlefield? Yihang. No, that's not the point. The point is their conversation just now. Hanlong. Winnow? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Yihang. That's not the point either. Forget it. I can't talk to you two straight men. Holy shit. Yezi, you're not a straight man? Luo Yiming was shocked. Holy shit. You can openly come out of the closet in the finals? Hanlong was shocked x2. Holy shit. I'm not. Yihang was almost driven crazy by their ability to grasp the main point. Qin Fei glanced at him indifferently. We're recording. You can come out of the closet after the competition. Yihang's lifeless face. JPG. You're the one who has the least right to criticize me. Jingyu pretended that nothing had happened and said very calmly, the other side will probably try to snatch Dark Cupid. Let's take Centaur and Mermaid in the bottom lane. Luo Yiming, okay. Hanlong. No problem. Just like that, the topic that Yihang had started was easily turned around. Lilith was targeted first, and then it was Ain's turn. She almost instantly targeted Dark Cupid. However, the other fiendish demon they chose was beyond everyone's expectations. Yo-Yo directly exclaimed, Ain targeted Soul? This is the first time their family has picked Soul. Why is this control-type fiend so popular after being strengthened? Fong Luofan thought about it calmly and came to a conclusion. I think Ain is trying to stop PG from using the combination of Moonshade Spider and Soul. They banned Jing used 2 junglers the moment they appeared. Now, they are trying to steal Soul and stop Jingyu from using the Moonshade Spider. It's obvious that Jingyu is giving them a lot of pressure. In this competition, they are targeting Jingyu. Yo-Yo. Now that you mention it, indeed, Jingyu seems to only have the Heart of Ice left. So is Ain planning to target the Heart of Ice? While she was talking, PG quickly chose his men and mermaid. Then it was Ain's turn. This time, Ain hesitated slightly longer and finally targeted Satan and Kwanggu. Yo-Yo. Satan and Kwanggu. If you compare these two fiends, Satan should be the jungler. Fong Luofan. PG targeted Scarlet Fury first, and then Heart of Ice. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a commotion in the audience. Words like wow, Heart of Ice, Pentakill, and Let's Go could be faintly heard. They couldn't suppress their excitement. This was an atmosphere that couldn't be felt in an online competition. Fong Luofan was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but laugh. Looks like everyone is looking forward to Jingyu's Heart of Ice. Yo-Yo. Haha, it's easy to understand. After all, Heart of Ice hasn't appeared in the Pro League after the revision. As the #1 Heart of Ice in the Chinese server, how can Jingyu not use Heart of Ice? Now, Jingyu's Heart of Ice was recognized as the #1 in the Chinese server. His Moonshade Spider could be copied, and Flower Petal of Datura had many imitators. Only Heart of Ice. He was the first person who dared to use Heart of Ice in the Pro League. Other than him, there was no one else. Almost all the professional players knew that Jingyu's Moonshade Spider was strong in combos. His Flower Petal of Datura was strong in timing, and his Heart of Ice was supported by his skills and hand speed. It wasn't Heart of Ice that was strong, but himself. Since the 4th LDPL, when the players of Devil Lord mentioned junglers, they would definitely mention Jingyu. When Jingyu was mentioned, it was impossible not to mention his Heart of Ice. It was obvious how popular he was now. It was no wonder that the audience was so excited when they saw him use Heart of Ice. They thought that this was the most exciting part of the match. However, when they saw the last demon chosen by A&E, the entire audience was in an uproar. The commentator was shocked. Yo-Yo. Peacock Plume? The last demon chosen by A&E is actually Peacock Plume. But they've already chosen Soul. Soul support? Fong Luofan, who had reacted, couldn't help but exclaim. A&E wants to use Soul support. This is going to be interesting. On PG's side, when he saw that A&E had locked onto Peacock Plume, Jingyu was also surprised. He hurriedly reminded Luo Yiming, Soul is a support. Archers, pay attention to avoid his skills when you're in line. Luo Yiming, fuck, Soul support. Jingyu could hear the shock in Luo Yiming's voice. He wanted to say something to comfort him, but before he could say anything, he heard Luo Yiming say, why didn't we think of that? Hanlong. Yeah, I can use Soul support too. It's a control, damage, and distance advantage. It's a great support. Luo Yiming. Let's practice after the finals. Hanlong. Okay. Jingyu. == alright. His teammates' ability to grasp the important points was really outstanding. In the end, the lineups of both sides were PG, Lilith, Scarlet Fury, Centaur, Mermaid, Heart of Ice Ain, Kwanggu, Peacock Plume, Dark Cupid, Soul, Satan. On the giant screen, the live stream cut to Heart of Ice's perspective. From the start, he followed Qin Fei's Lilith to the upper jungle. After the two worked together to get mana, Lilith went to the top lane to clear the enemy while Heart of Ice went to the upper jungle to farm. Fong Luofan. This time, Jingyu chose to farm in the upper jungle. Let's see where A&E's jungler is. The camera cut to A&E's Satan in the lower jungle. Fly's position is very suitable for gank the bottom lane. Yo-Yo explained. Soul is at the bottom lane. Once Soul controls Centaur, Fly's Satan can rush up at any time. What happened at the top lane? Just as Yo-Yo was explaining, on the minimap from God's perspective, Lilith and Heart of Ice pushed into the enemy's turret. Yo-Yo immediately cut the camera to the top lane and saw Lilith protecting Heart of Ice as she exited the turret. At the same time, the system's merciless voice sounded. System, Heart of Ice 1 kill. System, enemy Kwanggu has been killed. Yo-yo. Eh? Eh? What happened? Let's take a look at the replay. The screen immediately replayed the battle in the top lane. After Heart of Ice killed a wild monster and reached level 2, she went to the bushes in the top lane. Almost at the same time, Lilith forced Kwanggu back into the turret and continuously used her attacks to lick Kwanggu's HP. Kwanggu finished off a wave of minions with difficulty and was about to retreat back to the base to recover. Before he could turn around, a blue light beam connected with Lilith. It was Heart of Ice's second skill, Snow Traction. After this skill was modified, it could connect with teammates to increase the speed. In the next second, Lilith accelerated into the turret and attacked Kwanggu with an unstoppable momentum. Heart of Ice also pulled herself to Satan's side and attacked Kwanggu with an ice blade, easily taking away his HP. In the end, the two killed Kwanggu by leaping into the turret and killing him. Someone in the audience exclaimed. The commentator was also excited. Yo-yo. Wow. This is Heart of Ice's second skill after the modification. It's so useful. Fong Luo fan. Most importantly, it was used at the right time. Their coordination was impeccable. Their teammates also gave high praises. Yihong. Nice Hanlong. I knew that you two would be strong when working together, but I didn't expect you to get a kill right at the start of the game. Luo Yiming. Ha ha ha. Annie's top laner said that he wasn't afraid of Brother Fei. That was a slap in the face. Yihong. Hey, wait. Where are you two going? Qin Fei. Noobs, can't you see? Jingyu. Counter jungle. On the big screen, Lilith and Heart of Ice were working together to kill the enemy's top laner. They ignored the minions and their own jungle and rushed toward the enemy's top laner. The enemy's top laner was dead, and the enemy's jungler was farming in the bottom lane. The top lane was unguarded, and Lilith and Heart of Ice swept through it. Fong Luofan felt so sorry for Annie that he wanted to laugh. Peacock Plume quickly realized that Lilith and Heart of Ice were counter-jungling. He went to harass them, but nothing happened. Satan finally arrived, but it was too late. Yo-yo. Aya. Annie's economy suffered a great loss this time. Working together in the top lane is really suitable for counter-jungling. Fong Luofan. Kwanggu has revived. Lilith has returned to the top lane to clear minions. Heart of Ice has continued farming in her own jungle, and the bottom lane has been left to the archer. Luo Yiming's squad shot the enemy archer to a critical level. After they failed to pursue him, they started farming in the bottom lane under the protection of the mermaid. Their level and economy were increasing rapidly. In less than 5 minutes, the PG's economy had completely suppressed Annie's. 5 minutes later, the magic board refreshed, and Heart of Ice followed behind Lilith as they rushed toward the magic board. Before they arrived, Soul, who was crouching in the bushes, successfully controlled the centaur. The team battle was about to begin. Satan immediately activated his second skill and accelerated toward the centaur. The mermaid protected the centaur with her shield, then released a bubble at Dark Cupid to control him, but he nimbly dodged it. Just as the centaur's health was about to hit rock bottom, Scarlet Fury arrived and controlled Dark Cupid with a blood coil. Peacock Plume, who was facing Scarlet Fury, did not follow. Then, just as Qin Fei's Lilith and Jingyu's Heart of Ice were about to arrive at the battlefield, Peacock Plume hid in the bushes and attacked. His target, Heart of Ice. The two, who were already prepared, immediately dodged to the left and right. Heart of Ice connected with Lilith, and Lilith quickly circled to Peacock Plume's side. Heart of Ice pulled herself over, and together with Lilith, they attacked Peacock Plume like crazy. In the end, Heart of Ice finished off the enemy with a normal attack. System. Heart of Ice 1 kill. System. Enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. Actually, as soon as Peacock Plume used his ultimate, all of A&E's members had already rushed toward her. Kwanggu even used his ultimate to teleport himself to the side of the 3 players. However, no one expected Peacock Plume to die so quickly. In the blink of an eye, when Qin Fei saw Kwanggu rushing over, he didn't even blink, and directly had his Lilith suppress it. Kwanggu wanted to kill Heart of Ice, but Lilith blocked his way. Immediately after, Dark Cupid and Soul arrived. Before they could react, they saw a blue light connect with Lilith. Lilith suddenly burst forth and used her skills to attack Dark Cupid. Just as Lilith rushed into the middle of the 4 enemy demons, Heart of Ice pulled herself over. Ultimate. The violent snowstorm engulfed the 4 demons, immobilizing them on the spot. Lilith's skills drained their health. Scarlet Fury seized the opportunity to use his ultimate, and the Centaur also decisively used his ultimate, crazily attacking the enemy. The 4 enemy demons' health dropped at a frightening rate. Heart of Ice saw the opportunity and threw an ice blade, taking away Dark Cupid's head first. System. Heart of Ice, double kill. System. Enemy Dark Cupid has died. After killing the enemy demon, the displacement skill refreshed, and Soul floated over to deal a normal attack. System. Heart of Ice, triple kill. System. Enemy Soul has died. The displacement skill refreshed again, and before Satan could even float over, the enemy's last bit of health was sucked away. System. Heart of Ice, quadruple kill. System. Enemy Satan has died. Kwanggu saw that the situation was not good and turned around to escape. This time, Heart of Ice connected to Lilith, and Lilith used her acceleration skill. With the acceleration effect of snow traction, she caught up in one breath. Then, Heart of Ice pulled herself over to Kwanggu's direction and used Ice Blade. System. Heart of Ice, pin a kill. System. Enemy Kwanggu has died. System. The magic dragon will respawn in 1 minute. Ah! Ear-piercing screams erupted from the audience, and they almost penetrated the transparent barrier that isolated the players. Heart of Ice is too strong. The #1 player in the country, Heart of Ice. Jingyu! 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 The audience went into a frenzy. This was the first time such a frenzied and shocking scene had occurred since the start of the offline tournament. Fong Luofan and Yo-Yo couldn't even speak. Their voices were drowned out by the screams, and they couldn't even hear themselves. Unlike the excited audience, the players on A&E's side didn't look too good. They had spent a lot of time preparing their strategy, but it didn't work, and their performance was worse than in the group stage. After a period of silence, Hai gritted his teeth and said, "The top laner's protection of the jungler is too good. Change our strategy and kill Lilith first." When Hai said this, he didn't realize the terrible consequences of his decision. Chapter 77. Before A&E's team revived, PG took the magic wheel and destroyed A&E's mid lane tower. A&E's mid lane tower was also destroyed by Qin Fei's Lilith and Jingyu's Heart of Ice within 5 minutes of the start of the match. In less than 10 minutes of the first match, PG had obtained an overwhelming advantage. Yo-Yo, I think PG is going to win this match. What does Luofan think? Fong Luofan. Until the last moment, the outcome is still unknown. He didn't want to raise flags for his own team. 1 minute later, A&E's team revived and the magic dragon spawned. Jingyu roughly guessed the location of A&E's team and decisively said, "Attack the dragon." Hearing the order, PG's team immediately gathered in the dragon pit. Lilith directly used her skills to attack the magic dragon's face. After stabilizing the aggro, the centaurs hid behind him and dealt damage. Scarlet Fury occasionally used skills, and the mermaid contributed a small amount of damage. The magic dragon's health began to decrease at a steady rate. Jingyu let his Heart of Ice hit the dragon twice and then retreated while saying, "They're coming to steal the dragon. Supports, prepare your shields. Backline, pay attention to dodge." A few seconds later now, supports, activate your shields. Following Jingyu's words, Han Long didn't even think and immediately activated his shield to protect the 4 of them. At almost the same time, the enemy Peacock Plume and Soul skills were thrown over. The damage was absorbed by the shield, but the crowd control effect was still there. Han Long's mermaid was hit and was unable to move for a moment. Heart of Ice, who had long left the dragon pit before the skills were thrown, wasn't affected at all. Jingyu clearly saw the skills of the two. When the skills dissipated, he immediately used his second skill, Snow Attraction, to connect with the enemy Peacock Plume. However, he wasn't in a hurry to pull himself over. He wanted to know where Ain and the other 3 were. After a while, the 3 of them appeared, but from another direction. The Kwanggu revealed its true form, extended its spine, and crossed the wall outside the dragon pit. Its sharp teeth bit Lilith and pulled itself to Lilith's side. Dark Cupid also teleported into the dragon pit, hiding behind Kwangu and attacking Lilith crazily. Immediately after, Satan activated his second skill, Demon King's Intimidation. He sped up and went around the wall outside the dragon's pit, then unleashed his ultimate skill on Lilith. Lilith's HP dropped at a frightening rate as she was surrounded by 3 people. However, Qin Fei didn't even frown from the beginning to the end. Instead of retreating, he continued to attack the Kwangu closest to him. Relying on his heaven-defying lifesteal ability, he managed to keep his HP up and down for a long time. Scarlet Fury was entangled with Peacock Plume on the other side. The centaur continued to attack the dragon while dodging Soul's crowd control. After the mermaid was freed from the crowd control, she immediately used all her skills that she should and shouldn't. She tried to save Lilith, but the effect was minimal. Jingyu could only watch as Qin Fei was targeted, but he couldn't rush over to save him. He couldn't help but feel frustrated. In the end, he still prioritized the victory of the team battle. He teleported Heart of Ice to Peacock Plume's side and took away her last bit of HP as quickly as possible. System: Heart of Ice 1 kill. System: Enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. After killing the enemy demon, the teleportation skill was refreshed. Jingyu didn't even blink. He quickly connected to Soul and sent him back to the fountain. System: Heart of Ice, double kill. System: Enemy Soul has been killed. No, I have to be faster. I have to be faster. If I'm faster, I can save Brother Fei. Jingyu urged himself in his heart. His fingers tapped faster and faster on the keyboard. Heart of Ice turned around and teleported to Kwangu. He didn't even think about it before pulling himself over. However, he was still a step too late. System: Dark Cupid, 1 kill. System: Our side Lilith has been killed. Seeing this system message, Jingyu seemed to have heard a pop sound. It was as if a string in his brain had snapped. You dare to kill my brother Fei? He shouted in dissatisfaction. He had Heart of Ice open up and sent a barrage of attacks to Annie's remaining 3 demons. The concentrated attacks made it hard for them to breathe. Annie and the other 2 simply didn't have a chance to escape. One by one, they were crushed to death in the dragon pit. Yihong's Scarlet Fury opened up at this time and got a double kill. The last kill was Heart of Ice. At the same time, Luo Yiming's team also successfully took down the Magic Dragon. System: Centaur, conquer the Magic Dragon. System: The Magic Dragon army is about to attack. Another team wipe, and they didn't even manage to snatch the dragon's Annie. They wanted to smash the keyboard. Top laner PL. Fuck. What's the situation with Qin Fei's Lilith? She can't even be killed. Mid laner Wing. It's my fault. I used my ultimate too early. The shield cancelled it out. Archer GY. Even if it didn't hit him, he shouldn't have been fighting for so long. Did he use a lifesteal spell? Her health is going up and down, but she just can't die. That's too disgusting. Jungler Fly felt like he had encountered a fake Lilith. Captain, this won't do. In the time it takes to kill Lilith, PG has enough time to wipe us out several times. Especially Heart of Ice. Did you see how heaven-defying his control was? He didn't give us a chance to steal the dragon at all. The support high couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After a while, he forced himself to maintain a calm tone and said, PG knows that we want to target Heart of Ice. So in this round, Lilith has been protecting Heart of Ice the entire time. It seems that we won't be able to get Heart of Ice in this round no matter what. But at the same time, their protection of the mid laner and Archer will weaken. We can try to break through the mid laner and Archer. A&E and the others agreed. Just like that, the strategy to target Heart of Ice was defeated. But was it over just like that? Maybe it was for A&E. Qin Fei, who had been beaten to death, didn't care at all. Jingyu, who had witnessed everything, looked at the enemy's territory on the minimap and narrowed his eyes dangerously. How dare you target my brother Fei like this? You're finished. At the same time, PG was also discussing what had just happened. Yihong, wow, brother Fei, you're so pitiful. You got beaten up by 3 people in the dragon pit. Qin Fei didn't think much of it. It took 3 people so long to kill me. They're really noobs. Hanlong, Yiming, the archer, was fighting the dragon on the side. They didn't even look at him. Luo Yiming, Brother Fei's aggro is really good. Yihong, ha ha ha, what's wrong with Annie's team? They're targeting this and that. Can't they just have a fair 5v5 match? Qin Fei, if they could beat us fair and square, they wouldn't need to use this method to break through. Luo Yiming, but targeting Brother Fei? I'm afraid they've lost their minds. They talked back and forth. They didn't notice that Jingyu was silent and expressionless. He looked like he would either explode in silence or perish in silence. Qin Fei vaguely sensed something. He glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and wanted to laugh. This guy, he's not thinking of avenging me, is he? That's true. A few minutes later, PG and the others advanced with the Magic Dragon army. Heart of Ice, however, waited by the Magic Dragon's side. When the Magic Dragon appeared, she immediately took it down single-handedly. Then, she followed the Magic Dragon straight to the middle. After the Magic Dragon took damage from the tower, she connected her Heart of Ice to Dark Cupid, who was cleaning up the Magic Dragon army under the tower. She floated over and dealt a huge blow. The blizzard took away a lot of Dark Cupid's HP and immobilized him under the tower. Heart of Ice finished a combo and easily killed him. System: Heart of Ice 1 kill. System: Enemy Dark Cupid has been killed. After killing the enemy archer, Jingyu didn't hesitate. He rushed to the top lane and connected his Heart of Ice to Qin Fei's Lilith. Qin Fei, who was being accelerated, immediately understood. He activated his skill and pressed into the tower. Quanggu and Satan, who were caught off guard, immediately turned around and tried to escape. However, Lilith and Heart of Ice chased after them and gave them a good beating. Satan, who had relatively less HP, quickly fell to the ground. Heart of Ice, who had refreshed his second skill, connected to Quanggu, who had flashed away. He, a fragile assassin, was going to fight the tank-like Quanggu one-on-one. Wild Bone felt that he had a chance, so he immediately turned around and tried to kill Frozen Heart. However, he did not expect Lilith to go all out, spreading her wings and flying right into his face. In the end, he didn't manage to hurt Heart of Ice at all. Instead, Heart of Ice took his head. System: Heart of Ice, double kill. System: Enemy Satan has been killed. System: Heart of Ice, triple kill. System: Enemy Quanggu has been killed. Annie's top laner and jungler had a mental breakdown. Jungler Fly: Fuck, what kind of grudge do you have against me? Top laner PL: Why didn't you push the tower when you could? Do you like to jump towers and kill people? Then, until the end of the first match, both of them were killed by Heart of Ice countless times. Dark Cupid was also targeted. Since he was a fragile marksman, Dark Cupid died more times than the other two. As for the mid laner and support, they thought that they were going to die several times, but they were lucky enough to survive. Even if they died in the end, they were killed by other PG players. Finally, when the match was about to end, Fly was the first to react. Say, are the three of us being targeted by Heart of Ice? PL: Huh? Fly: Don't you think that he's targeting us? It's normal for marksmen to be targeted, but why are we being targeted as well? Being attacked until he started to doubt his own life, GY chuckled and made a random guess. Is it because we killed their captain in the dragon pit? Originally, he was just saying it casually. However, after he said it, Annie fell silent as if he had spoken the truth. He couldn't help but think back to his words. TSK, it can't be true, right? On PG's side, Yi Hong quickly noticed Jingyu's abnormality. When he saw that he was chasing after Annie's players, he couldn't help but remind him, "Hey, little Jingyu, push the tower." Jingyu calmly replied with 3 words, "You guys push." Yi Hong: What about you? Jingyu: Kill. Yi Hong: Kill who? Jingyu: Kill them all. Yi Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had never seen such a cold side of Jingyu. Annie's match had probably touched little Jingyu's bottom line. In the end, the first match ended at 21 minutes. Annie fought desperately for more than 10 minutes, but in the end, they couldn't make up for the difference in level and economy. They were wiped out over and over again. Dark Cupid died the most, and almost all of his kills were taken by Jingyu. Because he was the one who killed Lilith in the end, Annie's players looked at the word fail on the screen in silence. Everyone had a serious expression on their faces. After a while, the jungler Fly said hopelessly, "Heart of Ice, should we ban him? But if they banned him, how are they going to fight?" Chapter 78. Before the start of the match, Annie's strategy was to target Heart of Ice. If they banned Heart of Ice, how could they continue playing? I thought about it seriously and made a decision. No, we'll still target Heart of Ice in the next round. We underestimated how difficult Lilith is to deal with. Her economy was behind from the start, so it's normal for us to lose. We have to pull ourselves together in the next round. After a pause, he gave the order. Ban Lilith and snatch Sword Burial. Annie and the others agreed. I said, there are still 4 rounds left. We still have a chance. If we win the finals, we'll have barbecue tonight. Annie and the others cheered. Their low morale finally rose a little. A few minutes later, the second round began. In this round, the final lineups of both sides were PG, Satan, Scarlet Fury, Dark Cupid, Sarier, Heart of Ice Annie, Kwanggu, Peacock Plume, Centaur, Soul, Sword Burial. Annie banned Lilith first and snatched Sword Burial. Their lineups were more in line with their usual style than the previous round. Perhaps they were traumatized by Heart of Ice. This round, they didn't target Heart of Ice right from the start. Instead, they targeted Scarlet Fury in the middle lane and killed her twice. The first time, at the 6-minute mark, was when Annie's soul controlled Sarier in the bottom lane. PG's Dark Cupid and Heart of Ice moved over to help. While Scarlet Fury was fighting Peacock Plume, Annie's jungler Fly and top laner PL moved at the same time. They rushed up and grabbed Scarlet Fury while she was fighting Peacock Plume. No matter how fast Yihang's reaction was and how he flashed into the tower in time, he couldn't escape the calamity. The enemy, Wild Bones, used a large-scale attack to block Scarlet Wrath's retreat. Zhang Jian moved up and used his skills to slash wildly, taking the enemy's head. System, Sword Burial, 1 kill. System, Scarlet Fury has died. Oh, Ain's strategy has changed. Fong Luofan could tell at a glance. In this match, they also had their eyes on Heart of Ice, but they didn't chase after Heart of Ice right from the start. Instead, they took advantage of the time when Heart of Ice went to the bottom lane to kill Scarlet Fury in the middle lane. Qin Fei Satan is chasing after the Kwanggu, but he didn't make it in time. Yo-Yo. However, the situation at the bottom lane is not optimistic. As if to prove Yo-Yo's words, just as she finished speaking, Jing Yu's Heart of Ice jumped over the tower and killed the enemy support. System, Heart of Ice kill. System, Soul of the enemy team has died. After Jing Yu killed Soul, he watched as the enemy team flashed and charged toward the second tower. He escaped faster than anyone else. Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid and Hanlong Sarier were low on health and had to return to the city to recover. At this level, Heart of Ice was still unable to solo the magic wheel. So Jingyu decided to wait for Dark Cupid to recover before fighting the magic wheel. The second time Annie killed Scarlet Fury was at the 7th minute. Jingyu, Luo Yiming, and Han Long were fighting the magic wheel together while guarding against Annie's archer and jungler. Unexpectedly, Annie's archer came, but the jungler and support went to the middle lane. The enemy team's soul was hiding in the bushes and successfully crowd-controlled Scarlet Fury. Then, the enemy team's Peacock Plume used its ultimate and Sword Burial moved forward to attack, killing Scarlet Fury once again. System, Sword Burial, kill. System, Scarlet Fury has died. When Annie's archer saw the system notification, he immediately turned around and fled back to his own tower. It turned out that he only wanted to divert PG's attention and had no intention of stealing the magic wheel. Wow, are they targeting me again? Yihang rubbed the back of his sore hand before he revived. You can't beat Brother Fei. You can't beat our little Jingyu. So you want to beat me? Annie, you're playing with fire. However, during the team battle in the middle lane, Annie turned their attention to Heart of Ice. The moment Heart of Ice used its ultimate, Sword Burial moved forward to block it. Then, the enemy team's soul flashed to crowd control Heart of Ice. Sword Burial slashed twice and killed the fragile Heart of Ice without even using a skill. After killing Heart of Ice, Sword Burial's teleportation skill refreshed. He immediately moved to Scarlet Fury's side and activated the skill, Sword Aura Possession. A complete combo hit Scarlet Fury and killed him in one breath. Scarlet Fury used its ultimate at the last moment before it died, but it was reflected by Soul. Then, the enemy team's Peacock Plume used its ultimate. Kwanggu pressed forward, and the Centaur chased after it and attacked crazily. Dark Cupid was killed, Sawyer's health increased, and Satan took Peacock Plume's head. In the intense team battle, there were continuous deaths of magical creatures. System notifications appeared on the screen one after another. Fong Luofan was speaking so fast that even he could not hear what he was saying. Peacock Plume is dead. Satan activated Demon King's aura and wanted to continue killing the Centaur, but Kwanggu stopped him. The Centaur took the initiative to charge at him, and Satan's health dropped rapidly. He dodged it. Satan dodged the Centaur's skill. He killed the Centaur. The Centaur is dead. Sawyer healed Satan, and Satan escaped with Blink. Kwanggu and Sword Burial immediately chased after him. Kwanggu successfully stalled Satan, and Sword Burial used its ultimate to kill Satan. Yo-Yo was completely stunned. It took him a long time to find his voice. Oh my god. The tempo of both teams was unbelievably fast. In the end, Annie won the team battle by exchanging 3 for 5. However, PG's performance was not inferior at all, especially Qin Fei's Satan. Even when his own sorcerer and archer were killed, he still managed to take down 2 enemies in a row. That's amazing. Now, Annie's Kwanggu and Sword Burial are fighting the dragon. Fong Luofan was secretly shocked. This was the first time he had seen Annie's tempo so fast. It seemed that their training was not only focused on Heart of Ice. On PG's side, the last player to die, Han Long, took a deep breath and said, "It's my fault. I turned in my shield too late." He had thought that Annie would target Scarlet Fury and wanted to keep Yihong alive. Who would have thought that they would suddenly focus on Heart of Ice? Jingyu pursed his lips. I was wrong too. I underestimated them. I didn't expect Sword Burial to have such good timing. After a pause, he said, "It's okay. Let's defend." However, after both teams revived, Annie, who had taken down the magic dragon, went crazy. The 5 of them gathered together and destroyed 3 towers in PG's mid lane. It was as if they would lose if they did not seize the opportunity. No matter how sturdy PG's defense was, it could not stop their fast-paced offense. In the end, Annie won the second match of the finals with an absolute advantage. 1-1 draw. Then, in the third match, Annie, who was the winning team, banned Sword Burial again. The 5 of them tried to copy the previous match and target PG's mid lane. However, Scarlet Fury and Heart of Ice, who had been prepared, worked together to kill them. At the 18-minute mark, in the team battle in the mid lane, PG traded 2 for 5 and wiped out Annie. After taking down the Magic Dragon, they followed the Magic Dragon's army and destroyed Annie's territory to obtain victory. 2-1. PG in the lead. They were evenly matched. The intense battle made the live audience and the people watching the live stream high. The screams in the stadium did not stop, especially during the team battle between the 2 teams. Everyone was cheering for the team they supported and exclaiming at the shocking battle scene. The bullet screen on the live stream was flooded with comments, "Frowny face, they're both too good. I've never seen such an exciting match. No matter who wins, I can't accept it. Go PG. Go Annie." After a short break, the players from both teams returned to the stage and prepared for the 4th match. Annie went first, PG went second. It was another match in Annie's favor. Han Long pondered for a while and suggested, "Should we ban Sword Burial?" After all, in the second match, Annie, who had obtained Sword Burial, seemed to have changed teams and defeated them in one go. Jingyu pursed his lips and did not immediately reply. To be honest, he did not really want to ban Sword Burial. Banning Sword Burial would be like admitting that his Heart of Ice was inferior to the other team's Sword Burial. However, for the sake of victory, he was willing to compromise. Okay. As soon as he said this, he heard Qin Fei say lazily, "Why ban Sword Burial?" It's as if we're afraid of their sword burial. Yi Hong also said, that's right. Why should we ban sword burial? Our little Jing, you can kill him in a matter of minutes. Qin Fei, Yezi took Soul. They used Soul to disgust us for 3 matches. It's time to disgust them back. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. I was thinking the same thing. Yi Hong rubbed his palms together. I want to show them the right way to play Soul. Thus, in the 4th match, both teams banned the same number of demons as they did in the 2nd match. However, in the pick segment, after Annie got Sword Burial, PG got Dark Cupid and Soul. PG got Soul. Fong Luofan's eyes lit up. When he was commentating the 2nd match, he had wanted to say that Yi Hong could actually steal Soul. Seeing PG steal Soul, the hearts of Annie's team members dropped. Jungler Fly. What should I do? Should I steal Moonshade Spider? Support High. Don't. Moonshade Spider doesn't have control coordination. As long as the other party has control dispellers, you're finished. Actually, even without control coordination, Moonshade Spider's combo was still heaven-defying. The key was to find a suitable entry point. But Annie's current opponent was PG, and PG's jungler was Jingyu, the founder of the Moonshade Spider's control one-wave attack. They were probably out of their minds to show off Moonshade Spider in front of the founder. In the end, Annie's jungler position was Sword Burial. He thought that Annie would use Moonshade Spider as a jungler, but he didn't expect Fong Luofan. The last position of PG, locked, Heart of Ice. The entire audience was in an uproar. Everyone in Annie was dumbfounded. Fly. Are we being underestimated? They clearly knew that their strategy was to target Heart of Ice, but they still used Heart of Ice after snatching Soul. PL. Fuck. Fuck them. After both sides adjusted their sprite commandeering and equipment, the countdown ended and the battlefield loaded. Before entering the battlefield, everyone on PG's side took a deep breath and shouted Luo Yiming. Win in one go. I want to eat a big meal. Sing karaoke. Yi Hong. After being tortured by Annie so many times, it's time for them to have a taste of defeat. Hanlong. Let's win the championship this season. We can do it. Qin Fei. If we dare to lose this round, everyone will train for another week. Jingyu. Charge. Chapter 79. If PG won the 4th round of the finals, then they would be the champions of this season's Devil Lord Pro League. If PG lost, then the 2 sides would have to play one more round, making it a full 5 rounds. Under the nervous gazes of the audience, both sides entered the battlefield. For this round, the lineups chosen by both sides were PG, Satan, Soul, Dark Cupid, Sarier, Heart of Ice Annie, Quangu, Peacock Plume, Centaur, Mermaid, Sword Burial. Before entering the battlefield, Yi Hong closed his eyes and emptied his mind. When he opened his eyes again, he was highly focused on the match. 3 months ago, in the finals of the 3rd season's official competition, PG and Annie also fought. In the end, PG only won the 1st round and played worse and worse in the later rounds. In the 4th round, he was completely crushed by Annie. All of this was because PG's players had never played such a high-intensity match before. After playing 4 rounds in a row, everyone was so tired that they couldn't even lift a finger. Only Qin Fei and Han Long were playing steadily. Luo Yiming had already started to crazily deliver kills. Yi Hong was even more distracted and dazed during the match, causing his demon to hit the wall and miss. However, this season, Yi Hong felt that he had improved a lot. No problem. I can hold on. The match has been going on for more than 10 minutes, and Magic Dragon has refreshed. So far, neither side has gotten many kills. On Annie's side, the jungler has only killed PG's mid laner once. On PG's side, in the small group battle just now, Dark Cupid and Heart of Ice jumped the tower and killed Annie's team and Mermaid. As Fong Luofan explained, he was worried for his own team. The biggest problem for PG's team was that they couldn't play in the late game. It wasn't that they were all fully equipped and had no level or economic advantage, but that PG's team had limited stamina, especially Yi Hong. After fighting 4 matches in a row, it wouldn't be strange if he collapsed at any time. However, to Fong Luofan's surprise, Yi Hong's soul had performed well so far, and there were almost no mistakes. At the 12th minute, Qin Fei's Satan forced the Quangu back and immediately rushed to the middle lane. The enemy mid laner sensed danger and turned to run. Yihang's soul flashed over and used two skills one after another to forcefully drag him back to the tower. At this perfect timing, Heart of Ice appeared and connected to the enemy mid laner. Before the crowd control effect on him was removed, it would be a huge blow to him. Chain control. Yo-Yo screamed. Peacock Plume can't move. Satan's here. Satan tanked the tower and unleashed his ultimate. Heart of Ice immediately returned and released Ice Blade. System. Heart of Ice kill. System. Enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. Almost at the same time as Peacock Plume was killed, enemy Sword Burial arrived and attempted to kill Satan. Ultimate. 1,000 Swords. Yihang's soul immediately blocked the attack. Ultimate. Puppet Strangling Technique. All the damage was reflected. Sword Burial was hit by his own ultimate, and his health dropped by a third. At the same time, Heart of Ice connected to Satan, and Satan rushed out of the tower. Knowing that he couldn't kill Satan without his ultimate, Sword Burial decisively left the middle lane and went to farm in the jungle. Peacock Plume was killed, but the economic gap between the two teams was not too far apart. After Aintz's bottom lane team cleared the minions, they immediately rushed to the middle lane and cleared the mage's minions. As a result, the PG's team had no way to push the tower. Neither team had lost a single tower. Without a team, they couldn't focus on fighting the dragon. The match was in a stalemate. At the 15-minute mark, Luo Yiming was getting anxious. He wanted to kill the enemy team by force, but not only did he fail, he almost lost his life under the tower. Fortunately, Han Lung's Sarier saved him in time, and he retreated with only a sliver of health left. Han Lung, hold on, see position. Luo Yiming, I was so close to killing him. So angry. Jingyu wanted to comfort his teammate, but he didn't know what to say. He wanted to say something twice, but stopped himself. At this time, Qin Fei spoke. SK, this fight is so boring. Do you want to do something? Yihang immediately replied, sure, what do you want to do? Jingyu's heart skipped a beat. Before he could stop him, Qin Fei said, Yezi, switch lanes with me. Old Han, use that equipment. Yihang, okay Han Long, I was waiting for you to say that. Jingyu. Luo Yiming, what about me? What about me? What do I have to do? Qin Fei said, well, I'll just play the center position. Luo Yiming, okay. What do you mean, just play in C position? Jingyu was about to go crazy. Wait a minute. It's the finals. Are you sure you want to do this? The person asking was Jingyu. Qin Fei smiled helplessly and had to give a reasonable explanation. Actually, it's like this. Annie played too cautiously this round. I can't kill Quangu, and Yezi can't kill Peacock Plume. If this continues, we won't know what will happen in the later stages of the game. It's better to switch lanes and observe the situation. Even though Yezi can't kill Quangu after switching lanes, I can kill Peacock Plume. Seems like there's nothing wrong with that? Jingyu. Then why don't we let Brother Han play at equipment? Qin Fei. Isn't it because our C position is making me nervous? I need a backup. Jingyu. Oh. Han Long. Back up my ass. Don't you know how to talk? Luo Yiming. Huh? Just like that, under the shocked gazes of the commentator and audience, PG switched lanes. Fang Luofan was stunned for a moment before he explained. PG's top and mid have switched lanes. Qin Fei's Satan has moved to the mid lane. Yo-Yo. Huh? Won't Satan and Peacock Plume feel pressured? Not long after she finished her sentence, she was slapped in the face. Just as Peacock Plume was about to retreat to the bottom of the tower after clearing the minions, Qin Fei's Satan charged forward with his second skill. Peacock Plume decisively used his ultimate to kill Satan, but Satan dodged the attack perfectly with his acceleration. At the same time, he closed in on Peacock Plume and used his ultimate, Hand of Darkness. Peacock Plume took the full brunt of the ultimate and blinked back into the tower with only a sliver of health left. Satan used Blink without hesitation and chased after Peacock Plume. He used Magic Bullet to blow up Peacock Plume's last sliver of health. System. Satan. 1 kill. System. Enemy peacock plume has been killed. The entire kill took only a few seconds. Yo-Yo was shocked. It took her a long time to find her voice. As expected of Brother Fei, Fong Luofan couldn't help but laugh. He explained, demons like Satan and Sword Burial are the most suitable to carry towers. Quangu's health and defense are relatively high, so it can't be killed in a short time. However, if it was Peacock Plume, it would be crippled even if it didn't die after 3 skills. This is probably the reason why PG's top and mid laners suddenly switched lanes. Looking at the top lane, Yi Hong's soul would occasionally throw out crowd control skills, causing Quangu to doubt his life. Although he couldn't kill the enemy's top laner, he still annoyed him enough. On the bottom lane, Luo Yiming once again tried to cross the tower and kill the enemy. Hanlong Sarier used his ultimate to lock his health and increase his speed. Hanlong chased after Luo Yiming into the tower and attacked the enemy twice. System: Sarier, 1 kill. System: the enemy has been killed. What the fuck? Annie's archer, GY, couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the death details. Is Sarier's damage this high? HI clicked on the equipment of both teams and said, a support item. A support item in the finals? GY was convinced. PG's team is really toxic. A few minutes later, Sheen Fei's Satan once again crossed the tower and killed Peacock Plume. Then, Heart of Ice arrived and destroyed the tower in the middle lane with him. This was the first tower to be destroyed in the match. Jingyu immediately ordered, the enemy's vision in the middle lane is gone. I'll go to the bottom lane to distract them. You guys go and kill the dragon. Okay, everyone responded. Satan was the first to enter the dragon pit and kill the dragon. Heart of Ice rushed to the bottom lane and swapped positions with the support archer to expose herself to the enemy's minions. At the same time, Soul pretended to return to the city to recover and ran toward the dragon pit. Yo-Yo was scared out of his wits. PG is fighting the dragon. Will Annie notice? Not yet. Fong Luofan's tone was calm, but his heart was racing uncontrollably. Quangu is leading the top lane and wants to take down the tower in the top lane. Centaur and Mermaid are facing Heart of Ice at the bottom lane and don't dare to go up. Sword Burial is going to the bottom lane. Peacock Plume is also going to the bottom lane after reviving. They want to kill Heart of Ice. Yo-Yo. Sword Burial is going to the back. Heart of Ice is surrounded. Jingyu calmly hid Heart of Ice under the tower. Centaur and Mermaid were in front of him and Sword Burial was behind him. He was in a very dangerous situation. Not long after, Peacock Plume arrived and directly used cast amplification towards the tower. At the same time, Sword Burial and Centaur forced their way into the tower. Jingyu opened his eyes wide and let Heart of Ice move in a beautiful zigzag way. He barely dodged Peacock Plume's big move and only lost a little bit of his HP. Then, he released a second skill, followed by Sword Burial, to pull himself over. He deliberately slowed down the pace and blocked with his buried sword. Now, after catching sight of Sword Burial's block, Jingyu used the moment the block disappeared to activate Heart of Ice's big move. The blizzard whistled past and froze all 4 enemy demons. Then, Heart of Ice decisively flashed over the wall and rushed in the direction of the magic dragon. Jingyu. Support, pick me up. Hanlong. Coming. Soon, the crowd control effect of Heart of Ice's big move disappeared and Sword Burial died tragically under the tower. The other demons flashed and chased after Heart of Ice. In the nick of time, Hanlong Sarier appeared right in front of Heart of Ice. Heart of Ice used its second skill, Snow Traction, which had just refreshed, and accurately connected to the Sarier. It pulled itself over and sped towards the dragon pit. This time, Annie couldn't catch up to Heart of Ice no matter how hard he tried. Quangu, who had destroyed the first tower on the top lane, immediately rushed to the dragon pit. He had just discovered that the PG was fighting the dragon, but before he could rush over to snatch it, he was immobilized by soul control. At the same time, Heart of Ice arrived in time to hand over retribution to the magic dragon. System: Heart of Ice, conquer the magic dragon. System: the magic dragon army is about to attack. Yihong. Nice, Hanlong. Steady, brothers. Luo Yiming. Quick, quick, quick. Wave after wave, wave after wave. Jingyu, kill the Quangu. Soul Flash caught up to the Quangu who was trying to escape and used its second skill to drag him back. Satan sped up and pressed forward. Dark Cupid directly teleported to the Quangu's face and dealt damage. System, Dark Cupid, kill. System, enemy Quangu has been killed. Jingyu, kill the Minotaur. As soon as the enemy Minotaur arrived, Hanlong Sarier chased after it and gave it a good beating. Satan then flashed back and tanked the damage while attacking the Minotaur, lowering his already low health even further. Peacock Plume was also affected and only had a sliver of health left. He was barely saved by the mermaid's shield. Then, Jingyu's Heart of Ice rushed forward and activated unlimited harvesting mode. After killing Peacock Plume, the teleportation skill would be refreshed. After killing the Minotaur, the teleportation skill would be refreshed. After killing the Minotaur, the teleportation skill would be refreshed again. After killing the Minotaur, the teleportation skill would be refreshed again. After killing the Minotaur, the teleportation skill would be refreshed again. System, Heart of Ice kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has been killed. System, Heart of Ice, double kill. System, enemy Minotaur has been killed. System, Heart of Ice, triple kill. System, enemy mermaid has been killed. Annie's team was in complete despair. PL was about to explode. Fuck, Heart of Ice is a vase. If I hear someone say that again, I'll tear their mouth apart. Fly was about to collapse. I don't deserve to be a jungler. GY was about to give up on life. Wing was about to give up on talking. In the end, Hai sighed and took off his headphones. We lost. In the fourth round of the finals, PG got the Mystic Dragon, and the entire team was wiped out. Final score, 3-1. PG won. They had won the Pro League Championship. Luo Yiming stood up and screamed. Yihang stood up and hugged him, screaming along with him. Han Long also roared as he jumped up from the gaming chair and gave the two of them a big bear hug. Qin Fei took off his headphones, relaxed, and leaned back. After admiring the golden word victory on the screen for a while, he looked up and saw his teammates go crazy. He couldn't help but laugh. Jingyu subconsciously turned to look at him. He couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Then, he subconsciously raised the corners of his lips. Suddenly, Qin Fei seemed to have noticed his gaze. He turned his head and looked at him, giving him a fright. Before she had time to look away, she heard Qin Fei tentatively ask, "Can I drink?" Jingyu was stunned for a moment. Then, he realized that Lu Zhou was talking about the celebration tonight. He quickly replied with one word, "Yes." Qin Fei, beer isn't enough. How about red wine? Jingyu, white wine. I can do it. Qin Fei smiled playfully. Don't regret it. Chapter 80. The audience went wild. All the audience members who supported PG stood up, and the applause and cheers didn't stop for a long time. Fong Luofan tried his best to raise his voice amidst the noise. Let's congratulate PG for winning the finals. Yo-Yo also shouted with all his might. Last season, Annie beat PG 3-1. This season, PG beat Annie 3-1. As expected of a fated match. Fong Luofan. But congratulations to Annie for advancing to the quarterfinals. Yo-Yo. Whether it's PG or Annie, they're both worthy of being in the quarterfinals. I'm looking forward to their performance in the quarterfinals. As the two commentators shouted themselves hoarse, the transparent screen opened, and the two teams left their seats and came to the host's side. They were so close to each other, but the difference in atmosphere was like heaven and earth. Annie's team was in low spirits. Just as the staff passed the trophy to PG, Annie's jungler Fly was the first to break down and burst into tears. Support Hai quickly hugged him and patted him on the back. It's okay. It's okay. There's still the quarterfinals. Don't cry, good boy. It was as if she was comforting a child. The host originally wanted to ask how the two teams felt, but with this sudden change, he didn't know whether to continue asking or not. In the end, he decided to ask PG first. Congratulations to you for winning the official competition. May I ask if you have anything to share with everyone? Luo Yiming instinctively wanted to snatch the microphone, but Yihong snatched it away. After Yihong glared at Luo Yiming, he picked up the microphone and used his comfortable voice to speak unhurriedly. Ain is very strong, especially when it comes to Jungler Fly. His awareness and mechanics are much stronger than last season. So, there's nothing to cry about losing to us. It's not that you've become weak, it's us who've become stronger. Fly popped his head out from Hai's embrace and blinked. Yihong looked at him and smiled. In the competition for the top 8, with your current strength, you definitely won't be at the bottom. Let's do our best. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an intense round of applause from the audience. They were applauding for his thoughtfulness and at the same time, encouraging Ain. Good luck. Come on, everyone. Xiaofei, you can do it. Mama loves you. Fly lowered its head shyly and replied softly, He would do his best. In the top 8 competition, he also wanted to achieve 5 kills. He couldn't let Jingyu steal all the limelight. At the same time, the bullet screen on the live stream frowny face. Oh my god. Is Yezi so heartwarming? This Yezi, I love him. PG's members are really good at flirting. I didn't expect them to have such a heartwarming side. Then Yi Hong handed the microphone to Luo Yiming. Luo Yiming was warned by Lu Zhou's stare. He puffed up his cheeks and reluctantly changed what he wanted to say. Zhuwei, I admit that you're pretty good. I look forward to playing against you next time. Do you have anything else to say? His last question was directed at his teammate. Han Long shook his head. Qin Fei completely ignored it. Jingyu hesitated for a second before he took the microphone. If you like me, please follow my Weibo. My nickname is Jingyu, not Salted Fish. I'll post videos from time to time. You're welcome to watch them. The audience burst into laughter. The bullet screen on the live stream was filled with all kinds of ha ha ha, frowny face ha ha ha. Is it okay to advertise online? I'm Jingyu. I bring salt for myself. Ha ha ha, Jingyu is so cute. Am I the only one who's curious about the video? When Qin Fei heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. He raised his hand and messed up Jingyu's hair. Unexpectedly, this scene was captured by the camera. It immediately gave a close-up. There was a collective gasp from the audience. Most of them were women. The bullet screen was a mess. Frowny face. I'm dead. How can he be so flirtatious? I'm screaming like a fujoshi. Brother Fei is so flirtatious. Jingyu is so cute. Oh my god, please be together. This is a textbook example of a head-touching killer. Someone even shouted on the spot, be together. Qin Fei smiled and retracted his hand as if he hadn't heard anything. Jingyu, on the other hand, lowered his head and blushed. Yihong chuckled in his heart. If you listen to the recording of the match, you'll be even crazier. Trust me. In the end, the championship trophy was held by Luo Yiming. As the youngest member of the PG team, the excitement on his face hadn't faded since he won the match. He wanted to hold the championship trophy for the rest of his life. When the 5 of them left the stage, one person suddenly left the audience and rushed over. Jingyu. Jingyu. He was stopped by the bodyguards. He could only wave at Jingyu in an attempt to attract his attention. He succeeded. Jingyu looked over and saw the person waving his hand. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was Xi's, Momo's jungler. Beside him stood Qin's, Momo's support. Jingyu hesitated for a moment before walking over. What's wrong? Xi's looked conflicted. You promised me an autograph. Oh, I forgot. Jingyu said regretfully. Do you want me to sign it for you now? Do you have a pen and paper? Xi's was about to say yes, but before he could speak, Qin Fei walked over and grabbed Jingyu's hand. If you want to sign it outside. You won't be surrounded if you sign it here. Jingyu said, oh, right. Just like that, Qin Fei grabbed Jingyu's hand and dragged him away. Xi's was stunned for half a second before he ran after them with Qin's. When they were outside, Jingyu finally fulfilled his promise. He used a black marker to sign his name on Xi's white short-sleeved shirt. He signed Jingyu with the word fish in the shape of a fish. It was very cute. After he signed it, he remembered that his ID wasn't that. He signed, PGGF under, Jingyu. Thank you. Love you. Jeez gave Goldfish a big hug. After he let go of Goldfish, he suddenly put on his conflicted expression. I know I'm asking for too much, but can you give me your contact number? Jeez thought that Jingyu would hesitate for a while, but he didn't expect him to say without thinking, okay. Add a button? Jingyu was a little angel. Just like that, ZHIS was successfully added to Jingyu's QQ account. It was as if he could already see his bright future after joining PG. After PG left the venue, they went back to the hotel to rest for a while. When Fong Luofan finished his work and was ready to come back, everyone left for a nearby hotel. PG's team arrived first. Fong Luofan was a little late. When they arrived at the private room that Qin Fei had booked, Luo Yiming and Han Long went to order food. Yi Hong was still worried, so he followed them. Only Qin Fei and Jingyu were left in the room. Qin Fei subconsciously looked at Jingyu. He saw him shrink back and look at the wall. Jingyu, inner thoughts, I'm going to get Brother Fei drunk. I'm so nervous. You. Qin Fei wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. In the end, he still talked about the match. In the match, you chased after the opponent's archer. Did you want to avenge me? Qin Fei's tone was teasing. Jingyu's face turned red, and he didn't dare to look him in the eye. But in the end, he took a deep breath and turned to look at Qin Fei. He almost couldn't hear it. Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. What are you doing? It's just a match. What if you beat him until he's autistic? Jingyu was silent for a while. Then he stiffened his neck and said, Salad? This guy. Qin Fei's heart was itching. Jingyu was always so obedient in front of him, even submissive. But he was surprisingly insistent on certain things. He thought he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. He didn't expect him to be a little wolf dog. After a while, Yi Hong and the others came back after ordering. Fong Luofan also quickly arrived and picked up Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun was so busy these days that she didn't sleep much. Because of Team PG's outstanding performance this season, a bunch of sponsors came to their door. In addition, there was an invitation to the top 8 teams to practice. Team PG's uniform design also made great progress. Xiao Yun, as the team's manager, had never been so busy since PG was founded. But for some reason, the busier she was, the happier she felt. She felt that she was no longer an outsider. She was working hard with the members of PG in a different way. So, how could she miss out on the celebration tonight? This was the first time the 7 of them had a meal together, and it was quite joyous and harmonious. With Luo Yiming, the person who would die if he didn't speak, there would never be an awkward silence. In addition, with Hanlong's support and Yi Hong's control, everyone in Team PG enjoyed the meal very much. Jingyu took 2 bites and looked around. Looking around, there was only beer on the table. Not to mention white wine, there wasn't even a shadow of red wine. He couldn't help but feel uneasy, worried that Qin Fei would go back on his word. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, Brother Fei, where's the wine? Qin Fei looked at him in amusement. You want to drink that much? No. Jingyu nervously turned his head and stared at his bowl. I just asked casually, oh no, did Brother Fei find out about his plan? Qin Fei didn't care and continued to eat. After a while, the waiter came with 2 glasses of wine on the tray in his hands. The golden wine shone brightly under the light, overflowing with color. Here's the wine you wanted. The waiter smiled and put the 2 glasses of wine on the transparent turntable. Then, he threw a small glass full of white wine into each of the glasses. Deep water bomb, please enjoy. Jingyu looked at him in confusion. Before he could react, he saw Qin Fei reach out a hand, touch the turntable, and turn the 2 glasses of wine in front of him. He gave one of the glasses to Jingyu. This one is yours. Jingyu leaned on the table and stared at the glass of wine. There was a small glass inside the big glass. Apart from that, he couldn't see anything special. Oh, where's the white wine? Deep water bomb. What's that? Chapter 81. Qin Fei could tell at a glance that Jingyu had never seen a deep water bomb before. He couldn't help but smile. This time, he was in the bag. Sure enough, Jingyu played with the deep water bomb in the cup and looked at him in confusion. Just 1 cup? Qin Fei picked up his cup and took a sip. He said casually, let's drink first. Jingyu sighed inwardly. He felt that his plan to get Qin Fei drunk had encountered an unprecedented obstacle. He picked up the deep water bomb and took a big gulp. Then, he felt, something was wrong. The cold liquid flowed down his throat, leaving behind a burning sensation. It was clearly the taste of strong alcohol. It was quite tasty. Jingyu took another sip. This time, he drank less and savored it carefully. Thus, his plan to get Qin Fei drunk was thrown out of his mind. His mind was filled with, what is this? It's delicious. What is this? Is it also a type of white wine? Qin Fei looked at him and couldn't help but want to laugh. He laughed. Now you're like a cat again. Jingyu. Meow? Yihong glanced at the two of them. After holding back for a long time, he couldn't help but remind them, you two, take it easy. Especially little Jingyu. Hey, little Jingyu. Jingyu raised his head in confusion and looked at Yihong. Perhaps because he raised his head too quickly, he actually felt a little dizzy. However, he recovered quickly. What's wrong? Yihong looked at Jingyu's flushed face and knew that he was only one step away from getting drunk. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. If you don't know how to drink, don't drink like Brother Fei. If something goes wrong, we have to take responsibility. Was he questioning his alcohol tolerance? Jingyu was unconvinced. I'm not drunk. Do I look drunk to you? Yihong said coldly, yes. Jingyu, that's because there's something wrong with your eyes. I can hold my liquor very well. Even white wine could be drunk in one gulp. I only drank 2 mouthfuls of this wine. How could I be drunk? Yihong's face remained cold. You've become more talkative. Jingyu, that's because you said I was drunk, but I'm not drunk. I have to explain myself. Also, I'm usually quite talkative. After all, I'm a game streamer. I have to talk when I'm streaming. Otherwise, some of the viewers will feel bored. Sigh, you guys don't know how tiring it is to stream. If it wasn't for the money, I wouldn't do it. All of you have always wanted to hear me say something flirtatious, but I actually don't like to say it. It's all because of the needs of the live stream, so I deliberately practiced it. As I practiced, it became smoother and smoother. Yihong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He elbowed Qin Fei and said, Look at him. I'm dying of laughter. Stop him. Don't let him drink anymore. Qin Fei was also amused by Jingyu's chatterbox appearance. He helplessly reached out to touch his cup. All right, don't drink anymore. Drinking too much is bad for your body. However, Jingyu slapped his hand away and puffed up his face in dissatisfaction. I'm really not drunk. Why don't you guys believe me? I won't be drunk after 10 more cups. As he spoke, he picked up the remaining half cup of deep water bomb and downed it in one gulp. Yihong was really worried sick for his teammates. Qin Fei immediately reacted. He wanted to snatch Jingyu's cup, but he was still a step too late. Jingyu was still sober after downing half a cup of deep water bomb. After putting down his cup, he reached out to touch Qin Fei's cup. I can still drink. He had completely forgotten the purpose of his drinking. Qin Fei clicked his tongue. He picked up his cup as quickly as possible and downed it in one gulp. Yihong, fuck, you too. Crawl back if you're drunk. Jingyu, I'm not drunk. Qin Fei raised his hand to ruffle Jingyu's hair. Then, he gently smoothed his hair. You're not drunk, you're not drunk. I know you can hold your liquor very well. Are you full? Eat some more food. Jingyu. Ouch, Jingyu picked up his chopsticks and picked up the food he wanted. He missed the first time and successfully picked up the food on the second try. After putting the food into his bowl, he obediently ate. It looked like he wasn't that drunk. However, only he himself knew how dizzy his head was at that moment. His heart was beating uncontrollably, and his whole body was shaking. He seemed a little drunk, and his consciousness was getting. The chatter and laughter of the people around him gradually faded away. If he didn't pay attention, he wouldn't know what they were talking about. Even if he tried very hard to listen, it would take some time before he could understand what they were saying. However, Jingyu forcefully held on, not allowing himself to reveal a drunken state, until everyone finished eating and was ready to go back. He seemed to be standing up steadily, but in the next second, His whole body went limp and he was pulled into Qin Fei's arms. Qin Fei wrapped one arm around Jing Yu's waist and the other hand on his shoulder. Looking at his closed eyes, he couldn't help but laugh. Ha! He fell asleep. Yi Hong glared at him. Isn't it because you forced him to drink? Qin Fei felt wronged. Did I? He was the one who wanted to drink. Yi Hong, sigh, forget it. I'll send him back. Qin Fei, no need. I'll do it. Yi Hong glared at him again. If you do, who knows what will happen? Don't you know your own sexual orientation? Qin Fei raised one hand and swore to the heavens. If I don't ask for his permission, I'll be struck by lightning. Yi Hong. Oh, so you mean that as long as he agrees, you'll do whatever you want to him? Qin Fei laughed teasingly. Both of us are willing. Why not? Yi Hong was speechless. Yi Hong was so tired. Yi Hong didn't want to care anymore. Okay. If you want to send him back, then send him back. He was quite confident in Qin Fei's character. Even if he wasn't, Qin Fei wanted to send him back. What could he do? Fight with him? In the end, he would definitely be pressed to the ground by Qin Fei and beaten up one-sidedly. When they returned to the hotel, it was already very late. Qin Fei carried Jing Yu in his arms and came to the door of Jing Yu's room. After putting Jing Yu down, who was already sleeping soundly, he put one hand around Jing Yu's waist and the other hand touched Jing Yu's trouser pocket. Jing Yu relaxed in Qin Fei's arms. His hot breath blew on Qin Fei's collarbone, making it harder and harder for Qin Fei to control himself. After touching Jing Yu's other trouser pocket and confirming that the room card wasn't there, Qin Fei clicked his tongue and carried him to his room. He carried him with one hand and used the room card with the other to open the door. After entering the room, Qin Fei threw Jing Yu onto his bed and closed the door. He looked back at Jing Yu, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and sighed helplessly. In the end, he didn't even have time to ask a single question because he was drunk. He stared at Jing Yu on the bed for a while. His gaze slid down his body and fell between his legs. Fuck? Qin Fei was a little annoyed as he took a change of clothes and went into the bathroom. After taking off his clothes, the cold water poured down on his face, and the heat in his body finally subsided a little. Qin Fei took a cold shower and came out wearing only a pair of underwear. After returning to the bed, he adjusted Jing Yu's position and covered him with a blanket. Then, he got into the quilt on the side. Tonight, he could only make do with this. Qin Fei didn't think that he was a good person. Most of the time, he acted for his own benefit. As long as he was happy, he didn't care about what others did. However, perhaps because of his parents' influence, he was very cautious and principled when dealing with relationships. His principle was that unless he got the other party's permission, he would never touch a finger of the other party. However, just because he didn't touch the other party didn't mean that the other party wouldn't touch him. A few hours later, just as Qin Fei was half asleep and half awake, he felt someone touching him. Qin Fei didn't think and threw a punch. Unexpectedly, the other party easily caught his fist. Sensing that something was wrong, Qin Fei sleepily opened his eyes and met a pair of blurred eyes. It was Jing Yu. Jing Yu was half on top of Qin Fei, holding his fist with one hand and calling out softly, "Brother Fei." "Qin Fei? What's going on? A dream?" Qin Fei used the nails of his other hand to dig into his palm. It hurt. It wasn't a dream. This time, he was completely awake. Lying on the bed with his eyes open, he quietly looked at Jing Yu. After lying down beside him, Jing Yu hugged his arm and tried to wrap his leg around him. "Brother Fei, Qin Fei, you're testing my endurance." The body temperature that was pressing against him was frighteningly hot. At the same time, he could feel his intense heartbeat. Jing Yu enjoyed the feeling of his heartbeat speeding up. He rubbed his head against Qin Fei's shoulder as a sign of goodwill. Then, he touched Qin Fei's hand and led it towards himself. "Brother Fei, touch me." At that moment, Qin Fei heard a pop sound. It was a string called rationality in his head that snapped. His mind went blank for a moment, and he finally recovered from the huge shock with great difficulty. Very good, there was no need to confirm. This bastard beside him was definitely the same kind of person as him. His Adam's apple bobbed as he tried to open his mouth with a slightly hoarse voice. "You like me?" Jingyu replied without hesitation, "Yes, I like you very much." As he spoke, he let his hand touch Qin Fei. Fuck. Who the fuck could resist this? Qin Fei barely maintained his last bit of rationality and grabbed his restless hand. "Are you awake now?" Jingyu looked confused. After a while, he opened his mouth again, but he didn't respond to Qin Fei. Instead, he seemed to be saying to himself, "It's okay. It's just a dream, but it's so real. Whatever. I'll go all out." After saying this, Jingyu suddenly became violent and pressed his entire body against Qin Fei's body. "Fuck you." Qin Fei pushed Jingyu's face away. "Wake up. This is reality." However, Jingyu turned a deaf ear to him and looked as if he wanted to sleep with Qin Fei. Because of this, the two of them fought on the bed. After a round of entanglement, Qin Fei rolled off the bed awkwardly. He was really angry and wanted to laugh at the same time. Obviously, Jingyu thought that he was dreaming and wanted to sleep with him in his dream, or be slept with by him in his dream. It wasn't impossible to satisfy him, but Qin Fei didn't want to take advantage of him. He didn't want to sleep with a drunkard. Just like that, one of them sat on the bed while the other stood by the bed and looked at each other silently for a while. Then, Jingyu cried out, "You won't even let me have my way in my dream." Wawa. Qin Fei, who was covered in finger marks, was speechless. Chapter 82. Jingyu cried very sadly. As he cried, he curled up into a ball on the bed and began to sob. I like men. I like Brother Fei. I can't help it. I know it's not normal, but, Qin Fei was shocked by the sudden change. After a while, he came back to his senses and sighed helplessly. He climbed back onto the bed and stroked Jingyu's head to comfort him. Then, he gently hugged him and let him lean into his arms. This guy is so attractive even when he cries. There's nothing abnormal. I like men too. I like you, Qin Fei said naturally. After saying that, he felt a little emotional. Was this his confession? It felt a little dull. It didn't have the thrilling feeling that he had imagined. However, Jingyu acted as if he didn't hear him and continued to talk. After he was satisfied, he was tired. He closed his eyes and fell into Qin Fei's arms, snoring. Qin Fei was speechless. All right, for a drunkard, this drunken madness was considered to be quite good. Thus, that night, other than a few fingerprints on Qin Fei's body, nothing else happened. The next day, Qin Fei woke up before Jingyu. Even he was surprised. However, after he put on his clothes, Jingyu woke up quickly. He rubbed his eyes and sat up from the bed. He looked confused. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Even though the rooms in the hotel were very similar, he still recognized that this was not the room he was staying in. He couldn't help but frown. Then, he turned his head and met Qin Fei's inquisitive gaze. Qin Fei sat on the sofa not far away with his legs crossed. He supported his head with one hand and stared at him. His eyes were full of curiosity. Are you sober? He deliberately emphasized the word sober, but Jingyu didn't care. He subconsciously nodded and raised his hand to support his dizzy head. Was he drunk? Just as he was about to ask Qin Fei, he saw Qin Fei squint his eyes and say tentatively, "Last night." Jingyu thought he was going to talk about him being drunk. He looked at him obediently and waited for his next sentence. However, Qin Fei's next sentence was, "Last night? You said you like me? What?" Jingyu was stunned. When he came back to his senses, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. There was a moment when he even forgot to breathe. What's going on? Did I sleep talk last night? What kind of dream did he have last night? He vaguely remembered that it seemed to be related to Qin Fei. Then, for some reason, he felt a sense of loss. Wait, that's not the main point. The main point is that Brother Fei knows about it. Knowing that he liked him was, oh no, will Brother Fei think I'm a pervert? He won't hate me, right? Qin Fei didn't know that Jingyu's imagination was running wild. After waiting for a long time for a response, he impatiently added, "You even touched me." Jingyu's mind went blank. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Touched? Touched who? Qin Fei felt that Jingyu's reaction was a little strange. Just as he decided to stop probing and confess directly, someone suddenly knocked on the door. He was stunned for a moment. He hesitated for a moment between continuing to confess and opening the door. In the end, he clicked his tongue and got up to open the door. The person standing outside the door was Yihong. Why? Why is he here so early in the morning for an inspection? Is he really worried about me? Qin Fei frowned. Just as he was about to say that he didn't do anything, Yihong said with a serious face, Jingyu is here? Qin Fei, yes. But I didn't do anything. Yihong, tell him to come here for a bit. Qin Fei, huh. Qin Fei realized that Yihong's intentions were different from what he had imagined. He put on a serious tone and asked, what happened? Yihong, I'll tell you later. Is Jingyu awake? If he's awake, tell him to go to the coach's room. He paused for a second and said, Sister Xiao is there too. If Xiao Yun was there, it might not be about the game. Qin Fei was silent for a while. In the end, he didn't ask anything. He turned around and looked at Jingyu. You heard everything? Jingyu nodded. His shock was instantly replaced by uneasiness. All kinds of negative emotions intertwined with each other. He was a little confused. Qin Fei, you didn't shower last night. Take a shower before you go. Jingyu, okay. After saying this, Jingyu mustered up his courage and looked up. He looked deeply into Qin Fei's eyes and said firmly, I'm sorry about last night. I'll explain. Qin Fei was stunned. Before he could react, Jingyu left his room as fast as he could. By the time Qin Fei realized what he meant, Jingyu was long gone. Yihong, who accidentally overheard this, widened his eyes in disbelief. What's going on? Why does it feel like he slept with you? Fuck. Qin Fei kicked the bed. Jingyu must have misunderstood something. He didn't mention last night's incident to condemn him. Damn Yezi. Would it kill him to knock on the door after he confessed? Luckily, they were all on the same team. They saw each other every day, so it was easy to catch him. Next time I catch him, I'll just confess directly. After Jingyu returned to his room, he took off his clothes as fast as he could and went to the bathroom to take a shower. While he was taking a shower, his mind was filled with what Qin Fei had just said. Confess? Touch? When he was drunk, he was so unrestrained. Sigh, I don't know if Brother Fei hates me or not. But this is good too. Some things, since I've already said it, I might as well say it out loud. The next time I see Brother Fei, I'll seriously confess again. Whether I live or die, it's all in Brother Fei's hands. After Jingyu took a shower, he dried his hair and changed into clean clothes. He took the room card and went to Feng Luofan's room. Then, as soon as he entered the door, he saw Xiao Yun sitting on the sofa. Her expression seemed to be somewhat serious. What does she want to talk to me about? Jingyu guessed as he sat down across from Xiao Yun. As soon as he sat down, he heard Xiao Yun speak in a serious tone. Jingyu, you really don't have anything to do with Jiaoxi? Hearing Jiaoxi's name out of the blue, Jingyu's heart skipped a beat. In the end, he braced himself and replied with 2 words, no. Then, he asked anxiously, what's wrong? What happened? You really don't have anything to do with her? Xiao Yun obviously didn't believe him. After she asked this question, she didn't wait for Jingyu's response and began to talk about what happened. It's like this. After the photos of you participating in the offline competition were posted online, many people said that you look like Jiaoxi. For example, you're the male version of Jiaoxi. That's nothing. The problem is that yesterday afternoon, someone suddenly revealed on Weibo that you're Jiaoxi's son. They even listed a bunch of evidence. For example, you're both from S-City, and Jiaoxi really did go missing for a few months when you were born. This incident caused quite a stir on the internet. Now, Jiaoxi's fans are questioning her and demanding an explanation. After all, she claims to be in her 20s. If she really is your mother, she'd probably be in her 30s right now, right? Some fans don't want to believe it, so they're pointing the finger at you. They say that you're trying to defame Jiaoxi or ride on Jiaoxi's popularity. Speaking up to this point, Xiao Yun seemed to have thought of something. She frowned and revealed a disgusted expression. A bunch of morons. They're going overboard with their words through the screen. Xiao Yun. Anyway, if you really have nothing to do with Jiaoxi, then leave this matter to me. It's okay to sue people for spreading rumors. But if... Has Jiaoxi responded? Jingyu suddenly spoke up and interrupted Xiao Yun. His tone was a little anxious. Rather than worrying about himself, he was more worried about Jiaoxi's situation. Xiao Yun and Feng Luofan looked at each other and understood what was going on. Then Xiao Yun replied, "Not yet. Whether it's Jiaoxi or her management company, they haven't made any statements on this matter. I'll try to get in touch with them later and discuss a solution." After a pause, she calmly looked into Jing Yu's eyes and said, "Before that, let me confirm with you one last time. You really have nothing to do with Jiaoxi." Jing Yu fiercely bit his lower lip. Even though he had already prepared himself when he decided to participate in the offline tournament, he was still very worried about Jiaoxi when the expected thing really happened. After a period of silence, he sighed and admitted, "Yeah, Jiaoxi is my mother, but I can't let her fans know about this. It wasn't easy for her to become so popular. If this matter affects her career, I really don't know what to do." "Don't panic." Hearing that Jingyu was a little out of control, Xiaoyun quickly comforted him. "It's not that serious. It's not to the point of no return. You just need to tell the truth and leave everything else to me. Trust me, everything will pass. You and Jiaoxi will be fine." "Okay, thank you." Other than that, Jingyu really didn't know what else to say. At the same time, Qin Fei learned about the entire incident from Yihong. After he sent Yihong away, he immediately called his mother, Qixin. Not long after, the call went through. Qixin's playful voice came through the phone. "Oh, little boyfriend is in trouble and you're already calling me?" Qin Fei went silent for a moment before he said, "You're quite well informed. If I'm not wrong, you've already investigated Jing Yu's background?" Qixin, "Of course it's because of you." Qin Fei, "So, Jing Yu's mother is really Qixin?" "Yeah, he's practically carved out of the same mold as his mother. I have to say, Jiaoxi's genes are really strong." Qin Fei, "Cut the crap. Is there a way to help them?" "Hey, how can you talk to your mother like that? Speaking of which, you're underestimating me." Qixin sneered. "There are many ways. It all depends on what Jiaoxi chooses." "Oh yeah, are you the top or the bottom?" Qin Fei, "I'm the top." "No, can't you answer me seriously? How can I help?" Qixin, "That's none of your business. I'll try my best to help." She paused for a moment before she continued, "Ayaya, the more I look at your little boyfriend, the more I think he's my cup of tea. He's so pretty, so he should look good in a dress, right? You can bring him over some other day. I'll give him a few dresses to wear. I have wigs and other things too. I can even do his makeup myself. Do you know what's so great about wearing a dress? If you don't lift his dress, you won't know if he's wearing pants. Maybe he's not wearing anything. Isn't it very exciting, very sexy, very?" Qin Fei decisively hung up the phone. Chapter 83. After Qin Fei hung up the phone, he thought of a question. If Jing Yu's mother was Jiaoxi, who was his father? However, he didn't want to call back at all. God knew that his mind was filled with images of Jing Yu in women's clothing and his perverted behavior of lifting up Jing Yu's skirt. It was poisonous. On the other side, Xiaoyun also asked Jing Yu curiously, "Can you tell me who your father is?" Jing Yu replied without hesitation, "I don't have a father." Xiaoyun looked into his eyes and saw the toughness in his eyes. She was instantly defeated. "Okay, that's not important. As long as you know that Jiaoxi is your mother, that's enough." After a pause, she said, "That's all. You can go back to your room and rest." "Okay," Jing Yu replied and stood up from the sofa. Just as he was about to turn around and leave the room, he heard Feng Luofan remind him, "Don't look at Weibo during this period of time. Don't reply even if you do." Jing Yu, "Okay, I know." It was impossible not to look at Weibo, not in this lifetime. After Jing Yu returned to his room, the first thing he did was pick up his phone and look at Weibo. He easily found the Weibo post that revealed the news. It was accompanied by 9 long photos and indeed a lot of evidence, but none of it was conclusive. It was just that the details were too detailed and too many coincidences were connected together to create a feeling of, this is inexplicable. However, this didn't mean that it was inexplicable. It was just a bit difficult to explain. What was really unbearable were the comments from the netizens. They criticized Jiaoxi for lying to her fans, criticized the two of them for using each other's popularity, and criticized the two of them for creating hype. There were all kinds of nasty comments. Fortunately, whether it was Jingyu or his mother Jiao Shi, they weren't weak people. They had survived the most difficult period of their lives. In comparison, the comments online were nothing. Jingyu was still hesitating whether he should send a message to Jiao Shi to share his situation, but before he could do so, he received a message from her. Jiao Shi, don't forget what we said before. Focus on the competition and don't worry about anything else. Jingyu sighed and replied, don't worry, since I've chosen this path, I won't give up halfway. After sending this message, he thought for a moment and sent another message. Take good care of yourself. It doesn't matter what the comments on the internet say. Nothing must happen in real life. Jiao Shi, haha, don't worry about that. Don't forget who you trained with, Jingyu. Equals Jiao Shi. I watched the live broadcast of the finals. It was so cool. Do your best in the points competition as well, Jingyu. Okay. After sending this message, Jingyu waited patiently for a long time. After confirming that Jiao Shi wouldn't send any more messages, he turned off his phone and let out a long sigh of relief. He smiled helplessly. As expected of his mother, it seemed like he didn't have to worry too much. Then on Brother Fei's side, Jingyu raised his hand and covered his eyes. It was time to die. After a while, someone knocked on Qin Fei's door. Qin Fei's first reaction was to think that it was Yi Hong. He got up from the sofa and walked over to open the door. However, he was surprised to see Jingyu outside the door. He froze. Jingyu had worked hard to muster up the courage, but the moment he saw Qin Fei, he immediately lost most of it. After a moment of silence, he tried to speak. His voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. Can I come in? Come in. Qin Fei turned around and sat down on the sofa. He took 2 clean glasses and poured 2 glasses of water. After Jingyu closed the door, he approached Qin Fei with fear. Qin Fei, come and sit down. Jingyu, okay. Jingyu slowly moved to sit opposite Qin Fei. Do you want some water? Qin Fei pushed a glass full of water to him. Thank you. Jingyu subconsciously picked up the glass and tried to take a sip of the water. The temperature was just right. Then, there was a moment of silence. Jingyu, inner thoughts, oh no, what was I going to say again? I forgot all about it. Qin Fei, inner thoughts, she sent herself to me. Should I confess? Something like this suddenly happened on the internet. Would it be a good time to confess? I feel like I'm taking advantage of her. Jingyu, inner thoughts, oh right, I have to explain what happened last night. I wanted to take the opportunity to confess, but something like this suddenly happened on the internet. I have to explain what happened last night first. Qin Fei, inner thoughts, forget it, the confession can wait. But it doesn't stop me from flirting with him. With this thought, the two spoke at almost the same time. Jingyu, Brother Fei, about what happened last night. Qin Fei, about what I told you this morning. Both of them were stunned for a moment before Jingyu admitted defeat. You go first. Qin Fei glanced at him and said bluntly, don't mind what I told you this morning. I didn't take it to heart, because I like men too. Jingyu. Qin Fei had always been straightforward. He didn't even bat an eyelid. Besides, you were drunk at the time. No matter what you did, it wouldn't be strange. Jingyu stared blankly at Qin Fei. He didn't know what he had said. His mind was filled with the words, I like men too. His heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. He opened his mouth slightly, and the words to confess were on the verge of coming out. However, at this moment, Qin Fei leaned forward, reached out a hand, and gently scratched Jingyu's nose. So, don't think too much, idiot. Boom! Something in Jingyu's head exploded. The residual sensation on his nose was a little numb, causing his whole body to tremble. His mind was blank, and he lost the ability to think. Qin Fei didn't care about Jingyu's shock. He retracted his hand and said, let's go out for a meal after we're done with this online thing? Just the two of us. It shouldn't be a problem to confess then, right? This wasn't the first time they had gone out for a meal alone. However, this time, both of them knew that the other party was gay, so they invited each other out. After Jingyu came back to his senses, he felt his eyes sting. Okay. He said this word with a trembling voice. Then, He felt that it wasn't enough to express his feelings, so he firmly added, "Even if I have to crawl, I'll crawl over." Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. What the hell? They were going on a date, not a war. This guy, could he be any more honest? "Okay, it's a promise," he said with a smile. In the afternoon, the group packed their luggage, checked out, and took a flight back to S City. The next day, Xiao Yun successfully contacted Jiao Shi's agency. After a few days of discussion, both parties released a statement on their official Weibo. The statement released by Jiao Shi's agency was a response to every piece of content on Weibo. For example, the reason why Jiao Shi disappeared was because her acting skills had hit a bottleneck during that time, and she wanted to rest for a few months to adjust. Another example was that Jiao Shi liked to watch LDPL's live broadcast because she liked the game Devil Overlord and would play it when she had nothing to do. In short, it explained every suspicious point involved in the Weibo post. It seemed to be clarifying, but from beginning to end, it didn't say anything like, "Jingyu isn't Jiao Shi's son." PG's official Weibo statement was stronger and a straightforward response. They didn't take advantage of the popularity and didn't sensationalize it. The club will use legal means to pursue the person who posted and reposted the rumors to the end. PG's fans were overjoyed when they saw this statement. Ha ha ha, as expected of PG, even a statement is so fierce. It's much stronger than Jiao Shi's. The entertainment industry is so troublesome. I don't care who Jingyu's mother is. I just want to watch Jingyu play a game. I just want to watch Jingyu play a game +1. Speaking of which, Jingyu hasn't streamed in a long time. Is he still streaming? PG, can other people's streams be arranged? In contrast, Jiao Shi's reaction was much more intense. Some netizens accepted it, while others found the loopholes in the statement and asked Jiao Shi to give a more accurate explanation. In the end, because the tone was too harsh, the first group of netizens counterattacked. The two groups of netizens fought on Weibo and cursed at each other. Jiao Shi's management company secretly controlled the comments and led the situation in a direction that was beneficial to Jiao Shi. Although the scolding war didn't stop, the company had achieved its goal. It was only a matter of time before this matter was settled. All they had to do now was to stabilize it. At the same time, LD's official Weibo released the time and location of the top 8 competition. It was set to be a week from Monday, in District H of S City. District H. Luo Yiming cheered. "We'll go there from here. It's an hour and a half by subway." Yihong couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, the officials are really nice to us." Hanlong. "The announcement of the new demon is out too. Look." Luo Yiming. "What is it? What is it?" In an instant, other than Qin Fei who sat still like a mountain, everyone gathered behind Hanlong's sofa and stared at his phone screen. Jingyu also squeezed next to Yihong and peeked at Hanlong's phone screen. Just this morning, after LD's official Weibo released the time and location of the top 8 competition, they released another announcement of the new demon. It was 2 moving silhouettes with a description. One of the silhouettes was the image of a long-haired girl. Below her waist, there were 2 slender wings. There was a flickering light flowing on her right hand, like a flame. The caption was, "The flame flowing on my fingertips is my burning love for you. One day, I will burn everything and sacrifice all the beauty in the world to you." Hanlong. Mage? Yihong. "There's a 9-tailed fox with the fire element. Could it be an archer?" Luo Yiming. Oh, a loli? I love lolis the most." The other silhouette, from the silhouette, was a youth wearing an assassin's outfit. He held a short knife in his hand and had 2 belts around his waist. The end of the belt was made into a flame-like special effect. Luo Yiming. "A jungler." Yihong. "An assassin jungler." Hanlong. "An assassin jungler can't be wrong." Jingyu. Oh. The caption below the silhouette was, "As long as there is light, I can go anywhere. Everywhere I go, blood splatters, can you catch me?" Chapter 84. As soon as the announcement of the new demon came out, the pro circle was in an uproar. Whether the fire element girl was a magician or an archer, that youth, whether it was the silhouette or the accompanying text, clearly pointed towards an assassin jungler. Now, looking at the entire pro circle, There was only one person who specialized in assassin junglers, and that was Jingyu. When the new demon was first released, it would definitely be strong. If it was banned, there would be one less ban spot. Jingyu's card pool was already too full to ban all of them. In a week's time, he would cause another bloody storm in the quarterfinals. Not only were the pro circle panicking, Weibo and the forums were also discussing this matter. Frowny face, there's an assassin in the new demon. Would I say that I already expected this? The developers really love assassins. The assassins in League of Legends are all good-looking. The developers have always liked assassins. With Jingyu in this year's LDPL, the possibility of an assassin appearing is even higher. Haha, it's practically tailor-made for Jingyu. I'm suddenly looking forward to the quarterfinals. Will Jingyu use the new demon as a jungler? Then, the next day, Devil Lord's version was updated, and 2 new demons were officially released. That youth was indeed an assassin jungler. He had short silver hair, blood-red eyes, and a black mask on his face, revealing half of the blood-red pattern engraved on his face. He wore a black assassin outfit. The fabric on both sides of his waist was hollowed out, and there were 2 very long black belts tied around his waist. The closer to the end, the wider the belt became. Under the moonlight, the end of the belt was faintly discernible, like a burning flame. Mysterious and handsome. This demon's name was Fleeting Shadow. Looking at the other demon, it was a little dark-type lowly. Big golden waves, blood-red eyes. Her dress was red and black. It was very complicated and indescribably gorgeous. Bright flames twined around her fair and slender fingers, and sparks flew between the gaps of her fingers. Through the screen, it was as if one could feel the heat of the flames. The wings behind her were black and very thin. It didn't look like they could support her flying, but more like decorations. This demon's name was Wanmi Liuhua. Yihong's guess was right. She was a shooter. The official explanation was that her body was made of fire, so her fire damage was a physical attack. Alright, there's nothing wrong with it. I have to say that the modeling of this game is getting better and better. Yihong logged into his account and admired the image of the 2 new demons. He could not help but sigh. Too bad they're not mages. After Jingyu bought the Plunder Shadow, he replied without turning his head, "Actually, you can try to see if you can use Sagittarius." Yihong: "Well, I still enjoy the pleasure of sweeping away all the remaining HP in one go after a mage activates his ultimate." Luo Yiming: "It's obviously more fun to use archers to harvest heads." Qin Fei: "Cut the crap. Give it a try." As soon as Qin Fei spoke, everyone obediently quieted down. Luo Yiming began to seriously check Wanmi Liuhua's skills. Jingyu directly clicked on Match, entered the selection interface, and locked the Plunder Shadow. Yihong, who had walked behind him to watch the game, saw this scene and couldn't help but complain, "Directly matching? Aren't you afraid of being scolded?" Jingyu smiled. "It's okay. I'll get the hang of it very quickly." If this came from someone else, Yihong wouldn't have believed it. But if it was Jingyu, he didn't know why, but he immediately believed it. However, after 25 minutes, Jingyu's side lost. They lost miserably. Jingyu's Plunder Shadow had 4 kills, 12 deaths, and 8 assists. Qin Fei sat next to him and watched the whole game without saying anything. He patiently waited for him to finish, then calmly asked, "How do you feel?" Jingyu took off his headphones and thought for a while before replying, "The big move is very interesting, but it's hard to control." Qin Fei: "How long will it take to practice?" Jingyu: 3 days. 3 days at most. Qin Fei: "Okay." After Qin Fei said okay, he didn't pay any more attention to Jingyu's side. He believed in Jingyu. He said that Jingyu would take 3 days, so he would definitely be able to do it. Behind the 2, Yihong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Little Jingyu, when you said that you'd get the hang of it very quickly, I was already imagining your heroic figure of 5 kills. What happened?" Jingyu shrugged. "It's harder than I thought, but if you practice it well, you'll be very strong." At the same time, Luo Yiming finished his game. It took him 23 minutes to win. Yihong hurriedly leaned over and asked, "How was it?" Luo Yiming's expression was a bit conflicted. How should I put it? The skill is very complicated. I didn't understand it at all, but I just randomly pointed and inexplicably wiped out the other party. I really don't know if it's the demon that's too strong, or if I'm too strong. Yi Hong. The opponent was too weak. In short, after the new demon appeared, Jing Yu and Luo Yiming's training content became training the new demon. But Jing Yu still used Heart of Ice in his livestream at night. The bullet comments were a bit puzzled. Why didn't you use Shadow Glimpse? I want to see Shadow Glimpse. Use Shadow Glimpse in the next round? One person's blood letter asking for Shadow Glimpse. Jing Yu smiled helplessly. I'll definitely use it in the quarterfinals. Let me maintain a bit of mystery for now. The truth was, he hadn't practiced it to the point where he could show it off. So sorry. At the same time, comments about the two new demons gradually appeared on the internet. Damn. The two fiendish demons that appeared this time are so difficult. Wami Liuhua's skills are a bit like the Moonshade Spiders. It has two sets of skills and can switch forms. Has anyone researched a combo yet? How do you use Shadow Glimpse? It can instantly appear anywhere on the map. That's too much of a bug. The problem is, I don't know how to use it. Are the developers planning to challenge the limits of human beings this time? I think the developers were provoked by Jing Yu and want to challenge Jing Yu's limits. The ultimate move of Shadow Glimpse, Flickering Light Glimpse, allowed the user to appear anywhere on the map within 5 seconds by using the buffer time and direction of the skill with a mouse click. The release of the skill could be interrupted, but after the skill was released, it couldn't be interrupted until the user appeared at the target location. It could be said that once this skill was mastered, it would really become a bug in the game. Unfortunately, so far, no one had been able to use the ultimate move of Shadow Glimpse freely. Even Jing Yu was still at the stage of figuring it out. However, Jing Yu's feeling was that 3 days was enough. Give me 3 days, and I'll make Shadow Glimpse the #1 jungler in this version. At noon the next day, when it was close to noon, the others went out to look for food. Only Jing Yu, who had just finished a round, started another round without any hesitation. Sitting next to him, Qin Fei wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, he also started another round in silence. 20 minutes later, Qin Fei was the first to finish the game. He looked at Jing Yu's screen and saw that the enemy's territory was about to be destroyed. He quickly seized the opportunity and said, "Let's have lunch together at noon." Jing Yu was stunned. Before he could react, Qin Fei added, "We made an appointment before." Yes, they had made an appointment before. When the matter on the internet was more or less settled, they would go out for lunch together. Now, the war of words on the internet had more or less stopped. Jing Yu nodded. After destroying the enemy's territory with Shadow Glimpse, he took off his headphones and turned to look at Qin Fei. "Let's go." Qin Fei stood up from his chair. "Is there anything in particular you want to eat?" Jing Yu stood up as well. "You decide. I'll go with you. I'll go wherever you go." I knew it. Qin Fei randomly picked one of the few options that he had thought of. Steak? Jing Yu, sure. And so, after a while, the two of them appeared at a steak house. This time, Qin Fei brought Jing Yu to a private room. The two of them sat side by side on a sofa. Just like last time, Qin Fei took care of everything. Jing Yu was only responsible for eating. After the waiter left with the order, Qin Fei put one hand into his trouser pocket and pulled out a small box. Jing Yu looked at the box in confusion. Before he could react, Qin Fei handed the box to him. "For me?" Jing Yu hesitantly took it. "What is it?" "Qin Fei, you'll know when you open it." Jing Yu guessed what was in the box. His heart began to race. He opened the box with some anticipation. Sure enough, it was a ring with a red string on it. Jing Yu picked up the ring and saw the letters engraved on it. QF Qin Fei. "I had someone make it for me when I flew back. Do you like it?" Qin Fei said as he hooked the red string around his neck. There was indeed a ring on the string. Jing Yu didn't need to look to know what was engraved on it. JY Jing Yu, his name. Jing Yu felt that his eyes were about to tear up again. A few months ago, he still thought that he shouldn't have been born in this world. He didn't expect that a few months later, it turned out that in this world, other than his mother, Jiao Shi, there was someone else who was willing to cherish him and love him. "Why are you crying again?" Qin Fei smiled helplessly. He let go of the ring and reached out to Jing Yu. He gently wiped away the tears in the corners of his eyes. It's fine that you cried like a ghost when you were drunk, but don't cry anymore. Jingyu, Qin Fei retracted his hand and stared deeply at him for a while. Suddenly, he said word by word, Jingyu, I like you. Jingyu raised his eyes and looked into his eyes. His emotions fluctuated. Qin Fei, actually, after I found out that you like me, I wanted to confess the next morning. Qin Fei, but I felt that a simple confession would be too dull and wouldn't be sincere enough. In the end, I decided to come back first. Qin Fei, after I came back, I asked someone to make this pair of rings, but we still have to compete, so it's not convenient to wear them on our hands. So, I wanted to string them around my neck. Qin Fei, sigh, why are you crying again? Jingyu tightly held the rings in his hand. When Qin Fei said the words, I like you, he could no longer hold back his tears. As Qin Fei spoke, more and more tears fell from his face. He couldn't wipe them away anymore. Forget it, forget it. Cry if you want. Qin Fei pulled Jingyu into his arms. Then, he lowered his head and gently kissed him on the forehead. Idiot. After saying these two words, he reached out and pinched Jingyu's chin. His gaze moved away from Jingyu's slightly open lips and looked into Jingyu's moist eyes. He jokingly said, Now, do you know why I booked a private room? Chapter 85. Jingyu didn't respond to Qin Fei's question. He let Qin Fei pinch his chin and closed his eyes, as if he was at the mercy of Qin Fei. Thus, Qin Fei lowered his head and kissed his lips. It was a gentle and long kiss. After the kiss, both of them were somewhat unsatisfied. They couldn't wait to move on to the next step. However, their remaining rationality told them that this was a restaurant, not a hotel. He had no choice but to give up. Jingyu sighed regretfully. After putting the red string around her neck, she snuggled into Qin Fei's embrace, enjoying the warmth of being hugged. No one had ever hugged him like this since he was a child. Even his own mother, Jiao Shi, had never given him such warmth. After all, he was not worthy. Did you know? Actually, I shouldn't have been born into this world, Jingyu suddenly said. Why? Qin Fei asked subconsciously. Jingyu didn't answer directly. Instead, he talked about something else. It was revealed on Weibo that my mother was pregnant with me before the Lunar New Year. I'm 20 now. Qin Fei nodded and continued to listen to him patiently. Jingyu said, Actually, my mother's real age this year is mouth. Qin Fei. 20 years ago. How is that possible? Jingyu didn't care about Qin Fei's surprise and continued, When she was pregnant with me, she was still young and didn't know how to go to the hospital. She didn't even realize that she was pregnant. Jingyu said, When I grew up, she told me that she was scared when she gave birth to me. She wanted to strangle me, but she couldn't do it in the end. Jingyu said, It took her a long time to accept this fact. Then, she decided to take responsibility for me and raise me. Hearing this, Qin Fei roughly understood why Jingyu and Jiao Shi were unwilling to admit that they were mother and son. It turned out that Jiao Shi didn't want to give birth to Jingyu, but it was an accident? Then, Jiao Shi couldn't have been. Qin Fei hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but ask, So, you don't know who your father is? To Qin Fei's surprise, Jingyu replied, I know. After a pause, he continued, When I was 5 years old, the man who got my mother pregnant found me and my mother and said that he wanted to take responsibility for us. But his father didn't agree. Jingyu said, Because of this, he had a fight with his father. Then, he came to live in our house on his own. He bought me a lot of toys and said that he would send me to kindergarten. Jingyu said, However, he got into a car accident on the way to the kindergarten. Jingyu, he died. Qin Fei. This plot was really full of ups and downs. Even a novel wouldn't dare to write like this, right? Probably because he felt that he had established a relationship with Qin Fei and had someone to rely on. Jingyu said all the things that he had been holding back for more than 10 years. I almost died too, he said. Fortunately, my mother was worried about him sending me to kindergarten, so she chased after me in her agent's car. She got me out of the car in time and sent me to the hospital. Of course, she also sent the man to the hospital, but his injuries were more serious than mine. In the end, they couldn't save him. At this point, Jingyu thought of something and laughed. There was a hint of self-mockery in his laughter. That was 15 years ago. I was 5 years old, and my mother said I was 5 years old. In order to take care of me, she turned down all the jobs that she received and didn't receive. This was the real reason why she suddenly disappeared from the public eye for a few months. Qin Fei didn't expect things to turn out like this. Obviously, Jingyu didn't tell Xiao Yun about this. Now, he told him everything in one breath. However, at this moment, what Qin Fei was most concerned about was the car accident intentional or an accident? Jingyu interrupted him and spat out these two words firmly. At least, that was the result of the police investigation. Not long after the car accident, the driver jumped from a tall building. The police determined that it was a suicide for fear of punishment. The driver's background couldn't be any simpler, and they couldn't find anything. Even if Jiao Shi repeatedly emphasized to the police that long before the car accident, they had been surrounded more than once and narrowly escaped death, the police didn't change the results of the investigation. They only said that they could send someone to protect them for a while. However, it was better not to let Qin Fei know about this. Even if he knew, he couldn't do anything. It would only add to his troubles. Qin Fei saw that Jingyu didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't ask anymore. At this moment, the waiter pushed the door open and came in with the steak. Jingyu almost reflexively pushed Qin Fei away and sat up straight. After the waiter left, Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. "What are you doing? Shy?" Jingyu hesitated for a moment, then snuggled back into his arms a little. Qin Fei took the opportunity to wrap his arms around his waist and whispered in his ear, "Since you've decided to be with me, you're not allowed to run away from me." His warm breath blew on Jingyu's ear, and the numbing feeling gave him goosebumps. However, he resisted and didn't hide. Then he firmly said, "I won't run away." This guy, he was really too straightforward. Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't help but lower his head and kiss Jingyu's lips. But this time, it was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, and it disappeared in an instant. Jingyu had already closed his eyes and was ready. When his lips didn't move for a long time, he opened his eyes in confusion and looked at Qin Fei in confusion. This reaction really made Qin Fei's heart itch. He wanted to push him down on the spot, but in the end, he controlled himself. "Do you want to be kissed by me that much?" Jingyu pursed his lips and said, "Yeah, Qin Fei, then let's use this as a reward. The top 8 competition is about to start. I'll reward you for every round you win. How about that?" Jingyu. TSK, should I say, as expected of the PG team captain? How can a kiss be related to the competition? Jingyu was convinced. However, thinking about it carefully, this was also good. He would have more motivation to win the competition. Brother Fei was probably worried that his performance in the competition would be affected by his relationship, so he came up with this idea. However, he still wanted to take a mile after taking an inch. The reward is only a kiss? Is there anything else? Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. "What do you want?" Jingyu looked at him seriously and said, "I want you." He almost didn't hesitate to say these 4 words. Qin Fei saw the hidden toughness in his eyes and instantly thought of the messy night after he got drunk. He felt a little helpless. "Aren't you afraid that I'll make you unable to get out of bed for 3 days and 3 nights? Qin Fei was really worried that his confession would affect Jingyu's performance in the competition. Was he too impatient? However, Jingyu's response was, "Go ahead. I can get up. It definitely won't affect the competition." Qin Fei, are you fucking doubting my ability? Jingyu, no. In the end, Jingyu was defeated. Then tell me, when are you going to sleep with me? Qin Fei thought about it seriously and felt that he should give Jingyu something to look forward to. He said, "After the competition in the top 8, 7 days. After the competition, we'll sleep. Are you satisfied?" Jingyu was satisfied. He replied with an and secretly sighed in relief. He had never felt safe since he was young. So he always felt that if he didn't sleep with someone, it meant that they weren't together. However, with this agreement, it was fine. With this promise, even if he didn't really sleep with someone, he felt a lot more at ease. Then, Jingyu, who had calmed down, thought of a question. "There's a reward if I win. What about if I lose? Qin Fei. Good question. What kind of punishment do you want? Jingyu. Why did he have to dig a hole for himself? After a moment of silence, Jingyu tentatively suggested, if you lose, I'll give you a mouthful? Qin Fei. Was it too late for him to take back his words? In the end, Qin Fei's response was, we'll talk about it when the time comes. In any case, it won't be too comfortable for you. So, in order to avoid punishment, do your best to win every match. Jingyu. Okay, after lunch, the two returned to the club. Jingyu logged into his account and practiced Glimpse without much rest. He used a new alternate account. The ID was the same as Qin Fei's alternate account. It was a string of messy English letters. Quer. The reason why he used an alternate account was that he hadn't practiced Glimpse to the point where it could be used. On the other hand, he didn't want other teams to know about his training progress. Thus, he used this newly created account to play ranked from zero. Every game he played, he was able to instantly lock onto fleeting shadows. He spent an entire day playing until he reached the diamond rank. Then, he was stuck at this rank for 2 days. After reaching this rank, it was difficult to advance further. After all, his teammates and enemies weren't weak. He needed to start paying attention to his lineup and cooperation with each other. As for Jingyu, no matter what his teammates took, he would only lock on one demon, and that was Glimpse. This action undoubtedly aroused the anger of his teammates. They all complained frowny-faced Glimpse playing ranked. Is it poisonous? Just now, he encountered Glimpse and lost so badly that he didn't even have his underwear left. He wanted to play ranked to calm himself down, but he encountered Glimpse again? It's over. It's over. He's definitely going to lose this round. Can I report my teammates? I want to report him right now. Damn, can't you find a match when you train a new demon? What's in it for you to play ranked? Jingyu didn't feel bad at all when he saw these complaints. Instead, he felt a sense of nostalgia. Ever since he joined PG and started playing as a professional player, the number of people who complained about him became fewer and fewer. Some of them even worshipped him. For example, frowny-faced Jingyu. Fuck, real person? Ah, take a picture as a memento. Jingyu, I like you so much. Good luck. This round is in. Heart of Ice go. Pentakill. Now that he thought about it, he really hadn't heard any complaints in a long time. Jingyu looked at the complaints on the screen and couldn't help but laugh. Then, his fingers danced nimbly on the keyboard as he typed a sentence. Ally Quer, Glimpse, what are you panicking for? My Glimpse is sneaky. If you don't believe me, look at my win rate. His teammates didn't believe him. They all clicked on Quer's personal information to look at his career data. In the end, they found that he only used one demon frequently, and that was Glimpse. Win rate, 85. 9%. What? Chapter 86. Seeing this win rate, the teammates who were complaining about Glimpse of Shadow fell silent. What did it mean to have a win rate of 85? 9%? On average, he only lost 1 or 2 matches in every 10 matches. Many professional players couldn't even do that with Sword Burial. Was it because of a god? His teammates clicked on Quer's recent matches and looked through them patiently. They couldn't find a single match that was marked as a team. Every single match was a solo match. Looking at the results of the most recent match, Quer's Glimpse of Shadow, 11 kills, 0 deaths, 8 assists. Previous match, 13 kills, 0 deaths, 2 assists. Next match, 10 kills, 0 deaths, 5 assists. These were the matches that he won. Then there was the most recent loss. Glimpse of Shadow, 9 kills, 0 deaths, 6 assists. He was named the loser's MVP. The row of 0 deaths made one's scalp tingle. His teammates were still in shock. Before they could express their opinions, the countdown ended and everyone entered the battlefield. Jingyu was hoping that someone would share their thoughts after seeing his win rate. However, up until the 5th minute of the match, there was only dead silence in the chat. He couldn't help but feel a little lonely, but he didn't care too much about it. At the 5th minute, his Glimpse of Shadow rose to level 6 and had an ultimate skill. Coincidentally, the mid-lane mages were both at low health and had retreated to their respective towers to prepare to return to the city. Jingyu smiled and suddenly said, "As long as there's light, I can go anywhere." As soon as he said this, he clicked the mouse to drag the ultimate skill and released it at the right time. On the screen, the black-clothed assassin instantly turned into a silver flash. With a whoosh, he directly teleported from the jungle to the enemy's mid-lane tower. Behind the enemy mage, Jingyu spoke again. "Wherever I go, blood splatters almost as soon as glimpse of shadow appeared." Jingyu had him use a skill called Shadow Blade. The black-clothed assassin's dagger viciously pierced through the enemy mage's weak body, easily emptying his health bar. System: glimpse of shadow, 1 kill. System: enemy Heijiao has died. Sword Burial had originally wanted to capture the sorcerer, but when he saw Plunder Shadow, he hurriedly teleported to the bottom of the tower, intending to kill him. However, before he could use the skill, the Plunder Shadow had already turned into a silver streak of light and left the enemy's tower, appearing in front of his own tower. As long as he was within 5 seconds, he could use Fleeting Shadow a second time, a third time, and a maximum of 3 times. This time, Jingyu was no longer satisfied with just speaking. He directly typed a line and sent it out. System: Quirr, Sweeping Shadow, can you catch me? Of course, he repeated it verbally. Hearing this, Qin Fei, who was sitting next to him, sneered. Yihong couldn't help but complain. "Little Jingyu, what are you mumbling about?" Jingyu: "It's a line from Fleeting Shadows." Yihong: "Fuck, I couldn't tell. How did you manage to say such cool lines in such a flirtatious manner?" Jingyu: Equals Yihong. He's a good assassin, but you imitated him into a flirtatious B***T. Jingyu: "Of course not." Yihong: "Of course, you can ask someone else if you don't believe me." Hanlong: "It's true, I had goosebumps just now." Luo Yiming: "So flirtatious that the fire in my hand was extinguished." Jingyu: "Okay, I'll be more careful." 10 minutes later, Fleeting Shadows double-killed him. Jingyu: Run further away." Jingyu: "You can't catch me." Hee Jingyu: "Crawl over here and bite me to death if you can." Jingyu: "Fuck, I almost died. I'll run away." Haha, I won't die. Yihong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seems like little Jingyu really likes Fleeting Shadows. Hanlong tried to hold back his laughter. "Fuck, I'm dying of laughter. I didn't expect you to be like this." Jingyu: Luo Yiming laughed out loud. "Ha ha 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 ha. Jingyu, are you sure you want to be like this in an official match? What good will it do you to make your teammates laugh to death?" Finally, at 23 minutes, the match ended. Jingyu's Fleeting Shadows had 14 kills, 0 deaths, and 3 assists. He was the MVP. At the same time, he said goodbye to the Diamond Division that he had been stuck at for 2 whole days. He had been promoted to the Master Division. Looking at the golden badge of the Master Division, Jingyu took off his headphones in satisfaction. Then, he was drowned by the ridicule of his teammates. Luo Yiming: "Ha ha 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 ha. Jingyu, that's enough." Hanlong: "Jingyu, you have a profound understanding of what it means to be flirtatious and feel good at the same time." Flirtatious and feel good at the same time. I'm dying of laughter. Yihong: "After fighting for more than 20 minutes and talking flirtatious words for more than 20 minutes, aren't you thirsty, little Jingyu?" Jingyu: Zero. What did I say?" Jingyu, who didn't have a clue about his flirtatious behavior, looked innocently at Qin Fei beside him. "Brother Fei, Before he could ask the question, Qin Fei had already raised a hand to cover his eyes and laughed softly. Jingyu. Qin Fei had enough of laughing. He reached out to stroke Jingyu's hair and said dotingly, "It's okay. You can say whatever you want. We'll get used to it." Then, he retracted his hand and asked casually, "So you've mastered Fleeting Shadows?" "Yes." Jingyu replied, and his tone suddenly became proud. "I said it would take 3 days. Today is the 3rd day, and I've mastered it. My win rate for Fleeting Shadows is now 86%. Qin Fei. Amazing. Luo Yiming. Fuck, are you serious? Your win rate in a solo match is heaven-defying. Jingyu. I haven't lost a single match since this afternoon. I raised my win rate in one go. Yihong. Not bad, not bad. No wonder you're the #1 assassin in the Chinese server. Hanlong. Jingyu, we'll rely on you for the points competition. Carry us. Jingyu smiled. Sure. His answer was direct and straightforward, and he was full of righteousness. Then, he asked Luo Yiming, Yiming, how's your Wami Liuhua? Luo Yiming, it's okay. It's easier than Kamal. This devil is quite strong. I have a 75% win rate even after a few random fights. Well, Jingyu was a bit confused. How about this? There's still some time before the points competition. I'll help you figure out a combo? Luo Yiming, oh. Okay. I'll leave it to you. In fact, Luo Yiming had already figured out a set of combos, but he still believed in Jingyu. He was looking forward to seeing Jingyu produce a better answer than him. Just like that, the PG team raced against time and happily trained. They were completely unaware that in the afternoon, a post titled Diamond Tier Player surprisingly appears in the Chinese server's Fleeting Shadows, suddenly went viral on the Devil Lord's official forum. 0L, the poster is a Diamond Tier player. I played 10 ranked matches in 2 days. I met a jungler called Core 3 times and saw him use Fleeting Shadows all 3 times. The first time I met him, I naively thought that he was here to help me improve my ranking. In the end, I was beaten to the point of being autistic. I was shocked, okay. Fleeting Shadows. The poster felt that he was at a disadvantage because he didn't understand Fleeting Shadows, so he immediately went to research this monster. That's why the second time I met him, I was quite confident. In the end, I was beaten to the point of being autistic once again. Damn, he's too strong. As long as you have low health, you'll be harvested. No matter where you hide, he'll find you and kill you. Then, none of us can kill him. So, the third time I met this Quirr, can you imagine my despair? Sure enough, it was another match where I was suppressed. 1L. Fleeting Shadows? Is the poster serious? 2L. It can't be, right? I heard that Fleeting Shadows is quite difficult. This morning, I saw a bunch of people complaining that Fleeting Shadows is difficult to use. There's a big shot who mastered it so quickly? No, I have to search for this Quirr. 3L. Quirr. Replying to the poster, I also met this jungler in the same diamond tier. But I'm his teammate, haha. This person is really awesome. He can carry me all the way. 4L. I met Quirr in the same diamond tier. One teammate, one enemy. There's only one word to describe it, strong. It's so strong that it's like a bug. Could it be a smurf account of a professional player? 5L. I'm the second poster. I'm back after searching for Quirr. This person actually only used Fleeting Shadows. Can you believe that his win rate is 86%? 6L. Damn. It's fake, right? I want to search too. 7L. Poster hug. I'm also a diamond tier. I met Quirr once. He was really being suppressed and beaten up. 8L. Am I the only one who wants to complain about the poster's luck? He was matched with Quirr 3 times, and they were all enemies. Isn't his luck too bad? 9L. I'm also a diamond tier matched with Quirr. We're teammates. Before the match started, I was complaining about him. In the end, my face was slapped swollen. He's really too strong. I believe you when you say he's the number 1 Fleeting Shadows in the national server. This building appeared around 4 in the afternoon. In just 1 hour, it had a few hundred stories. If it was in the past, Jingyu would check the forum before going to bed at night. However, the intensity of his training had been too high recently. As soon as his body touched the bed, he was so sleepy that he couldn't even open his eyes. Thus, he didn't play with his phone much. The other people in PG didn't have the habit of checking the forum at all. Thus, until the competition for the top 8 began, they didn't know that Jingyu's Fleeting Shadows had become popular even before they appeared in the competition. It was unknown how the players who were discussing Quirr would react when they saw Jingyu's Fleeting Shadows in the competition. On the last weekend before the competition for the top 8 began, Qin Fei went to bed early. However, no matter how he tossed and turned, he couldn't fall asleep. This was quite rare for him. After all, he had the constitution of an instant sleeper. Once he fell asleep, it wasn't easy for him to wake up. Even 10 alarms wouldn't wake him up. It wasn't because of the upcoming competition for the top 8. It was because he had seriously digested the information that Jingyu had revealed to him. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Was the car accident really an accident? Jiao Shi's experience, the scars on Jingyu's body, and his skills. All of these gave Qin Fei a premonition that this wasn't over. Could that car accident have been caused by someone? Someone wanted to kill Jingyu? The most likely person was undoubtedly someone on Jingyu's father's side. But why would they want to kill Jingyu's father as well? Qin Fei tossed and turned in bed for a while. Finally, he couldn't help it anymore. He sat up and called his mother, Qi Xian. Not long after, the call went through. Although Qi Xian was still awake, she was unhappy that Qin Fei called at this time. Her voice was full of impatience. Why do you have to call me at this time? Can't you fend for yourself? Qin Fei ignored her impatience and asked directly, Who is Jingyu's father? TSK, do you think I'm an intelligence station? Qi Xian yelled. She looked down at the information in her hand and replied expressionlessly, I don't know. How can you not know? Qin Fei didn't believe her. Jingyu's surname is Jing. If we start with this surname, we can more or less. Qi Xian, shut up. Qin Fei obediently shut up. Then, Qi Xian, who was holding the phone in one hand and touching the information in the other, narrowed her eyes and said calmly, You're wrong. The surname Jing is not Jingyu's father's. He followed his mother's surname. Qin Fei. Jiao Shi changed her name, Qi Xian said. Her original name was Jing Shi. She was an orphan. When she was 12 years old, she was discovered by a talent scout as she begged on the street. In the end, she signed with Jiaoteng Entertainment. That was when she changed her name. Qi Xian. After this name, there are too many things that can be found out. She didn't want to admit that she was related to Jingyu by blood, probably because of this. Chapter 87. Jingyu's father's surname was not Jing. This lead was gone. Actually, before Qin Fei asked this question, Qi Xian had already tried to investigate Jingyu's father, but to no avail. Even she herself was surprised by this result. But it wasn't too surprising. After all, she wasn't a god. She couldn't possibly have everything in the world under her control. If she was really that powerful, she wouldn't have been cheated of her money and body by Qin Fei's father. Thinking about that man made her angry. She only found out that he was married after giving birth to his child. She had fed her sincerity to a dog. She was a dignified CEO of a corporation, yet she had become a mistress for no reason. Fortunately, this dog of a son was quite good at recognizing his master. Even though he had been fed false information since he was young, he still followed her scent all the way here. She couldn't shake him off. Thinking of this, Qi Xian's mood improved a lot. Her anger from being disturbed before she went to bed dissipated a lot. She spoke again in a gentler tone. I will continue to investigate Jingyu's father. I will let you know if there is any progress. She paused. Speaking of which, you were so worried about your little boyfriend. Did you manage to get him? Don't let your hard work go to someone else's wedding dress. No. Qin Fei smiled. I've caught up with her. He sounded a little proud when he said these 5 words. Hearing this, Qi Xian was stunned for a while before she reacted. She couldn't believe it. Really? Someone like you is actually willing to do it? Qin Fei felt uncomfortable when he heard this. What do you mean by someone like me? What's wrong with me? Qi Xian, you are the same as your father. Just because you are handsome, your temper is worse than anyone else's. Don't think that I don't know just because I don't watch the professional league. The internet says that you are fierce. Qin Fei. Qin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No, that fierce is referring to Qi Xian. You still dare to talk back? All right, whatever you say. Qin Fei really couldn't outtalk his mother. His tone was somewhat helpless. Mother, whatever you say is right. That's more like it. Qi Xian liked Qin Fei's obedience in small matters. He was obviously a very stubborn and self-centered person, but he was very open-minded when it came to small matters. He never went head-to-head with her, and almost always went along with her. However, it was also because she was his mother. Qi Xian knew her son quite well. Qin Fei's temper was indeed bad, and he would explode at the slightest provocation. However, He had enough patience and tolerance for the people he truly cared about. He would rather suffer some losses to make them happy. It looked like an alpha wolf, but it was actually a loyal dog. Alas, what a pity. The man who suited her taste so well was actually her own son. Qi Xian sighed regretfully. The pig that I worked so hard to raise is finally going to eat someone else's cabbage. Qin Fei, if I'm a pig, what are you? Qi Xian, to feed pigs. Qin Fei, there's actually nothing wrong with that? Qi Xian, when are you going to bring your little boyfriend over for me to see? This wasn't the first time Qi Xian had asked this question, but this time, Qin Fei was able to answer. After thinking seriously for a while, he gave the answer. After the elimination round. After the competition, I'll bring him over to see you. After a pause, he added, don't scare him with women's clothing. Qi Xian, okay, I'll prepare women's clothing in advance and wait for him. The two of them chatted for a while, more before saying goodnight to each other and hanging up. After that, Qin Fei laid back on the bed. He recalled the peaceful look on Jing Yu's face when he was nestled in his arms. He secretly swore, no matter if someone wanted to harm Jing Yu or not, he wouldn't let that person succeed. Jing Yu was under his protection. Sunday. Finally, it was the last day before the elimination round for the top 8 officially began. Before today, PG had already played against a few of the top 8 teams in mock competitions. There were wins and losses. In almost every game, both sides were just testing each other and didn't show their true strength. In one game, PG even let go of all their members and gave them a novice gift pack. The reason was that JOK actually let the new second team play against them. Hey, little brats, have your hair grown out yet? In that game, of course, PG won in the end. Using 5 novice demons that no one knew how to use, they completely defeated JOK's second team. Yihong, they want to test our strength, but they don't want to expose their own strength. How can there be such a good thing? Hanlong, JOK's mock competition is too careless, right? Luo Yiming, originally, I had a good impression of JOK. At least, he was better than Kid. Now? Jingyu. I can see that these strong teams don't take us seriously. Qin Fei, that's normal. In their impression, we're still the weak team that they completely destroyed. After all, PG had scored a terrifying -14 in the previous season's points competition, which was the lowest score since the LDPL was held. This score was obviously difficult to convince the public. Not to mention the top 8 teams, even the teams that had been defeated by PG jumped out to ridicule PG and gave PG the title of fake top 8. Forget it, it's fine. Jingyu smiled. This season, I'm here. Luo Yiming. Ha ha ha, that's right. 5 kills and flying. Yihong. Little Jingyu. We'll rely on you for the points competition. Crush them with 14 points. Hanlong. This battle will make us rise. Qin Fei looked at their excited expressions and smiled without saying anything. At the entrance of the training room, Xiao Yun, who had just walked in, couldn't help but laugh when she saw this scene. Jingyu is really popular. After sighing with emotion, she raised her voice and said, all right, all of you take a break. The team uniforms have been made and sent over just now. Try them on. Team uniforms. Luo Yiming was the first to exclaim and jumped up from his chair. Where is it? Where is it? The 5 of them left the training room one after another and came to the hall. At a glance, they saw 5 sets of team uniforms lined up on the coffee table. Xiao Yun smiled at their surprised expressions and said softly, there's a name embroidered under the collar. Don't take the wrong one. The 5 of them found their team uniforms and began to try them on the spot. This set of team uniforms that Xiao Yun had spent a week meticulously designing. The combination of red and black was full of explosive feeling and was very domineering. Team PG's logo was printed on the back in eye-catching red. One could vaguely see that it was in the shape of a pig, but it was actually designed with the 2 letters PG below the pig-shaped letters was PG's full name. Play gaily. One had to be happy when playing games. There was no point in being unhappy. How do you feel? Xiao Yun asked the 5 of them. Luo Yiming. Handsome. Hanlong. Domineering. Yihong. It's the feeling I like. Sister Xiao, you've worked hard. Xiao Yun directly ignored Qin Fei and asked Jingyu. Jingyu, what do you think? Unexpectedly, Jingyu didn't even notice her question. He walked in a circle in front of Qin Fei and asked him, "Brother Fei, does this suit me?" Qin Fei smiled. "Handsome." Jingyu also smiled. "Not as handsome as you." Xiao Yun. Did I just eat a mouthful of dog food for no reason? Wait, what's going on with these two? Qin Fei and Jingyu's relationship wasn't told to anyone in the team. There were two reasons. One was that Jingyu wasn't ready to come out of the closet to his teammates, and the other was that Qin Fei was worried that his teammates would think too much after finding out about it. For example, the Wuxia alliance was a strategic necessity, not a public display of affection. Therefore, this matter would have to wait until the points competition was over before discussing it. TSK, he suddenly realized that after the points competition, there were a lot of things to do. Rolling in the sheets, announcing their relationship, meeting the parents. Qin Fei was really looking forward to it, but also felt that it was troublesome. On Sunday afternoon, the 5 PG players put on their new team uniforms and took a bunch of photos. Individual photos, group photos, front, side, back. Why did it feel like they were taking prison photos? When it was almost over, Jingyu, who had wanted to say something several times, finally couldn't help but reach out and tug at Qin Fei's sleeve. Qin Fei turned to look at him. "What's wrong?" Jingyu averted his gaze and said uncomfortably, I want to take a photo with you alone." Uffed. Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. "It's not a big deal." After saying that, he hooked his arm around Jingyu's neck and motioned for the photographer to take another photo. The photographer didn't think too much and chose the best angle. Click. Later, the photo that was sent to Jingyu's phone was like this. Qin Fei casually hooked his arm around his neck, and he was almost nestled in Qin Fei's arms. The two of them were relaxed and smiling. Although they were wearing aggressive team uniforms, it felt like a spring breeze. The night before the game, Jingyu stared at the photo on his phone for a long time, then hugged the phone to his chest and let out a long sigh of relief. "We will win the points competition," he said firmly. "I will also help you win the championship. Once, I played for Heart of Ice, and from now on, I will play for you. No matter what you want, I will give it to you, as long as I can give it to you. You can order me to do anything, and I will not resist. For you, even if my bones are broken, I will gladly endure it." Jingyu repeated these words in his heart, then closed his eyes and sighed. "Brother Fei, for the sake of me being so obedient, never leave me alone." The next day, the top 8 points competition officially began. On the day of the game, PG's team took the subway early to the venue. Compared to the knockout round, the venue for the top 8 points competition was obviously much larger. Taking advantage of the fact that not many people came, Jingyu stood on the stage and looked up. The rows of seats were densely packed, making him dizzy, but at the same time, he was a little excited. When the game started, would these seats be full? Would there be so many people watching their game live? Jingyu imagined the spectacular scene of the audience applauding and cheering for the exciting moments of the game, and he couldn't help but laugh. If that was the case, he had to play well. At 9 o'clock, the originally empty auditorium suddenly became a sea of people. The host arrived and announced the official start of the top 8 points competition. Under his introduction, the 8 strong teams entered the venue according to the final ranking of the last season: first place, my second place, Kid third place, Jock fourth place, Ball C fifth place, Rule sixth place, SKR 1 seventh place, Ain eighth place. PGPG was the last team in last season's top 8 points competition, but this season, when it was their turn to enter the venue, the applause and cheers from the audience were not inferior to that of the other teams. Yihong was about to be overwhelmed by the momentum of the audience. "Damn, are our popularity that high?" No one replied to him, because, in the midst of the enthusiastic cheers, no one could hear him. The host's voice was transmitted to every corner of the venue through the microphone. Last season, PG's performance in the standings competition was not satisfactory, which made them receive a lot of doubts. Many people said that it was an accident that PG was able to enter the top 8, and that they did not have the qualifications to compete with the top 8 teams. However, this season, PG once again entered the top 8. They used their results to prove that they indeed have the ability to compete with the top 8 teams. PG is back. Chapter 88. Yes, we're back, Qin Fei said to himself, not caring if anyone could hear him. In the invitational tournament before the official tournament, the officials had chosen SOS between PG and SOS. This meant that PG had lost the chance to advance to the point competition before the official tournament. They had to start from the qualifiers, go through the group stage, the knockout stage, and so on. They had to overcome all obstacles and fight their way into the top 8 with their absolute strength. At the beginning of the tournament, all the players who supported PG were worried for PG. However, as the tournament progressed, PG's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. This season's PGs were as ferocious as before, but they were more stable and mature. If someone were to compare the results of PGs in the past 2 seasons, they would realize that this season's PGs had taken as many kills as the previous season, but their survival rate had greatly increased. Not only was PG back, but he was even stronger. Following the host's introduction, PG entered the arena. Wearing their team uniforms, they stood neatly under the dazzling spotlights. Everyone seemed to be glowing. In the audience, applause and cheers rose and fell one after another. Some people even excitedly waved homemade support signs with pictures of the 5 players during the knockout stage. They had also overcome all obstacles and fought their way into the top 8. This time, no one doubted PG's strength. Looking at the crowd of support signs from afar, Luo Yiming couldn't help but complain. I suddenly feel like we're holding a concert. His voice was very loud. Standing beside him, Hanlong heard him and instinctively replied, maybe it's because of Brother Fei and Jingyu's good looks. There were indeed a lot of people who were attracted by Qin Fei and Jingyu's good looks. Most of them were female fans. Some liked Qin Fei's handsomeness, some liked Jingyu's cuteness, and some liked the indescribable harmony when the two of them stood together. After PG's players were seated, the host's introduction came to an end. Okay, now that the 8 strong teams are here, let's quickly start the first part of the point competition, drawing lots. Following his words, a form suddenly appeared on the big screen above the arena. The first line of the form was the date. The competition would last for 7 days, so the dates of the 7 days were marked, from the 22nd to the 28th. The first column was the time. There were 4 matches a day, so the times of the 4 matches were marked: 9 a.m., 1 p.m., 5 p.m., and 9 p.m. That's right, this was the schedule for the top 8 tournament. However, at this moment, this form did not have the names of the teams, only the numbers. For example, the first match on the first day was 1 versus 2, the second match was 3 versus 4, and so on. Now, all the teams would draw their own numbers in order to determine the competition schedule for the top 8. Yihong. If I remember correctly, the computer used to sort everything automatically? At this time, the stadium was much quieter, so PG's teammates all heard Yihong's words and responded one after another. Luo Yiming. Yeah, why is it so complicated now? Hanlong. It's an offline competition, so of course I have to act cool. Yihong. So who should we send up later? Luo Yiming. Jingyu. Hanlong. I vote for Jingyu. I knew it. Jingyu smiled helplessly. Xiaoyun said that he was PG's favorite, but he didn't think so at all. Look at how happy his teammates were egging him on. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Qin Fei, but he didn't expect that Qin Fei was also looking at him. Seeing him look over, Qin Fei couldn't help but smile and encourage him. I'll leave it to you, good luck. Jingyu. Yeah, I'll do my best. He suddenly became excited, and he couldn't wait to rush up the stage and draw his number. However, just as Jingyu was about to give it a try, Yihong poured cold water on him. Ha ha ha, what do you mean by good luck? We're the last to go up, we don't have a choice. That's right. Jingyu suddenly felt that he was a bit stupid for being so excited. Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh when he saw how self-deprecating he was. He raised his hand and patted his head. Just think of it as going for a walk. Jingyu narrowed his eyes comfortably. Yeah. First, let's invite the first team to come up on stage and draw their number. The host looked at my team. Who is my team going to send up? Haha, it's our captain. My team didn't hesitate for long before sending their captain and mid-laner onto the stage. This mature and reliable man walked up to the host and put his hand into the lottery box with a serious face. Finally, He pulled out a purple ball with the number 4 on it. Host, Mai's number is out. It's number 4. Following the host's words, the number 4 on the big screen was replaced with Mai in an instant. Number 4? Today's match is at 1 p.m.? Hanlong said as he looked at the form. Yeah, Yihong replied. Today's match in the afternoon is better, so there's still time to prepare. If it's the first match in the morning, we'll start the match as soon as we find out who our opponent is. We won't be prepared at all. Luo Yiming. I don't know which team will be so unlucky as to draw the morning match. The second team to draw their number was Kid. They drew a blue ball. Number 2, the first match of the morning. Luo Yiming, PFFF, Yihong. Ha ha ha, I'm happy to see that. Hanlong. But Kid is very strong. I don't know which team is so unlucky as to meet them on the first day, and it's the first match of the morning too. They're completely unprepared. During the official finals, the commentators thought that PG and A&E were archenemies. Maybe that was true for A&E, but for PG, they only had one archenemy. It wasn't A&E, but Kid. This team had decisively kicked Fong Luofan out of the team because of his injury. Luo Yiming liked to attack close to his face, so they didn't let him play. Clearly, PG's hatred was at its maximum. Fong Luofan wanted to see this team lose even in his dreams. Luo Yiming also wanted to shoot this team that had played him for months into a sieve. They didn't let him play and didn't allow him to transfer. Kid's face was as big as the moon. However, Kid's strength was there for all to see. Last season, he was second in the finals, and this season, he was first in the Invitational. It wouldn't be easy for PG to see Kid lose. They didn't know how they would play against Kid now. The third team to draw their number was JOK. They drew a green ball, number 6. The fourth team was Ball C. They drew a brown ball, number 7. The fifth team was Rule. They drew a black ball, number 8. Whoa, Ball C and Rule? Yihong raised his eyebrows. The two teams are about the same in strength. I think it'll be a stalemate. Not necessarily, Qin Fei replied. Rule's ranking is the same as SOS. They get worse every season. If SOS decline is due to their age, then Rule's decline is completely due to their lineup. Rule's team liked to play with the same lineup until the end. Unless their first pick was banned, they wouldn't change their lineup even if they lost a match. They played stubbornly and inflexibly. They thought that they would be invincible if they trained a demon well. However, they didn't know that after a few seasons, other teams had already thoroughly studied their lineup and playstyle. They had formulated a series of countermeasures against them. If Rule is still so conservative this season, they will pay a heavy price. Qin Fei predicted. Yi Hong was skeptical. The sixth team to draw their number was SKR. 1. They drew an orange ball, number 5. This meant that their opponent would be Jock, who had drawn number 6. Yi Hong. Terrible. Hanlong. I'm up against Jock in the first match. What a tragedy. SKR. 1 and Rule were polar opposites. If Rule was conservative, then SKR. 1 was crazy at any time. They never had a fixed lineup and played very flexibly. The lineup they used in the Pro League was their first attempt. They played as they practiced, so they had a lot of openings and couldn't move up in the rankings. However, why did this style sound so familiar? Jingyu silently looked at his teammates and didn't say anything. Finally, the draw came to an end. There were only 2 teams left to draw. A&E was the first to go on stage. They drew a red ball, number 3. Their opponent was the previous season's champion, Mai. A&E's jungler, Fly, was sent to the stage to draw their number. He stared blankly at the screen as number 3 was replaced by A&E's team name. Luo Yiming laughed without restraint. Ha ha ha, there's a team even worse than SKR. They're directly facing the champion team. After laughing, he realized that his teammates were not saying anything. He turned his head in confusion and saw Han Long frowning, as well as Yi Hong, who was on the verge of tears. Luo Yiming didn't understand. What's wrong with you guys? Qin Fei calmly glanced at him and kindly reminded him. What's the last number? Luo Yiming looked at the screen. There's only number 1 left. Wow. We're number 1. Yi Hong sighed as if he had lost his life. I say, look again. Who's number 1's opponent today? Luo Yiming looked carefully. His face twisted. Kid, today's first match, Pooh Kid. A few minutes ago, they were still rejoicing in Kid's misfortune. They sympathized with his opponent today. Now, a few minutes later, they were speechless as they looked at the number 1 on the schedule. Following the host's invitation, Jingyu calmly stood up and went up to the stage. He took out the last ball in the box, the yellow number 1 ball. There was no suspense. The audience sighed. They were all sighing at PG's luck. It was really too bad. Annie couldn't help but sigh. I thought we were already miserable enough. I didn't expect PG to be the most miserable. One was the 8th place team that had been crushed by 7 teams in the previous season's points competition. The other was the 1st place team in this season's invitational tournament. The 2 teams with such a huge disparity in rankings were going to meet each other in such an unprepared situation. How would they end up fighting? The host said something else, but PG wasn't listening. Jingyu nervously asked Luo Yiming, I remember that Kid likes to use a double archer formation. What archers are they good at? Luo Yiming was silent for a while before replying. He said, There's no archer that Kid isn't good at. Hearing this, Jingyu stared blankly. Before he could react, he heard Luo Yiming say seriously, This match, we definitely can't lose. I'd rather lose to Annie than lose to Kid. Chapter 89. Jingyu could completely understand Luo Yiming's feelings. In the past, he had been ridiculed by his teammates and the bullet screen for his instant lock on Heart of Ice. The more he was ridiculed, the more he wanted to play Heart of Ice and smash their faces. Luo Yiming was probably the same. Kid didn't recognize his playstyle and looked down on him. The more this was the case, the more he wanted to prove his strength to Kid. But, to be honest, this match with Kid wasn't going to be easy. As soon as they found out that their opponent was Kid, they were about to start the match. Kid wasn't prepared either, but PG was still the champion of the official competition. All of the top 8 teams would pay attention to them. Especially this season, PG had signed a new jungler. Under the jungler's leadership, the entire team had a new look. Early on, when they had advanced to the knockout stage, many of the top 8 teams had already begun studying their playstyle. They didn't know if Kid was one of them. After Jingyu drew his number, the host announced the end of the draw. Without giving them much time to prepare, he directly announced the start of the first round of the top 8. PG versus Kid. The photos of the main members of the 2 teams were displayed side by side on the big screen. The versus in the middle was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Luo Yiming looked up and was amused. On the right was Kid's face. It felt like he was just a passerby. If you threw him into a crowd, you wouldn't be able to find him. On the left was PG. Just Qin Fei alone was enough to raise PG's overall appearance. In addition, Jing Yu's face was similar to Jiao Shi's. He could definitely enter the entertainment industry. PG's appearance beat Kid's. Our face won. Luo Yiming shouted in surprise. Yiheng glared at him. The Pro League isn't a competition of face. Luo Yiming, humph, this time. The 2 teams' rooms were arranged very far apart. They were on opposite sides of the arena, above the entire arena. PG's 5 players climbed the stairs to the left room. They couldn't see the big screen anymore. The noise of the audience also disappeared as the door closed. At the same time, the image of the 2 teams sitting down appeared on the big screen from the camera in the room. Host. Now, we can see that the players of both teams have taken their seats and are starting to adjust their equipment. Just as the players were about to enter their passwords to log in, the image on the screen changed and the faces of the 2 commentators appeared. This time, they didn't show their faces in front of the audience. They chose to commentate backstage to avoid being affected by the audience's reaction. The commentators, and I believe everyone, calm. Both of them had been commentators for the LDPL since the first season. They had a lot of experience in commentating. A band smiled shyly on the screen. Haha, you flatter me. In terms of strength, I'm still not as good as a professional player. Host, let's talk about Tanghua again. Tanghua can be said to be played by a ban. LD was the first MOBA game she came into contact with. However, her comprehension ability is very high. She was a little rusty in the first season, but in the second season, she was a very good player. Now, she's A-Ban's exclusive support. Before Tanghua could say anything, a ban beat her to it. Ever since Tangwa became my support, I've never reached the Overlord stage. Just as he finished speaking, he was hit by Tangwa. That's because you didn't play much this season. So what if I'm a support? Let's not talk about anything else. I'm quite confident in my own rhythm. Besides, if I support you in ranking, your chances of winning aren't low. Aban. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. You're not bad at all. My support is none other than you. The host. Alright, there's no time to lose. Let's start today's competition quickly. Following the host's words, the two sides threw the dice to determine their factions and entered the ban and pick segment. Aban could not help but sigh when he saw the two sides confirm their factions. PG's luck is very bad today. He's on the red side. The kid on the blue side will go first. He'll ban the demons first. Tangwa could not help but sigh. PG's luck is really bad today. He drew a kid on the first day, and he's the backup. It'll be very difficult for him, right? After a pause, she could not help but ask curiously, what does Aban think PG's chances of winning this round are? This kind of question had to be answered carefully because it was easy to be slapped in the face later. Aban was a professional commentator, so of course, he couldn't say everything he wanted to say. He replied ambiguously, it's hard to say. Kid defeated the champion team, MY, in this season's invitational tournament and took first place. There's no doubt about his strength. But PG is also very strong this season. He defeated Annie 3-1 in the official finals. This is PG's first time fighting against Kid after changing the members of his team. It's hard to say how the fight will turn out. Tangwa understood and followed Aban's words. Looks like this will be a very suspenseful match. Let's wait and see who's stronger between Kid and PG. After a pause, she said, okay, we can see that Kid's first ban is Lilith. It looks like Kid is more afraid of PG's previous jungler, Qin Fei, than PG's new jungler. Aban. Ever since Qin Fei joined, Lilith has been used very frequently. This early stage devil is the image of PG's early stage team. Kid's decision to ban her was a very wise choice. Then, PG decisively banned Kamal. As expected, he banned Archer. Kid's captain, Archer LLY, is probably the best archer in the Chinese server. His Kamal and Dark Cupid are both very good. Tangwa, Kid's focus is on archers. After all, he's the C position. After a pause, she said, oh, Kid's second ban was not hesitant. He banned Nine-Tailed Fox. Aban. Even if some fiendish demons are weakened, in the hands of those who know how to use them, they are still terrifying. Tangwa, yes. Currently, other than JOK's XD, only PG's Yezi knows how to play Nine-Tailed Fox. Aban. PG's second ban was given to Centaur. He's still an archer. Tangwa. Let's see who Kid's last ban spot will be given to. Aban. It's amazing that Kid doesn't have a new jungler that specifically targets PG. As soon as he finished speaking, Kid chose the last ban spot, Moonshade Spider. Aban couldn't help but laugh. Haha, as expected, there's no way to ignore Jing Yu's existence. Then, it was time for PG to choose the ban spot. For once, PG hesitated. Jing Yu nervously asked Luo Yiming, Yiming, what's the ban? Luo Yiming was also a bit nervous. Don't ask me. Even if I was with Kid for a while, that was a few months ago. Who knows what's going on with them now? Actually, before the point competition started, Fong Luofan had helped them analyze the current situation of the top 8 teams. Basically, he had arranged a practice match and analyzed it for one round, but now, PG's players suddenly realized that they had fought against most of the top 8 teams in the mock competition. Even if many of the teams fought half-heartedly, even if Jock was directly sent to the newly formed second team, they had still fought against them. But Kid hadn't come to them even once. Even if Fong Luofan didn't like Kid, he wouldn't reject Kid's invitation for a practice match for personal reasons. Therefore, the only reason was, Kid didn't want to play against PG in the first place. Didn't this mean that they didn't care about PG at all? Coincidentally, PG's first opponent was Kid, who hadn't played against them in practice matches. They didn't have much information on them. Jing Yu anxiously looked at the countdown next to the ban spot. At this moment, Qin Fei spoke in a very calm voice. Ban Sword Burial. Jing Yu stared blankly for a moment. Before he could react, he had already banned sword burial. Then he remembered and asked, "Why ban sword burial?" Without knowing what to ban, there's a high chance that the other team will pick it, and there's a high chance that we won't pick it, Qin Fei said, looking at him with amusement. You're going to use Heart of Ice, right? Yeah, Jing Yu admitted without hesitation. Luo Yiming immediately said, You're not going to use Shadow Glimpse? Jing Yu, I've only practiced Shadow Glimpse for 3 days, and I'm only at the master level. I'm not sure if it'll work against a pro player. So for the first round, I want to use the most familiar team to see the situation first, so that I can adapt to the situation. Luo Yiming. So it's like that. Jing Yu. In short, we'll use our most familiar team for the first round, and then we'll adjust for the next round. Yi Hong. That's all we can do for now. While they were talking, Kid had already chosen their first demon. A flame suddenly ignited on the big screen. After swaying enchantingly for a moment, it suddenly exploded, turning into a sea of fire. A girl wearing a complicated long dress walked out of the flames. She spread out her black wings and waved her hand. The flames around her condensed into her palm, twining around her fingers and shuttling back and forth between her fingers. This girl with wavy blonde hair and dark red eyes flickered with blazing flames. She faced the camera and smiled as she said her line. The flames flowing through my fingertips are my passionate love for you. Tanghua immediately cried out in surprise. Wami Liuhua. Kid's first demon is Wami Liuhua. Chapter 90. They didn't expect to see a new demon appear in the first round. The audience cheered. On PG's side, after a short silence, Jingyu finally calmed down and said, Grab Dark Cupid. Almost at the same time he said these words, Luo Yiming had already locked onto Dark Cupid. Jingyu was about to ask Qin Fei to lock Satan when Qin Fei said calmly, Yezi Heijiao? Archers and sorcerers were the core of the DPS. Since Heijiao was a strong sorcerer, they had to grab as many as they could. Thus, after Kid locked onto Wami Liuhua, PG locked onto Dark Cupid and Heijiao. It was Kid's turn to pick a demon again. Aban was worried for PG. PG is a team that doesn't play by the rules. This time, they chose a strong archer and strong sorcerer. It looks like they're very wary of Kid's strength. Let's see what he'll pick for the second and third positions. Huh. Tanghua exclaimed when she saw the demon that Kid had picked. Maha and Wind of Condensation. Are they archers too? Aban. Maybe he just picked them to show off and lock them? Aban was about to say that Kid was just showing off and would soon switch to a demon. He didn't expect Kid to lock them so decisively. Wami Liuhua, Maha, Wind of Condensation, 3 archers. Aban's heart raced. He was looking forward to the outcome of this round. As we all know, Kid's team likes to use archers. They often use a double archer lineup in matches. However, this is the first time they've used a triple archer lineup. Tanghua, wow. So Kid is planning to play post-production? I can foresee that this team's damage will be explosive in the post-production. PG's team was shocked when they saw Kid lock onto 3 archers at once. Jingyu began to get nervous once more. This is the first time we've encountered such a lineup. We have to fight in the early stages. In the later stage, he will be crushed to death in the spring. Qin Fei glanced at him from the corner of his eye. He didn't know if it was just his imagination, but he felt that Jingyu was acting a little strange today. Although Jingyu had always placed great importance on winning or losing, he had never shown this kind of emotion, especially before entering the battlefield. But today, Qin Fei could not help but reflect. Was it the reward and punishment measures that he had privately formulated with him before the competition that had given him pressure? Her original intention was not to let him get carried away by his relationship and perform badly in the competition. But now, it seemed like it had the opposite effect. At this point, it was impossible for him to tell Jingyu that his words were not valid in front of the recording equipment and his teammates. Besides, Qin Fei couldn't guarantee that Jingyu would return to normal if he canceled the reward and punishment measures. Maybe he would think too much during the match because the cancellation was too sudden. He could only let nature take its course. With that in mind, Qin Fei pursed his lips and looked at his computer screen, pretending that nothing had happened. In the end, The lineups that the two teams chose for this round were PG, Satan, Heijiao, Dark Cupid, Sarier, Heart of Ice Kid, Wami Liuhua, Peacock Plume, Wind of Condensation, Flower in the Mirror, Maha. After the two teams exchanged monsters, it was very clear where Kid's monsters would be. Tanghua, Kid's top laner, got Wami Liuhua. Wind of Condensation and Flower in the Mirror went down, and Maha is the jungler. A ban, bringing out 3 archers in the first round of the elimination round. Kid is very brave. As the two casters spoke, the two teams entered the battlefield. After Jingyu helped Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid get red in the jungle, he led his Heart of Ice farm in the jungle. As Qin Fei cleared the monsters, he also paid attention to Jingyu's situation. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that there were no problems with his performance. In the first 5 minutes, the two teams didn't make any big moves. At the 5th minute, Qin Fei and Luo Yiming tried to kill Kid's top laner and archer with the tower, but they were able to escape. Not only did they fail to kill their opponents, but they also almost died under the tower. Tanghua, Kid is playing very cautiously in the beginning. He's focusing on his own development and avoiding direct confrontations with the PG. A ban. Yeah, Kid's position is very clear. He needs to develop and play the late game. In this round, it's up to the PG to take advantage of the early game, suppress Kid, and win in one fell swoop. After 6 minutes, except for the support, both teams had reached level 6 and had big moves. On the road, Qin Fei estimated Wanmi Liuhua's HP. He felt that if his hand speed was fast enough, he could definitely kill her while tanking the tower. The problem was that Kid's top laner, KK, was also a player with fast hand speed. Wami Liuhua's skills also gave this new archer-type ghoul a very strong life-saving ability. It could be said that it existed to prevent situations like tanking the tower. Should he go or not? Qin Fei chose to wait and see. A ban. Qin Fei is as fierce as ever. Although this time, he seems to be leisurely filling in the creeps. As soon as Kaz Wanmi Liuhua comes out of the tower, he'll fight back. Tanghua, Qin Fei is really strong. So far, no player has been able to beat him in lane. Almost all of them have been suppressed under the tower. A ban. Kid's Ka is also very strong. Qin Fei's suppression doesn't affect his rhythm of filling in the creeps. So far, there's not much of a gap between their finances. Then, the screen panned to the middle lane. Heijiao was facing off against Peacock Plume. Heijiao still had a big advantage. Yihang's Heijiao was also suppressing Peacock Plume under the tower, but he didn't dare to go too deep. As soon as he sensed Ma's presence, he would immediately return to a safe position. Again, there wasn't much of a gap between their finances. In the bottom lane, Luo Yiming had his own Dark Cupid. Under Sarier's protection, he tried to get close to Wind of Condensation a few times, but Wind of Condensation easily pulled away. Then, Flower in the Mirror threw a crowd control, but Dark Cupid dodged it. Neither side could hit the other. They could only continue to fight while filling in the creeps. The top, middle, and bottom lanes were all in a stalemate. It looked like they were evenly matched, but the PG side was getting more and more uneasy. Luo Yiming was the first to lose patience. Fuck, if we can't even suppress him in the early game, how the hell are we going to fight him in the late game? Han Long hurriedly said, "Stay calm. LOI is Kid's trump card after all. You just have to stay in line with him and wait for Yi Z to come over." Yihang pursed his lips. "Jingyu, when are you coming over?" After letting Heart of Ice kill the last monster in the top lane, Jingyu calmly replied, "I'm coming." Both of them knew that they didn't have to kill the enemy mid-laner. As long as they could bring the enemy down to critical health, they could help the bottom lane and break the stalemate while the enemy went back to the city to recover. The problem was that even if they thought this way, the kid definitely had his own thoughts. "Jingyu, don't push too hard before I come over." As soon as Jingyu finished speaking, the enemy Maha charged out of the bushes. The first feather hit Heijiao, but the second one missed. Thanks to Jingyu's reminder, Heijiao had moved to the bottom of the tower in time. Yihang, who had dodged the attack, still had lingering fears. He actually charged out directly. What a straightforward fight. As he spoke, he threw a water spout at Maha, successfully pushing Maha up. Ma's footsteps paused for a moment, and at that moment, Jingyu's Heart of Ice arrived. Before he rushed out of the bushes, he released a second skill as fast as he could and connected with Maha. Not a good position. Jingyu clicked his tongue. Even though he said that, he still let his Heart of Ice float towards Maha along with the cold light. He decisively released a big move. Blizzard engulfed Maha, but Peacock Plume dodged it. His position really wasn't good, and he couldn't control both monsters. However, if he didn't make a move now, Maha would be far away, and his position would be even worse. Therefore, Heart of Ice still moved over. Then, when he released a skill, Yihang also seized the opportunity to release a big move. A spectacular wave surged towards Maha, drowning her in an instant. At the same time, Maha also attacked Heart of Ice, and Peacock Plume followed up with a big move. System: Heart of Ice 1 kill. System: Enemy Maha has died. System: Peacock Plume 1 kill. System: Heart of Ice has died. Both junglers died almost at the same time, and both mid laners were still in a stalemate. The situation didn't change. Wait, was there really no change? A ban clicked on the economy of both sides and immediately found the problem. Kids' economy is over PG. Huh. Why? Tangwa exclaimed. The top, middle, and bottom laners are all in a stalemate, and Kids' top laner is always suppressed by PG. Why is Kids' economy rising faster? It's because of the jungler. A ban said. It's because Maha's farming speed is faster than Heart of Ice. So Jingyu knew that he would die if he rushed up to kill Maha, but he still rushed up. Tangwa, but this is just a stalling tactic. Almost at the same time that Tangwa said this, Jingyu gave an order. The enemy jungler is dead. Yiming, quickly farm. Luo Yiming, okay. He wanted to farm, but he was entangled by the enemy's Wind of Condensation and couldn't get away. Wind of Condensation's damage wasn't high, but it relied on its long arms to lick Dark Cupid's health from time to time, and it actually showed signs of suppressing Dark Cupid. This is unbelievable. Aban looked at the situation in the bottom lane and couldn't help but sigh. LLY's Wind of Condensation is suppressing one's Dark Cupid. You have to know that Dark Cupid is the strong version, and Wind of Condensation is rarely used. Tangwa, last season, LLY liked to use Wind of Condensation. After all, Wind of Condensation has long arms. It was important for archers to have high damage, but the most important thing was to be able to hit the enemy demon. If they couldn't hit it, it was useless no matter how high the damage was. The current situation was that Wind of Condensation was constantly licking Dark Cupid's health, but Dark Cupid's damage couldn't reach Wind of Condensation. However, very soon, Wind of Condensation couldn't reach Dark Cupid either, because Luo Yiming retreated to the jungle behind the tower. A ban. Is one planning to make up for his economy by farming the jungle? The junglers on both sides haven't revived yet, so farming the jungle now is. Before he could say wise, Dark Cupid, who had finally reached the jungle, suddenly circled around and teleported back to Wind of Condensation, hitting Wind of Condensation several times in a row. Tangwa. Dark Cupid rushed back? Wind of Condensation reacted quickly and immediately teleported into the tower. However, Hanlong Sarier immediately used Blink to catch up to Dark Cupid and used his ultimate, Speed Lock. Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid didn't even think about it. With the buff from Sarier's ultimate, he rushed into the enemy tower, teleported, and chased after Wind of Condensation and dealt damage. Wind of Condensation probably didn't expect Dark Cupid to suddenly go berserk. Before he could even use Blink, he was killed by the tower. Flower in the Mirror actually chose to throw crowd control at the critical moment instead of using his shield. In the end, he was able to crowd control Dark Cupid and let the tower kill him, but he couldn't protect his own archer. System: Dark Cupid, 1 kill. System: Enemy Wind of Condensation has died. System: Flower in the Mirror, 1 kill. System: Dark Cupid has died. Seeing this system notification, Jingyu, who had just revived, almost vomited blood. What happened to the jungler that I told you to farm? Luo Yiming, however, let out a sigh of relief. I've been annoyed with him for a long time. I finally killed him. Awesome. All right, You have to be happy when you're playing a game. However, Jingyu opened up the economy of both sides. After Maha's revival, the kids' economy skyrocketed at a terrifying rate. The PG couldn't catch up anymore. Even if Qin Fei abandoned the tower and went to the mid lane to kill Peacock Plume at the 10-minute mark, it didn't help the PG at all. At the 11-minute mark, Jingyu's Heart of Ice had crowd-controlled the enemy's bottom lane composition. Dark Cupid successfully killed both of them. However, the enemy Maha arrived quickly and killed Heart of Ice in one hit. Then, she chased after Dark Cupid and left him with low health. Even if Dark Cupid managed to escape, he didn't dare to steal the magic compass with his low health. After Maha took the magic compass, she and Wami Liuhua pushed down the first tower in the mid lane. Then, they pushed down the second tower and then the third tower. With more archers, they could push down the towers faster. Qin Fei and Yihang couldn't stop Kid at all with their economy behind. It was already good enough that they could protect themselves. Then, while the PG was busy clearing out the minions, Kid stole the magic dragon at lightning speed. System Maha, conquer the magic dragon. System, the magic dragon army is about to attack. Seeing these two system notifications, the 5 PG players clicked their tongues. They couldn't have been more miserable in this round. No matter how strong Jingyu's desire to win was, he couldn't say things like, "Hang in there, we can turn the tables in this situation." So he simply kept silent. Qin Fei resisted desperately for a while, but after he was insta-killed by each of the 3 archers, he said helplessly, "We lost. Let's get ready for the next round." The front line couldn't tank enough damage, and the back line couldn't deal enough damage. This round, the PG team had lost completely, but hearing Qin Fei say it, Jingyu was still a little disappointed. He couldn't help but sigh. Then, he heard Qin Fei's next sentence. "It's normal to win and lose in a game. This round was hard to begin with. If we lose, we lose. Win the next 2 rounds." Jingyu replied with a hum. Qin Fei asked, "Do you have an idea on how to defeat Kid?" Jingyu pondered for a moment, then replied seriously, "I'll use Glimpse in the next round." Chapter 91. In the first round between PG and Kid, PG lost, and after 10 minutes, it was a one-sided match. Aban had expected PG to lose against Kid, but he did not expect the loss to be so devastating. After Kid destroyed PG's territory, it took him a long time before he found his voice again. Kid won this round in a very dominant manner. He achieved such a remarkable result on his first use of the 3 shooters lineup. No wonder he got first place in the Invitational. Tanghua also said, "Shooters are the center position. Kid's shooters are elites who stood out from the Devil's training. PG just got into the top 8, and he met Kid. What bad luck." On PG's side, after a short silence, the atmosphere eased. Yihang rubbed the back of his hand and said, "Yiming, you shouldn't have set up flags before the match. You have to know that things like flags are used to fall." Luo Yiming, who was still in a daze, came back to his senses. "Then what should I say? Kid will definitely win the next round?" "Fuck." Yihang couldn't help but curse. Then he said, "You're not setting up flags, you're jinxing yourself. Can't you not talk about winning or losing and just do your best?" "Hanlong, don't talk about it. I don't believe in these metaphysical things. All I know is that we've already lost a point. If we can't get back around from Kid, we'll be back to last season's cycle of being crushed by the other 7 teams. Yihang, fuck. You're setting up flags one higher than the other. Can it be better?" Qin Fei couldn't take it anymore. "All of you shut up. You can only win the next round, not lose. Yihang, you're coming too." Jingyu, who was surrounded by flags, twitched his lips and said helplessly, "Brothers, calm down and listen to me." Everyone instantly fell silent. 4 pairs of eyes turned to look at Jingyu. Then Jingyu said calmly, "Next round, I'll use Fleeting Shadow. Fleeting Shadow is awesome." Luo Yiming shouted, but Han Long covered his mouth and signaled him to be quiet. So Jingyu continued, "If they want shooters, give them shooters. I couldn't catch them with Heart of Ice, but Glancing Shadow was a different story. However, we don't have any experience fighting against Wami Liuhua. Even Brother Fei didn't have an easy time fighting against this new demon beast. Therefore, we have to fight for Wami Liuhua. Qin Fei was the same as the other three. He carefully listened to Jing Yu's words, but he heard something else. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Jing Yu had finally calmed down. Before the start of the last round, he had clearly lost control of his emotions and appeared very nervous. He was not like his usual self at all. But now, whether it was his tone or his demeanor, he had returned to his usual state. No matter how much he wanted to win the match, he would not show his emotions completely. Instead, he would use his own practical actions to pursue the victory of the match unremittingly. Jingyu, I'm guessing that the kid's band position won't change in the next round, but our band position will change. We'll ban Kamal, Centaur, and Wind of Condensation. Yi Hong was stunned. Why Wind of Condensation and not Maha? Jingyu. Because of Flower in the Mirror. Hanlong. Yes, Flower in the Mirror is too difficult to deal with. With 3 shooters on the other side, it's no joke to be controlled. As long as you were controlled by Flower in the Mirror, you would basically be killed in one shot. Yi Hong had another question. Since we're going to fight for Wami Liuhua, why don't we ban Dark Cupid and release Centaur? No. Jing Yu's response was very decisive. We're going to go first in the next round. If we ban Dark Cupid, it'll be the same as telling the kid that we're going to fight for Wami Liuhua. Do you think the kid will release this demon to us? Yi Hong, that's true. And so, in the second round between PG and Kid, the kid's 3 ban positions were the same as the previous round, and PG's side switched to 3 shooters. Tanghua, PG banned 3 shooters. A ban. Obviously, the kid's 3 shooters lineup put a lot of pressure on PG. This round, the kid won't be able to get Wind of Condensation. What lineup will he choose? Aban had just finished his sentence when he saw PG instantly ban Wami Liuhua. He was stunned for a moment before he said, after banning 3 shooters, PG stole another one. Wami Liuhua is a new demon. In the previous round, the kid used her to fight Kaka. This demon's skill greatly increased her survivability. She's very suitable to fight against demons like Satan, who's good at tanking towers. This round, Wami Liuhua is in the hands of PG's shooters. I wonder how we'll fare. Tanghua, we can see that the kid is starting to hesitate. Obviously, PG's decision to ban Wami Liuhua was completely unexpected. But, the kid didn't hesitate for long. He chose Dark Cupid and Maha. He's banned. A ban. Now, the kid has 2 shooters. I wonder if he'll use a 3 shooters lineup again. As for PG, he'll ban Satan and Heijiao. Tanghua, let's see who the kid's 3rd shooter will be. The remaining shooters aren't suitable for the Pro League. Sword Burial. In the second round, the kid gave up on the 3 shooters lineup and returned to their usual 2 shooters lineup. Choosing Sword Burial meant that Maha was no longer a jungler. He could be a top laner. Sure enough, when they changed their lineup, their opponents would also change. This time, however, the 5 players of PG were very calm. It wasn't because the kid was short of a shooter. It was because they were about to give everyone, including the commentators and the audience, a surprise. Tanghua, the kid chose Peacock Plume for the other position. A ban. The last 2 positions, jungler and support. I wonder who they'll choose? Under the watchful eyes of the audience, PG chose Sarier first. Then, he chose the other position. In the middle of the screen, where the devil appeared, the background suddenly darkened. The clouds parted, revealing a bright moon. Then, a silver light flashed out of nowhere. It hid in the moonlight, then suddenly flashed in front of the camera. The young man in black shook off the blood on his blade in a domineering manner. He sheathed the shiny dagger in the scabbard at his waist. The 2 black belts on his waist fluttered behind him with his movements. He looked indescribably elegant and mysterious. Then, the young man looked at the camera with his blood-red eyes. His lips moved under the mask. With his sexy and hoarse voice, he coldly said his debut line, "As long as there's light, I can go anywhere." After locking on, the young man unsheathed his dagger and pointed it at the camera. "Can you catch me? Locked?" The commentators were stunned. The audience was stunned. After a few seconds of silence, deafening screams erupted from the audience. Even the contestants fighting in the battle rooms could hear them. Aban reacted before Tangwa did. The first thing he said was in a hoarse voice. PG has locked on Fleeting Shadow. Is Jingyu going to use Fleeting Shadow to fight in the jungle? Tangwa also exclaimed. Yeah, Fleeting Shadow. Locked. It's locked. I didn't expect to see it in the Pro League. On Kid's side, the 5 players were stunned when they saw that PG had locked on to Fleeting Shadow. They had never thought that someone would use Fleeting Shadow in the Pro League. Naturally, they hadn't made any preparations. Their understanding of Fleeting Shadow was limited to what skill it was. But it should be fine, right? After all, the internet was full of complaints about Fleeting Shadow. A large number of people had even jointly petitioned the officials to change Fleeting Shadow's skill. This meant that there was indeed a problem with Fleeting Shadow's skill. PG was probably thinking that since they were going to lose anyway, why not use them to train new devils? Thinking of this possibility, Kids players smiled contemptuously. They confidently locked on to the last devil with Azrael as support. Since Wind of Condensation had been banned, Flower in the Mirror couldn't coordinate with him to fight crowd control. Thus, they might as well use the support of the top devil to fill the gap of the tank. Thus, the final lineup for the second round was as follows: PG, Satan, Heijiao, Wami Liuhua, Sarir, Fleeting Shadow Kid, Maha, Peacock Plume, Dark Cupid, Azrael. Sword Burial Aban was really looking forward to this lineup. He was also worried for PG. In this round, the strong top laner, jungler, and archer are all on Kid's side. On the other hand, PG has 2 new devils. Although I'm looking forward to Jingyu's Fleeting Shadow, this lineup is really making me nervous. Tangwa was more objective. The comments on Fleeting Shadow online aren't very good. They all say that the ultimate skill is hard to control. I don't know if Jingyu will be able to control it. Wami Liuhua's skills are also very complicated. In the last round, Kid's economy increased too quickly, so Wami Liuhua basically just stayed at a standstill. He didn't use many skills or change forms. I wonder how one's Wami Liuhua will perform in this round. A ban. No matter what, this round is really worth looking forward to. I'm still very confident in Jingyu's performance. Some people might say that I'm not objective, but I still want to say that Jingyu is the most outstanding player I've ever commentated on, whether it's in terms of awareness or mechanics. Tangwa, ha ha ha, is this the legendary beauty is in the eyes of fanboys? But Jingyu is really good. I'm also looking forward to his performance. Without further ado, let's see how this round will turn out. At this moment, neither the commentator nor the audience knew. When PG lost the first round, the live broadcast screens of all the major platforms were flooded with comments like -14 and fake top 8. Last season, PG slapped all his supporters in the face with the final score of -14. Under the expectant gazes of millions of viewers, causing a large wave of fans to turn against him. This season, PG's support rate finally recovered, but in the end, he lost to Kid in the first round of the tournament, and lost so miserably. This undoubtedly hurt the hearts of a wave of fans. However, both anti-fans and true fans were very concerned about PG's performance in this season's tournament. Therefore, they were invisibly competing. Anti-fans spammed -14 curse warning, while true fans spammed -14 curse breaking, go. Anti-fans spammed fake top 8, while true fans spammed PG top 8 deserved, go. The two groups of people's comments intertwined and slid across the live broadcast screen, forcing people to block out words like -14 and top 8 to prevent it from affecting the live broadcast experience. However, at this moment, PG's fans only had one thought in their minds, and that was to win. When they entered the battlefield, Qin Fei suddenly laughed. 1v2, how exciting. After a pause, he continued leisurely. The last round was too serious. It didn't fit our style at all. This round, let's go all out. With him taking the lead and encouraging them, the others secretly let out a sigh of relief. Luo Yiming, Wami Liuhua's opponents don't know how to play at all. Let me teach them. Hanlong, that's right. Our Wami Liuhua is going against 3 by himself. So what if he has 2 shooters? We won't be afraid even if he uses 3 shooters. Yihong, there's still a glimpse of little Jingyu. We're counting on you this round. 5 kills and flying. Jingyu took a deep breath and laughed. Okay, 5 kills and flying. I'll keep my word. Chapter 92. The second round officially began. When the characters loaded into the battlefield, Jingyu couldn't help but think, what if Luo Yiming had obeyed his command in the last round and hadn't turned around to kill Wind of Condensation, but had instead stayed in the jungle? Perhaps PG's economy could catch up, but only to the extent of catching up. Because of their lineup, it would be very difficult for them to catch up. Just like what Luo Yiming had said, if they couldn't suppress the opponent in the early game, how could they fight in the late game? However, Luo Yiming's disobedience still gave Jingyu a headache. He would leave this problem for the coach to teach him a lesson during the replay. On the big screen above the arena, the camera cut to fleeting shadow right from the start. Everyone, including the commentators, was very curious about how Jingyu's fleeting shadow would turn out. In the first 5 minutes, neither side made any big moves. Tanghua had to talk to Aban to prevent an awkward silence. Has Aban used fleeting shadow before? Aban's response, only on the practice field. I didn't dare to play ranked or matchmaking. Tanghua, why is that? Aban, he's afraid of being scolded. Just like what the internet says, fleeting shadow's big move is very hard to use. If he only uses other skills, he's not as good as the enhanced Heart of Ice. Tanghua, so Jingyu is using fleeting shadow instead of Heart of Ice because he's planning to use his big move? Nonsense. Aban was a bit helpless. The highlight of fleeting shadow is its big move. To be honest, when I first saw the skill and hadn't actually tried it yet, I thought that fleeting shadow would be stuck in the ban position. But after actually using it, I realized that his big move is very inhuman and can't be controlled well. In short, I feel that fleeting shadow needs to be practiced. If you want to play fleeting shadow well, you need to practice. Tanghua, how many days does Aban need to practice it? Aban, I'm not a pro player, so I might not be able to do it even if I practice for a few months. As for the professional players, it depends on their comprehension ability and compatibility with the magical beasts. He paused for a moment. For example, Player 1. He's a very intelligent shooter. I feel that he doesn't rely on his skills most of the time. Instead, he relies on his intuition. Of course, his skills are also very good. However, when he uses Kamal, his instincts will be greatly reduced. His positioning and everything else will be slower. This means that his compatibility with the fiendish demon is not high. Tanghua, oh, this is the first time I've heard of such a thing. I wonder how compatible Jingyu is with fleeting shadow? Jingyu's glimpse of shadows had just leveled up to level 6 after killing the last wild monster in the upper jungle. He now had an ultimate skill. Before this, he had been playing very quietly. Other than reminding Yihong and Luo Yiming to be on the lookout for sword burial, he hadn't said much. However, the moment fleeting shadow leveled up to level 6 and obtained an ultimate skill, he couldn't help but say, "All right, your daddy has awakened?" Luo Yiming was the first to burst out laughing, but he quickly calmed down and asked, "We can go wild now, right?" Yihong, you're talking as if you haven't gone wild before. The opening of this round was pretty much the same as the previous one. The top, middle, and bottom lanes were all in a deadlock, but the top and middle lanes were very stable. Only Luo Yiming on the bottom lane would occasionally jump over the tower to scare the opponent's ace. There were a few times when he almost died, but he was saved by Han Lung's shield and his own positioning. But now, he could go wild without any scruples. Jingyu ordered, "Everyone, jump over the tower and kill as fast as you can. I'll finish the job." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Fei Satan was the first to rush into the tower with a skill. Enduring the damage from the tower, he attacked Maha randomly and used an ultimate skill to take away more than half of Ma's health. At this level, Ma's damage wasn't enough to insta-kill Satan. Seeing that she was about to be killed by Satan, she didn't hesitate to use Blink to escape. Qin Fei's Satan didn't chase after her. Instead, he decisively retreated and left the enemy's tower. Then, a silver light flashed and something appeared behind Jinyu. With a single attack, she lost a portion of her HP. System, Fleeting Shadow, 1 kill. System, enemy Maha has died. At the same time, in the middle lane, Yihang's Heijiao moved into the tower and instantly cast Water Spout. After sweeping up enemy Peacock Plume, he didn't hesitate to use an ultimate skill. Peacock Plume's health was almost depleted after being hit by a Water Spout and an ultimate skill. He decisively dodged Yihang's follow-up skill, Dragon Tail Whip. Just as he was thinking about how to counterattack, a silver light suddenly flashed under the tower. Half of Fleeting Shadow's body was floating in light and shadow. The moment he appeared under the tower, he used a normal attack and easily took away Peacock Plume's remaining health. Yihang's Heijiao had already flashed out of the tower and retreated to his own tower when his skill missed. System, Fleeting Shadow, double kill. System, enemy Peacock Plume has died. In the bottom lane, Luo Yiming, who had endured for 5 minutes, finally couldn't hold it in anymore. With Saryer's ultimate and the buff from Lock on Health, he directly had his Wanmi Liuhua rush into the tower and flash behind enemy Dark Cupid. The moment he moved, he used his second skill, Scorch, to offset Dark Cupid's movement. Then, he threw out a skill, Flowing Fire, to engulf Dark Cupid in a sea of fire. What followed was, of course, a normal attack. However, as Kid's ace, the enemy archer Ly wasn't a pushover. Under the protection of the support shield, he dodged the attack and circled behind Wanmi Liuhua. Then, he flashed away from the tower and went to the second tower. Now, he could escape, right? Just as Ly thought this, a silver light flashed on the screen. A ghostly figure suddenly appeared in front of him and slashed at him. Ly? System, Glancing Shadow, triple kill. System, enemy Dark Cupid has died. With Dark Cupid dead, Jing Yu's Glancing Shadow didn't even look at him. He used his second skill, Shadow Strike, to rush to the first tower and kill the support. At the same time, Luo Yiming's Wanmi Liuhua activated his Flame Shield and took a hit from the tower. Then, Saryer activated his shield and took a hit from Wanmi Liuhua. The time between the two hits was enough for Wanmi Liuhua and Glancing Shadow to work together and kill Azrael. So what if he was the first top laner? As a support, his level and economy weren't high enough. Once the archer died, he was just a paper tiger. System, Glancing Shadow, quadruple kill. System, enemy Azrael has died. At that moment, 10,000 Extinguishing Wildfire and Sweeping Shadow only had a sliver of HP left, and they were under the enemy's defense tower. Zhang Jian, who was passing by, did not hesitate at all. He moved into the tower and wanted to kill the two of them to take revenge for his teammates. However, he didn't expect Wanmi Liuhua to be waiting for him. The moment he moved into the tower, she changed her form and revealed herself. On the screen, the cute little Loli suddenly grew taller. Her clothes were torn apart, and her skin turned red. She was almost one with the flames. In her flame form, she used her second skill, Heat Wave Assault. 3 consecutive heat waves pushed Sword Burial out of the tower. Glancing Shadow then moved forward and attacked. Sword Burial didn't move anymore. He decisively blinked away. However, he didn't run away. Instead, he continued to move towards Wanmi Liuhua. Luo Yiming immediately had Wanmi Liuhua activate her third skill, Flame Barrier. A huge barrier enveloped Sword Burial. While he used his first skill, he also took damage from the tower. Luo Yiming then had Wanmi Liuhua use her first skill, Annihilation. A ball of flames flew towards Sword Burial. If it hit, it would silence him and prevent him from using any skills for a short period of time. However, Zhang Jian reacted quickly and used Block to block it. At this time, Wanmi Liuhua only had a sliver of health left. Jingyu shouted, "Retreat! I'll take care of it." However, he was still a step too late. Sword Burial used his ultimate and took away Wanmi Liuhua's remaining health. Hanlong Saryer decisively gave up on his own archer and healed Glancing Shadow. Thus, Jing Yu's Glancing Shadow caught up to Sword Burial without hesitation and killed him in a few hits. System Sword Burial, first kill. System Wanmi Liuhua has died. System Glancing Shadow, pin a kill. System Enemy Sword Burial has died. After killing Sword Burial, Glancing Shadow's teleportation skill refreshed. and he left the tower with a shadow strike. Plunder shadow pinnacle. Everything happened within a minute, especially the first 3 kills, which were harvested within 5 seconds. System notifications popped up one after another on the screen. They didn't give anyone a chance to react. The entire stadium was silent. The casters were also stunned for a while before they reacted. Tangwa. Pinnacle? Glancing shadow pinnacle? What happened just now? Aban. Can you please replay Glancing Shadow's perspective? The screen quickly replayed Glancing Shadow's perspective. A minute ago, he was still farming in the jungle. Not long after he reached level 6, he suddenly used his ultimate and appeared under the top lane of the enemy's tower. He used a basic attack to take away Maha's remaining health. Then, he teleported out of the tower and used his ultimate again to appear behind Peacock Plume. He used another basic attack and teleported out of the tower. At this time, there was only 1 second left on his ultimate. Jingyu decisively used it. Glancing Shadow appeared in the bottom lane and cooperated with Wami Liuhua and Sarier to kill Kid's Archer, Support, and Jungler in one go. This pentakill was replayed 3 times on the screen. Then, Aban finally found his voice. PG's coordination is too good. This pentakill was achieved by the teamwork of the teammates. The teammates were responsible for crippling Kid's Hellion, and Glancing Shadow was responsible for taking the kill. Oh my god, can Glancing Shadow be used like that? Tangwa watched it 3 times in disbelief. How did Jingyu just happen to appear behind the enemy's Hellion? Is this something a human can do? Aban smiled. Jingyu is really unbelievable. Maybe this is the true way to use Glancing Shadow. As I said before, Fleeting Shadow is a demon that requires proficiency. I think Goldfish must have spent a lot of time practicing to be able to control Fleeting Shadow's ultimate move to such an extent. Hearing Aban's words, the bullet comments on the screen couldn't help but explode. Fuck. Glancing Shadow was released 3 days ago. No matter how much he practiced it day and night, it's only been 3 days. This isn't the Glancing Shadow that I know. How is Jingyu always able to play the Assassin Hellion to new heights? This is the difference between a human and a god. Wait, doesn't anyone find this scene familiar? I want to say that I think I know which god Quirr is, Chapter 93. On the official forum of Devil Lord, the thread titled Diamond Tier Shocking Appearance of the number 1 Shadow of the server had already sunk, but it was suddenly pushed up again. But because everyone was busy watching the live stream, there weren't many replies at this time. Jingyu, who didn't know anything about this, was already high from playing Jingyu. Your daddy is here again. Jingyu. Hee, you can't hit me. Hee, Jingyu, little crispy skin. Don't run. Do you know about flickering light and passing shadow? Yihang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He felt that after this recording was released, Jingyu would become popular. The other teammates also tacitly kept silent, not wanting to remind Jingyu that he was acting up again. Because when Jingyu said something flirtatious, it meant that he was having fun. And when he was having fun, the other party's mentality was usually on the verge of collapse. Jingyu's mouth was full of obscenities, but his mind was highly focused. Sweeping Shadow was being played around with by him. He took the head of whoever he wanted, but no one was able to hit him. His attention was all on the game, so he didn't know anything about his flirtatious words. Jingyu. Hello, Big Brother Swordberry Aya. How did you die? Since you're dead, I'll gladly accept the title of the number 1 jungler. Jingyu. How could you not bring me to play Mahjong in the bottom lane? I'm very good at Mahjong, Jingyu. Hurry up and admit defeat. I'm still waiting for Brother Fei's reward. Qin Fei. Yi Hong and Luo Yiming and Han Long. Finally, Qin Fei couldn't help but cough and remind him. Jingyu, stop messing around. Let's fight the dragon. At this time, Flashing Shadow killed Maha and Dark Cupid, and there was still 1 second left for the big move. Jingyu decisively used his ultimate skill, allowing his Fleeting Shadow to instantly appear in the dragon pit. 2 of the enemy archers were instantly killed. This magic dragon couldn't be more comfortable with PGs. Soon, Luo Yiming's Wami Liuhua arrived and sped up the process of taking down the magic dragon. System, Glimpse, conquer the magic dragon. System, The magic dragon army is about to attack. Tanghua, PG got the magic dragon. In this round, Kid is completely suppressed by the PG. He doesn't even have a chance to fight back. A ban. This kid obviously didn't expect the big move of the sweeping shadow to be so compatible with PG's style. Without the sweeping shadow, PG's ferocious fighting style would be a total loss. Tanghua, Kid, you're becoming more and more cautious. Returning to the city at half health isn't good for your development. A ban, yes. However, after Shadow Glimpse's level and economy increased, mages and archers couldn't escape from Shadow Glimpse even if they had half of their health left. As long as Shadow Glimpse was powerful, Kid was bound to die. This round, Kid lost. Kid had never expected that after they had crushed PGs, they would be crushed by PGs. So, when the word defeat appeared on the screen, Kid's side was deathly silent. After a long time, someone finally said, "Ban Sweeping Shadow for the next round." On PG's side, the 5 players cheered when they saw the victory on the screen. Luo Yiming, we beat Kid. Yihong, it's all thanks to little Jingyu. Hanlong, yeah, as long as little Jingyu is flirtatious, we won't lose. Yihong, ha ha ha, don't say that. People will say that PG won with metaphysics. Jingyu took off his earphones and suddenly heard these words. Only then did he realize, what? I'm flirtatious again? Luo Yiming, good flirtatious. Wonderful flirtatious. So flirtatious. Jingyu, equals Unus equals Yihong. By the way, when you were flirtatious, you said that Brother Fei would give you a reward if you won the game. What did that mean? Hearing this, Jingyu's heart skipped a beat, and he cursed in his heart. He couldn't have let it slip, right? Before he could think of a response, Qin Fei said calmly, "Sit down. What are you doing?" He had only won one round. It wasn't like he had won the Kid. We're in a point game. If we win one round, we'll still have 0 points. Hanlong. But this way, we won't be able to get a score like -14 this season. At most, we'll get -13. Yihong. Fuck. Another fucking flag. While the two of them were arguing, Jingyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't ready to come out to his teammates, let alone Jiaoshi. Sigh. He didn't know what Jiaoshi's reaction would be if she found out that he liked men. Jingyu tried to imagine Jiaoshi's reaction, but he suddenly realized that he couldn't imagine it at all. They hadn't talked to each other face to face for a long, long time. Jingyu didn't even know what Jiaoshi liked or hated. His vision blurred for a moment. Before he could come back to his senses, a hand appeared on his head. Jingyu was stunned for a moment. He turned his head and met Qin Fei's meaningful gaze. Qin Fei saw him look over and patted his head. Then, he retracted his hand and smiled. "You played well. Keep it up." Yes. Jingyu replied happily. That moment of melancholy disappeared in an instant. I'm no longer alone. Coming out, there's nothing to be afraid of. Even if the whole world hates me, as long as Brother Fei is by my side, I don't have to worry about anything. The third round between PG and Kid began quickly. Kid went first and gave the first ban to Fleeting Shadow. Jingyu's Fleeting Shadow was the MVP of the second round. He had 16 kills, 0 deaths, and 6 assists. This crushing record made people's scalps tingle. Tanghua, what a pity. I haven't had enough of Jingyu's Fleeting Shadow yet. A ban. Haha, it seems like Kid can't think of a way to counter Fleeting Shadow, so he can only ban him. Tanghua. Speaking of which, I've noticed that games with PGs always end really quickly. A ban. That's right. PGs either defeat their opponents quickly and win the game, or they lose quickly. This has a lot to do with PG's style. Tanghua. Okay, I know. PGs are a very early team. While they were talking, PG banned Kamal, and Kid banned Lilith. A ban. Qin Fei's Lilith probably won't be released this season. PG gave the second ban to Wami Liuhua, and Kid banned Nine-Tailed Fox. Tanghua. Oh, even Wami Liuhua was banned. 2 new devils are going to be banned one after the other. I feel like they'll be eliminated soon. A ban. New devils are definitely strong when they're first released. I just didn't expect a pro player to train so well in such a short time. But personally, I feel like Kid's Wanmi Liuhua isn't as strong as PG's Wanmi Liuhua. In the last round, one's Wanmi Liuhua lasted so long under the tower. It was really incredible. PG gave the last ban to Wind of Condensation, another archer. They had no choice but to give 3 bans to archers. After playing against Kid, you would know that their top laner and jungler were as good as their ace when it came to archers. No wonder they were a team famous for their archers. Then, it was Kid's turn to pick the devils first. They didn't hesitate to target Dark Cupid. Then, PG also didn't hesitate to target Maha and Sword Burial. PG locked Sword Burial. A ban exclaimed. Jingyu gave up on Heart of Ice and Moonshade Spider and switched to Sword Burial. It was obvious. After Jingyu locked onto Sword Burial, he took a deep breath. It's the last round. We can't lose. Qin Fei wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he didn't say anything. Tanghua, Kid locked onto Centaur and Mermaid. They should be the bottom laner. Dark Cupid is probably the top laner. A ban. PG locked onto Satan and Heijiao. It's the same lineup as the previous 2 rounds. Tanghua, Kid only has 2 spots left. Who will they pick? Huh. Under the incredulous gazes of the commentators and the audience, a devil that shouldn't have appeared in the Pro League appeared out of nowhere. Sandy, the Thunder Elemental Spirit in the newbie gift pack. A ban couldn't help but laugh. Kid's team is really daring. After losing the first round, they're using a 3-archer lineup again. One of the archers is Sandy. Right after he finished speaking, it was PG's turn to choose. PG only had 1 support slot left, and he hesitated for a moment. After a while, a lump of earth appeared in the middle of the screen. After a few transformations, it turned into a young man with brown eyes. The Earth Elemental Spirit, Gulen. A ban choked. Tanghua exclaimed. Another newbie gift pack. PG's team is as tough as ever. Since they're using the newbie gift pack, I'm using it too. Ha ha ha, this team is really interesting. In the first round of the elimination round, 2 more newbie devils appeared after the 2 new devils. Everyone's jaws dropped. However, because of this, the atmosphere in the stadium was hyped up. Cheers rose and fell. In the end, the lineups of the 2 teams were as follows: PG, Satan, Heijiao, Maha, Gulen, Sword Burial Kid, Dark Cupid, Peacock Plume, Centaur, Mermaid, Sandy. On PG's side, Jingyu couldn't help but laugh when he saw the lineups. Kid, you're really good. Luo Yiming, of course. Don't you think I'm good, since I was born as a kid? Yihong, Tisk, scolding a kid one moment, then praising a kid the next. That's enough of you. Luo Yiming, Kid is inhumane, but that doesn't mean he's not good. The 2 things don't conflict. Jingyu ignored him and continued to give orders. Brother Han will go to the top lane after the big game, and Brother Fei will go to the jungle with me. Both of them agreed. Jingyu, in this round, we have to stop them from developing. At the same time, on Kid's side, everyone was rubbing their hands together, ready to take revenge for the previous round. Kill, Sword Burial. We can't let this end like this. He got 16 kills in the last round. We have to kill him at least 16 times this round. Suddenly, LOY seemed to realize something and asked casually, right, what's the name of their archer? His teammate replied, real name? Who cares? He betrayed us and joined PG's side. Let's not talk about him. That's right. Look at how he's playing. He keeps rushing to his death. I thought he was on our side. He's just a noob. Don't worry about him. Kill, Sword Burial. LOY replied with an N, but still frowned. Was he a noob? He didn't think so. Chapter 94. Soon, the 3rd round began. This was the last round of the first round, and it directly decided the final score between PG and Kid. It was already lunchtime, but none of the top 8 teams had left. Originally, they had planned to leave when PG was completely dominated by Kid in the first round, thinking that there was no suspense in the outcome. They didn't expect PG to lock onto Fleeting Shadow in the second round. Out of curiosity, they decided to sit and watch for a while longer, but once they started watching, they couldn't move. Was Fleeting Shadow really that good? Was there no way to counter it? Then, in the third round, Fleeting Shadow was banned. Wami Liuhua was banned. Kid locked onto Sandy, and PG locked onto Gulen. The eyes of the other top 8 teams almost popped out. Was this really possible? Tanghua. If I remember correctly, this should be Sandy's first appearance in this season's Pro League. A ban. Yes, PG used Gulen in the previous matches, but this is the first time Kid is using Sandy. Tanghua. Actually, I thought that Jingyu would use Moonshade Spider. A ban. Maybe he realized that assassin-type monsters are too easy to one-shot in front of Kid's 3 archers, so he changed his lineup. Indeed, in the first round, Jingyu had used Heart of Ice to successfully connect to the enemy archers several times, but he didn't dare to pull himself over. It was too hard to dodge an arrow from each of the 3 archers, and he would be one-shot if he wasn't careful. If he used Moonshade Spider, Yihong would have to use Soul, and Kid would use Heijiao, which would deal even more damage. After thinking about it, Sword Burial was the safest choice. It had high HP, and it had blocking skills. Most importantly, Sword Burial could be used to counterattack. Jingyu's goal was very clear: to stop Kid from developing and help his teammates gain the early game advantage, so that they could defeat Kid in one fell swoop. After all, their team's style was to fight in the early game, and the later the game, the harder it would be. 6 minutes after the match started, Han Lung's Gulen reached level 6, and he returned to the city to replenish his health. After replenishing his health, he slowly moved to the top lane. Gulen was probably the slowest monster in Devil Lord, and one could fall asleep just by watching him move. After much difficulty, Qin Fei's Satan moved to the top lane, and Gulen's top lane. Candy was a little confused. PG's support went to the top lane to fight against Dark Cupid while the top laner went to the middle lane. What is PG planning to do? A ban. Should we look for a breakthrough? If the two sides continue to be in a stalemate, even though they seem to be evenly matched, it will be very disadvantageous for PG as an early-stage team. Candy. Oh right, so Kid's strategy is to drag things out? A ban. You can say that. And PG's strategy was to gain the upper hand in the early game. Qin Fei's Satan rushed to the middle lane, and Jingyu's Sword Burial arrived at the same time. The two hid in the bushes in the middle lane, one on the left and one on the right. However, the commentators and viewers could see that Kid Sandy seemed to have sensed something and moved to the middle lane. In an instant, the middle lane was filled with undercurrents. On the surface, only Yihong's Heijiao and Kid's Peacock Plume were facing each other, but danger lurked in every direction. At this moment, Jingyu said, "The enemy jungler is in the bushes on the left. Brother Yi, listen to my command and flash over to him. Leave Peacock Plume to me and Brother Fei." Yihong. Roger that. Then, just as Peacock Plume's speed reduction skill was dodged by Yihong, Jingyu ordered, "Go." Yihong used his flash reflexively and appeared in the bushes where Sandy was hiding. Then, he used his ultimate. First, he used his ultimate, then used Water Spout to push Sandy up. Sandy had no way to escape. He took the full brunt of the ultimate, and his health dropped by half. However, since he was still a player from Kid's team, he reacted quickly. Sandy dodged Yihong's skill and immediately used a speed reduction skill on Yihong's Heijiao. At the same time, the enemy's Peacock Plume used its ultimate on Heijiao. However, just as Peacock Plume was about to use its ultimate, Jingyu's Sword Burial flashed and repositioned himself between Peacock Plume and Heijiao. He blocked Peacock Plume's ultimate and counterattacked. Qin Fei's Satan rushed over with a speed boost skill. He used his ultimate on Sandy and threw a skill at Peacock Plume. System. Satan. 1 kill. System. Enemy Sandy has died. System. Satan. Double kill. System. Enemy Peacock Plume has died. Beautiful. Aban could not help but exclaim. He did not hide his support and admiration for PG's team. Jingyu's block was amazing. His timing was perfect. If he didn't block it, Yezi's Heijiao would have died. Tanghua. Kid's jungler already knew that PG was going to catch him, but he definitely did not expect PG to catch him first and then the sorcerer. Aban. Let's watch the replay. Yezi was the one who initiated the small team fight in the middle lane. His position was very dangerous. If not for Jingyu's block, he would not have survived. It's obvious that Yezi trusts Jingyu a lot. Tanghua. In the end, it was Brother Phase Satan who took the lives of both players. His timing and position were perfect. It reminded me of when he was still a jungler. Tanghua paused as if she had thought of something. Aban, if Brother Fei and Jingyu were to be compared, who do you think is better at jungling? One was the former jungler, and the other was the current jungler. They were both core members of PG and had led PG to the top 8. Who was the better jungler between the two? Aban smiled. This is not a comparison. Their jungling styles are very different. Jingyu is an assassin jungler. Even if he uses sword burial, he uses sneak attacks more often. Qin Fei's jungler is more like a top laner. He basically fights head-on. Whether he uses Satan or sword burial, he will charge head-on and overtake the tower. Tanghua. Kid's mid lane is down. On the big screen, Yihang's Heijiao, Jingyu's sword burial, and Qin Fei's Satan work together to take down Kid's mid lane tower. Heijiao then returned to his own tower to recover. Jingyu and Qin Fei rushed into the enemy's jungle hand in hand. Aban. PG is planning to counter jungler. Tanghua. Counter jungler is a good way to widen the economic gap. However, if the top laner and jungler counter junglers together, won't the top lane be lost? Following Tanghua's words, the screen cut to the top lane. Hanlong's Gulin was suppressed by the enemy's Dark Cupid under the tower. Gulin was slowly replenishing his creeps. Although he was not as good as Dark Cupid, he did not give Dark Cupid any chance to enter the tower. Aban. Gulin is a defensive creature. It has slow movement speed and low damage, but its defense is very high. It looks like Kid won't be able to take down PG's top lane in a short time. The problem is the bottom lane. PG's bottom lane has no support, and only one archer is left. How long can he last against Kid's archer and support? The screen cut to the bottom lane again. Luo Yiming's Maha was also suppressed under the tower. He kept moving around to avoid the enemy's attacks while replenishing his creeps. Not only did he not show any signs of being suppressed, but he also seemed to be doing it with ease. Tanghua could not believe it. One is fighting against two enemies alone, and he is not at a disadvantage at all. This is unbelievable. Aban smiled. Don't underestimate one. His playstyle has been criticized by many people, and I didn't understand why he liked to stick close to the enemy's face. But now, I think it's wise for him to stick close to the enemy's face. He has faster reflexes than the others, and it's easier for him to gain the upper hand. As if to prove Aban's words, after Luo Yiming's Maha cleared a wave of creeps, he suddenly closed in on LLY's creeps and hit him twice in a row. LLY reacted and quickly counterattacked, but Maha dodged it. Then, Maha flipped his hand and shot 2 feathers at the creeps. Mermaid spat out a bubble in time to block the second feather and protect LLY. Then, she spat out another bubble to control Maha, but Maha dodged it cleanly. After Maha retreated under the tower, Luo Yiming couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, running away after provoking. How exciting. Hanlong, who was clearing creeps on the top lane, couldn't help but remind him, Yiming, don't play around when I'm not around. If you die, we will lose. Yihang also couldn't help but say, Yiming, I don't want to criticize you, but can you have some self-awareness as the center? The enemy has 3 archers, and we only have you. Luo Yiming was stunned for a moment. The words, and we only have you, really pierced his heart. He immediately pouted and replied with a guilty conscience, okay, I won't play around. I will stay calm. After all, I am the PG center. His teammates breathed a sigh of relief. That's more like it. Jingyu couldn't help but laugh. Sister Xiao said that he was the PG center's favorite. Luo Yiming was the PG center, right? Sometimes, he was really curious. Why did Luo Yiming become a professional player? Brother Fei had said that he, Yihang, and Han Long, no matter how they looked on the surface, really wanted to win the championship. But Luo Yiming? It was fine if he played around during normal times, but when it came to official matches, no matter how many times he was lectured by the coach, there would be times when he would disobey orders. No matter how badly he lost, he would quickly come back to full health. It was as if he didn't care about the outcome of the match. 1 second, he was being attacked by the enemy demons until he doubted his life. The next second, he would jump up from his chair and say that he could carry the team with 5 kills. He really couldn't understand this person. To be honest, when he first joined PG, the two people Jing Yu wanted to strangle the most were Yihong and Luo Yiming. But now, his cooperation with Yihong was getting better and better, and he was becoming more and more familiar with Luo Yiming's playstyle. He began to accept and try to understand them. On the surface, Yihong looked cynical, but in his heart, he couldn't be indifferent to victory or defeat. He wanted to win the championship, not for himself, but for the whole team, because he was someone who cared about his teammates. He trusted them wholeheartedly, and at the same time, he worked hard for the team's victory. What about Luo Yiming? System Maha, 1 kill. System the enemy has been killed. Luo Yiming, ha 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 ha, finally killed him. You think you can beat me with 2 against 1? Too naive. Hearing his arrogant laughter, Jing Yu couldn't help but laugh. Maybe he was thinking too much. In fact, Luo Yiming was a very simple person. He was a professional player because he liked it. He liked the game and enjoyed the process of the game. Compared to the result, he cared more about the process. He wasn't bothered by victory or defeat. He just enjoyed the moment when he killed the opponent. For a professional player, this kind of mentality was obviously not desirable, but Luo Yiming had enough strength to make up for it. Even so, he still had to ridicule Jing Yu. What about the one who told you to hide under the tower and clear the enemy? Yihong, Yiming, why don't you try again? Hanlong, if I had known, I would have used Sarier as an AD. Qinfei, if we lose this game, Yiming will be the scapegoat. Luo Yiming, scapegoat? Why? I managed to kill the other party's trump card while I was alive. Chapter 95. What was the most important thing about being an archer? It was the positioning. If he chose a good position, he would be able to ensure his survival while maximizing his damage. This was the awareness that a shooter should have. The reason why LLY was able to become Kid's trump card and win MVP in almost every game was because he was good at picking his position. He would either keep a distance from the enemy monsters or hide behind his teammates to block the damage. He would hide for as long as he could. That was how LLY did it. He kept himself alive until the end and dealt the highest damage in the team. However, in the first match of the quarterfinals, he met a weird archer called One. In the first round, LLY took Wind of Condensation and One took Dark Cupid. LLY took advantage of Wind of Condensation's long reach and kept a distance from One's Dark Cupid, licking his blood from afar. He forced One to retreat to the bottom of the tower and then into the jungle. It seemed like he had the upper hand, but he didn't feel good. Why couldn't he kill him? Just as he was about to turn around and clear the minions, he saw One, who had retreated into the jungle, suddenly jump over the wall and come face to face with him. He was shocked. No matter how fast he reacted and retreated to the bottom of the tower, he was still chased down by One's Dark Cupid and killed by the tower. Although Dark Cupid died under the tower in the end, LLY couldn't let it go. Because if it wasn't for that tower, he would have been the only one to die. Even the support would have followed him. In the second round, LLY took Dark Cupid and One took Wanmi Liuhua. That match was a painful memory for Kid. As long as the fleeting shadows were big, they had to be on guard against the fleeting shadows. However, was his shadow the best? Yes, Jing Yu's shadow was good, but he was just killing people. Most of Kid's HP was taken out by the other PGs. LLY took Dark Cupid and fought against One's Wanmi Liuhua. He was crippled several times and almost doubted his life. Am I such a noob? As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. Wanmi Liuhua had trained, but he felt that he wasn't as strong as Kamal and Dark Cupid. In the end, his Dark Cupid was beaten by One's Wanmi Liuhua under the turret. How could he let go of this? In the third round, LLY took the Centaur, while One took the Maha. LLY thought, there should be no problem this time, right? Centaur was the stronger version, while Maha was the sewer in the sewer. It was obvious who was on top. In the end, PG's support abandoned One and went to the top lane. LLY was so angry that his liver hurt. He felt that he was being looked down upon. He decided to teach One a lesson. So he hid behind the support and attacked Maha furiously. Then, he saw something that he couldn't believe. Maha, who had zero self-defense ability and had no displacement ability, was able to dodge most of his attacks with nimble movements under one's control. That's it? No, not yet. After one cleared out a wave of soldiers, she actually attacked him without hesitation. In a 1v2 situation, she didn't obediently hide under the turret, but took the initiative to attack. Ly couldn't believe his eyes. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough and immediately moved behind the support. He didn't expect one's Maha to decisively flash and directly appear behind him to attack him. Decisive and precise. Maha was the fastest and most difficult to control demon in Devil Lord, but in one's hands, she was like a fish in water. For a moment, Ly even had an illusion that Maha on the screen was alive and wasn't being controlled. Instead, she attacked him spontaneously. The final result: frowny face system, Maha, 1 kill. System: our troops have been killed. One's Maha, in a 1v2 situation, killed Ly's troops alive. This was simply a miracle. My God, one is too amazing. Tangwa couldn't help but exclaim. She actually dared to flash behind the troops without any support? How confident must she be to be able to do that? Aban also sighed. Flashing behind the troops is equivalent to cutting off one's escape route. If she can't kill the troops, she'll be the one to die. One is too confident. The commentator had a god's perspective, which was why he said that. What about the players? All the PG members were sweating profusely at Luo Yiming's performance and wished they could take over his mouse and keyboard. The members of Kid were in disbelief. Ka, the top laner, couldn't help but ask, Captain, what's wrong with you? The mid laner, who said Luo Yiming was a noob, said angrily, Fuck, you can still die in a 2v1? Can you do it? Ly frowned and didn't want to admit that he was inferior, so he could only shout, Shut up. Unexpectedly, the mid laner didn't let it go. Fuck, I just called that kid a noob in front of the recording device. If we lose this game because of him, it'll be too embarrassing. Ly, I told you to shut up. Jungler, pay attention to the jungle. Tangwa, Kid's archer is dead and the support can only retreat to the tower. One is having a much easier time now. Aban, yeah, this way, PG's economy will grow faster. Aban said and asked someone to check the economy of both sides. He almost thought he saw wrong. Wow, PG's economy has surpassed Kid's. Tangwa, that's fast. Aban, but Kid's mid laner and jungler revived and are approaching Jingyu and Qin Fei. Tangwa, Kid's support has also gone over. Jingyu and brother Fei are about to be surrounded. While the two of them were talking, Jingyu's buried sword stole the red light from the enemy's jungle. He directly moved over the wall and arrived at the border between the enemy's jungle and his own. Since the archer is dead, let's fight the magic board. Yiming, come quickly. Luo Yiming, coming, soon. Jingyu's sword burial, Qin Fei Satan, and Luo Yiming's Maha all gathered around the magic board and took it down as quickly as possible. The moment they took down the magic board, the enemy mid laner and jungler arrived and tried to ambush them, but Jingyu noticed it first. After blocking the mid laner's big move, he quickly retreated with his teammates. Jingyu, don't push too deep in the mid lane. Just bring the minions there. Jingyu, Yiming, switch lanes with Brother Han and kill Dark Cupid. Following Jingyu's orderly command, the entire PG team moved at the same time. They cleared the minions and switched lanes. Qin Fei Satan was the first to enter the top tower and try to kill Dark Cupid. However, Dark Cupid teleported and flashed to the second tower. He probably sensed that PG wanted to kill him and decisively fled. Thus, PG successfully took down the top tower. Almost at the same time, Kid took care of the magic board in the mid lane and rushed to the top. Jingyu, retreat to the bottom lane. Tangwa, we can see that PG is gradually gaining the upper hand. Kid's rhythm is being disrupted. Aban, yes, Kid is being led by the nose by PG. When Kid took down PG's top tower, PG also took down Kid's bottom tower. The scales of victory slowly tilted towards PG's side. However, at the 12th minute, a team battle broke out in the bottom lane. Kid's mid laner used a big skill in the bushes and caught Jingyu off guard. His block was a beat too slow, and he only managed to block the skill that followed. Jingyu's sword burial was at critical health. He wanted to give up gank and run away, but the enemy mermaid blinked over and spat out a bubble that trapped him. He immediately used crowd control, but he couldn't dodge the enemy mid laner's slow skill. Luo Yiming's Maha was blocked by the mermaid. He killed the mermaid, but he couldn't kill Centaur. Lly's Centaur charged over, but his target wasn't him. Instead, it was Jingyu's sword burial. The accelerated Centaur versus the slowed sword burial. The outcome was clear. Frowny face system. Centaur, 1 kill. System. Sword burial has died. Hanlong used his shield just in time, but he only managed to protect Luo Yiming's Maha. When he saw the notification, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Why are they all attacking you? Jingyu looked at the death countdown on the screen. When he spoke again, his tone was normal. They're going to fight the magic board. Yiming and Brother Han, listen to my commands. When I say go, charge over and see if you can steal it. The two nodded. A few seconds later, Jingyu shouted, go? Han Long charged over first and used slow on the monsters near the magic board. Then, Luo Yiming's Maha stuck close to the magic board and dealt damage. Unfortunately, the enemy jungler was also there. He used retribution to take down the magic board. Damn it, I didn't steal it. For a moment, Luo Yiming's Maha was in a dilemma. Fortunately, Yihang's Hejiao arrived quickly and used Great Tsunami on the monsters, successfully killing Peacock Plume. System. Hejiao 1 kill. System. Enemy Peacock Plume has died. The enemy Centaur and Sandy were low on HP, but the two archers' damage output wasn't just for show. They instantly killed Maha, who was closest to them. System. Centaur, 1 kill. System. Our Maha has died. Qin Fei's Satan arrived and used the ultimate skill, Hand of Darkness, on the enemy Centaur. The Centaur decisively flashed and dodged it. Then, he chose his position and dealt damage like crazy. Han Long's Guilin sacrificed himself to protect Yihang. Almost at the same time, Yihang flashed to Sandy's side and killed him with a combo, while he was killed by the Centaur's arrows. System. Centaur, double kill. System. Our Guilin has died. System. Hejiao, double kill. System. Enemy Sandy has died. System. Centaur, triple kill. System. Our Hejiao has died. Realizing that the team was not going to win, Qin Fei clicked his tongue. Between biting the bullet and escaping, he finally chose the former. He directly used Flash to get close to the Centaur's face and used 2 skills one after another. Finally, he took away the last bit of his remaining HP, but he also died in the hands of Dark Cupid, who arrived last. System. Satan, 1 kill. System. Enemy Centaur has died. System. Dark Cupid, 1 kill. System. Our Satan has died. In the end, Kid traded 4 for 5 and won the battle. PGs were wiped out. The commentators and audience sighed when they saw the result. Tanghua, what a pity. Wasn't that right? The economic advantage they had painstakingly gained was lost in the battle. Not to mention, Kid even got the magic disc. Dark Cupid was the strongest archer in this version of the game, and he alone was enough to take down the towers. Before PGs revived, Ka's Dark Cupid used the magic disc to take down 2 towers in the middle lane. The tables had turned. However, there was still a chance. Jingyu. Kid is going to fight the dragon. We must take down the dragon. As long as they could take it down, they would win. On the other hand, if Kid got the dragon, PGs would not be able to turn the tables. Victory or defeat depended on this. Chapter 96. Tanghua. Kid's jungler went to the dragon pit as soon as he respawned. He's probably trying to take down the magic dragon before PG's team respawns. I wonder if PG will notice it? A ban. Jingyu's sword burial rushed to the dragon pit as soon as he cleared the mid lane. He must have noticed it. Tanghua. Centaur is also respawned. Kid has 3 archers, so he has an advantage against the dragon. As they spoke, Kid's jungler decisively opened fire on the dragon while Ka's Dark Cupid leaped over the wall and joined him in attacking the dragon pit. The magic dragon's health dropped rapidly. Jingyu had his sword burial hide in the bushes near the dragon pit. He was too far away to see the magic dragon's health, so he could only make a rough estimate. He was so nervous that his heart was in his throat. The opponent had 3 archers, and killing the dragon was a matter of minutes. The timing to rush in and snatch the dragon was crucial. "I'm going in," Qin Fei suddenly said, and had Satan rush into the dragon pit with his second skill. As soon as he entered, PG immediately had the view of the dragon pit. He saw that the magic dragon was only left with a sliver of health after being ravaged by Kid's 3 archers. "Everyone go. Quick, quick, quick," Jingyu shouted anxiously. He used reposition to rush into the dragon pit and used block to block the enemy's peacock plume. After that, he used retribution on the demonic dragon who only had a sliver of health left. Almost at the same time, the enemy jungler used punishment, and Yi Hong's ultimate came crashing down on the magic dragon. The result? System. Sandy. Conquer the magic dragon. System. The magic dragon army is about to attack. Tisk. This result was undoubtedly a huge blow to PG's morale. One of them clicked his tongue. However, Jingyu did not give up. Wipe them out. Qin Fei. Kill Centaur first. Luo Yiming. Centaur, 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 Centaur. Hanlong. I've got it. Go. On the big screen, Hanlong's Gulen successfully controlled the Centaur and Mermaid. Almost at the same time, Satan and Maha attacked the Centaur in a frenzy. Maha crippled the Centaur first, and Satan's great sweep took away its remaining HP. System. Satan. 1 kill. System. The enemy has been killed. However, on Kid's side, almost everyone threw their skills at Jingyu's sword burial. Sandy, Dark Cupid, and Peacock Plume followed up with a combo of skills. Jingyu's sword burial didn't even have time to use blink before he was killed in the dragon pit. System. Dark Cupid. Kill. System. The enemy's sword burial has been killed. Hanlong had used his shield as quickly as possible, but he still couldn't save sword burial. He could only chase after Luo Yiming and try his best to block as much damage as possible. With Gulen, a defensive magical creature, tanking the damage, Luo Yiming's Maha was able to deal as much damage as he wanted. He actually managed to get a triple kill. System. Maha. 1 kill. System. The enemy's Mermaid has been killed. System. Maha. Double kill. System. The enemy's Peacock Plume has been killed. System. Maha. Triple kill. System. The enemy's Sandy has been killed. At this point, Kid only had Dark Cupid left. After killing Yi Hong's Heijiao, he used Blink to escape. Dan narrated the entire process of this group battle in real time, the speed of his narration reaching the limit of what he could do. Sweets also cried out in surprise. KKD has escaped death once again. This is the second time his Dark Cupid has escaped from PG's ferocious attacks. A ban. In the end, PG traded 2 for 4 and won this battle. Now, their archer and support are leading the middle lane, and their top laner is leading the bottom lane. The magic disc still has 10 seconds to refresh. Can PG make it in time before the magic dragon army arrives? At this point, both the live audience and those watching the live stream subconsciously held their breaths. The atmosphere in PG's and Kids' rooms was also solemn. Jingyu looked at the death countdown on his screen. After a while, he finally found his voice. It's impossible for them to win this battle. Hold on, brothers. Qin Fei, push the towers with one roar. Push as many towers as you can before the magic dragon army arrives. Luo Yiming, they're pushing. Hanlong, Fiske, Kid is so ruthless. I feel like he's targeting Jingyu. Yihong, I think so too. He's focused on Jingyu. Our little Jingyu is so pitiful. After a moment of silence, Jingyu said calmly, I wasn't standing in a good position just now. There was nothing I could do. Hanlong, to get the dragon. Too bad we didn't get it. Yihong was about to reply when he suddenly realized something and changed the topic. Isn't it just a magic dragon? If we lose it, then so be it. We're the best at cleaning up magic dragon armies. Luo Yiming. Ha 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 ha, that's right. Hold on. Jingyu, okay. Listen to my command later. Hearing Jingyu's words, Yi Hong was secretly relieved. Just now, he didn't know if it was his imagination, but he felt that Jingyu's tone was a bit depressed, as if he was blaming himself. It wasn't his fault, A-Ban. Qin Fei's Satan single-handedly took down the magic board. PvP successfully pushed down the second tower in Kid's middle lane. Unfortunately, the magic dragon army has set out. The magic board was destroyed. PvP couldn't push down the third tower and had to retreat. Tenghua. The game has been going on for 29 minutes. So far, both sides have gotten about the same number of kills and destroyed towers. I don't know if Kid can use 3 waves of magic dragon army to destroy PvP's territory in one go. Jingyu. Brother Han, guard the top lane. Yiming, clear the minions in the bottom lane. Jingyu. They're coming. Gather in the middle lane and clear the minions. Don't pick anyone. Jingyu. Bottom lane. Bottom lane. Bottom lane. Following Jingyu's command, PvP methodically cleared out the magic dragon army and tenaciously resisted Kid's attacks. Kid's support wanted to lead 3 archers to cross the towers and kill them, but was forced back by Yi Hong's big move. In the end, after 3 waves of magic dragon army, PvP only had 1 tower left in the top lane and 1 tower in the bottom lane. At dawn, Jingyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They made it. Tenghua. PvP made it. A-Ban. PvP is really skilled at clearing out the magic dragon army. Tenghua. However, after this round, Kid's economy crushed PvP's. PvP will have a hard time in the next round. A-Ban. Yeah. Kid has 3 archers. When they're all developed, it'll be very difficult for PvP to win as a team. At the 31st minute, Underworld Phoenix respawned. Kid's 3 archers each shot 1 arrow and took it down at a frightening speed, not giving PvP a chance to react at all. After the 5 of them obtained Fire of Nirvana, they aggressively rushed to PvP's top lane and killed Han Lung's Gulen, taking down the last tower in PvP's top lane. Yi Hong's Hejiao escaped with only a sliver of health left and had to return to the city to recover. With the buff from Fire of Nirvana, Kid and the others actually blocked the spring and killed Luo Yiming's Maha. Jingyu's sword burial blocked Peacock Plume's big move. Qin Fei's Satan took Peacock Plume's head, but the 3 archers beat him until he couldn't fight back. In the end, sword burial died. Satan escaped with only a sliver of health left, and PvP's territory was lost. After Yi Hong's Hejiao recovered, he attacked Kid's archer with a set of skills, but the mermaid's shield blocked it. Then, Kid's archers rushed over like crazy and killed him almost effortlessly. At the 33rd minute, Jingyu's sword burial revived and silently left the spring. He rushed back to his own territory, but as soon as he took a step, the scene of his territory being destroyed appeared on the screen. Then, the word fail appeared on the screen. They lost. In the end, they lost. They struggled for too long and did everything they could, but in the end, they still couldn't escape the fate of losing. At the 33rd minute, this was the longest match that PvP had ever played since the preliminaries. Until the end of the match, Yi Hong and Luo Yiming didn't make any obvious mistakes, which showed that it was useful to drag out the later stages of the match. But unfortunately, they met a team that specialized in the later stages of the match. It was too difficult to beat Kid with no mistakes in the later stages of the match. PvP's side was silent. Qin Fei was the first to take off his headphones. He took a deep breath and said, "How should I put it? It wasn't unexpected." Yi Hong was the second to take off his headphones. "Our opponent is the champion of this season's invitational tournament. We're lucky that we didn't get swept 2-0, right? You should be content with what you have." Luo Yiming was the first to disagree. "So what if we're the champion?" "We're going to be the champion." Hanlong. "Oh, you still remember that we're going to be the champion? I see that you're having a good time." Luo Yiming. "We're going to have fun, but we're also going to be the champion." Qin Fei picked up the bottle of mineral water next to him. He unscrewed the cap and took a sip. "In the first match, we lost 1-2 to Kid, so we got -1 point. That's not too bad. It's a point competition. After 7 matches, the final score will speak. As long as we get into the top 2, we'll be able to participate in the finals. We can still think about becoming the champion. That's true, Yihang said. Then he suddenly realized that Jingyu hadn't said anything. Jingyu had remained silent since the end of the last match. He stared at his computer screen without saying a word. The MVP of the match quickly appeared on the screen. In the end, it was Kid's Archer, LLY. Yihang stared at Jingyu for a while. He couldn't help but ask, little Jingyu? He tried to comfort him, but he didn't know how to comfort him. He could only try to find something to say. I've never seen you drink water. Is your mouth not dry? Jingyu replied absent-mindedly. He picked up the bottle of mineral water next to him, unscrewed the cap, raised his head, and drank half the bottle in one go. Yihang, fuck, slow down. Jingyu ignored him. After drinking half the bottle of water, he lowered his head to rest for a while. Then, he suddenly poured the remaining half of the bottle over his head. Jingyu, Yihang exclaimed. He scrambled to grab the bottle from Jingyu's hand. However, he was one step too late. The bottle was already empty by the time he grabbed it. Luo Yiming was shocked by Jingyu's sudden action. He froze in his seat. Han Long was also stunned. He quickly reacted and looked around for a towel to help Jingyu wipe his head. However, before he could find it, Qin Fei had already stood up from his seat. He took off his team uniform and covered Jingyu's head with it. Jingyu sighed and closed his eyes as his vision was blocked by the clothes. Then, he felt a hand touch his head through the clothes. Qin Fei used his own clothes to wipe the water off Jingyu's body. He said calmly, "What are you doing? It's just a loss. It's not like it's the first time." Then, he softly spat out 2 words. Idiot. As a professional player, it was good to have a desire to win. However, the stronger the desire to win, the more painful it would be to lose a match. Especially in this match, they had worked so hard. After a while, Luo Yiming seemed to come back to his senses. He wanted to say something, but Han Long covered his mouth. He struggled to get rid of Han Long's hand and whispered, "I want to say that in this match, Kid and his group of bastards were obviously targeting Jingyu. Jingyu must have had a hard time, right?" Han Long, "Okay, stop talking." Qin Fei gave Yihang a look. "You guys go first. I'll accompany him for a while." Yihang immediately glared back. "What do you mean? You don't treat us as teammates? If you want to accompany him, of course we'll accompany him." At this moment, Jingyu took a deep breath and poked his head out of Qin Fei's clothes. "Let's go back to the club." His tone was normal, his posture was normal, and when he turned his head, his expression was normal. He didn't look like he had suffered a blow. Transparent water slid down his soft cheeks and left a shallow watermark on his clothes. The corners of his lips lifted into a smile. The match isn't over yet. Yihang, Luo Yiming, and Han Long saw him like this. Although they were still worried, they were secretly relieved. Only Qin Fei knew how much Jingyu's hand was shaking. Qin Fei silently looked at his back for a while. Then, he naturally reached out and hooked his arm around his neck. "Okay, let's go. We can talk when we get back." Chapter 97. Candy. Let's congratulate the kid for winning the first round of the competition. A ban. Kid's 3 shooters lineup is simply unbeatable in the later stages. In fact, PG had no chance of winning in the later stages of the game, but they still persevered until the end. None of them gave up. This kind of competitive spirit is worthy of recognition. Tanghua. Yes, PG, who just came out of the official competition, didn't seem to be at a disadvantage against Kid, who was a candidate for the championship. Although Kid won the game in the end, I believe no one will doubt PG's ability. A ban. Especially Jingyu's appearance. It must have left a deep impression on everyone. The 2 commentators went back and forth, concluding the first game between PG and Kid. Then the host's voice. "Let's welcome the members of the 2 teams back to the stage with applause." Kid and the other 4 took the lead to walk down the stairs to the host's side. However, PG's team didn't move for a long time. The host waited patiently for a while, but couldn't wait any longer. Just as he was about to ask them to go up and take a look, He saw PG's Luo Yiming take the lead to walk down the stairs, followed by Yihong and Hanlong. Qin Fei and Jingyu were last. Qin Fei used his uniform to dry Jingyu's hair and put it back on. PG's uniform was mainly black, so from a distance, there was no difference between wet and dry. After the five went downstairs, they stood side by side next to the host. Their well-behaved appearance was completely different from their usual style. Everyone else thought that they were scared witless by Kid, but only they knew. They were scared witless by Jingyu. Last season, PG was crushed by 7 teams in succession and didn't get a single point. The atmosphere wasn't as tense as it was now. Luo Yiming wasn't very sensitive to winning or losing, and Yihong and Han Long weren't the type to show their emotions. Most of the time, they would even laugh to hide their disappointment. But this season, they had Jingyu on their team. Emotions were contagious. Even though Jingyu's expression was normal, the pain of losing the game was transmitted to everyone in PG through his actions just now. As Jingyu's teammates, none of them wanted to joke around in this situation. Even Luo Yiming, who had a negative EQ, was thinking about how to comfort Jingyu. However, just as the host was about to pass the microphone to PG, Luo Yiming grabbed the microphone and shouted at PG, "We will win next time." Kid's mid laner was the first to disagree. "When is the next time? Did you hear what we just said?" Just now, Kid's acceptance speech was, "We are determined to win this season's championship. Defeating PG is just the first step." It was as if she didn't care about PG at all. Luo Yiming replied to Kid's mid laner, "I won't wait until next season. I'll see you in the finals, as long as you can make it to the finals." As soon as he said this, the audience sighed. Some people appreciated PG's courage, but more people thought PG was too arrogant. After all, Kid was the first in this season's qualifier and had defeated last season's champion team. It was very likely that he would be this season's champion. But PG doubted whether Kid could make it to the finals. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the host quickly grabbed the microphone back from Luo Yiming. "Haha, PG's goal is really high. I'm looking forward to their performance." Jingyu didn't say anything. He looked up at the 5 players with an expressionless face. His eyes flashed with a dangerous light. It wasn't that he couldn't accept defeat, but he couldn't accept that this result would continue. He would get back the score sooner or later. He couldn't wait until next season. He would make it to the finals this season. He had to make it to the finals. After the 5 players left the venue, Yihong, Luo Yiming, and Han Long got on the subway. Qin Fei took Jingyu back to the club in a taxi. The taxi was half an hour faster than the subway. When they got back to the club, the first thing they did was take a shower and change into clean clothes. No, only Qin Fei changed into clean clothes. Qin Fei was sitting on the edge of his bed in casual clothes, drying his hair with a towel. Before he dried his hair, someone knocked on his door. At this time, there was only Jingyu in the club. So, it could only be Jingyu. Qin Fei said without hesitation, "Come in." The door was pushed open and Jingyu walked in. Jingyu, who had just taken a shower, was wrapped in a soft bathrobe. He stepped into Qin Fei's room with his head down and closed the door without saying a word. Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. He was a little confused by his actions. He stopped drying his hair and asked him, "What's the matter?" Jingyu still didn't say anything. He stood at the door in silence for a while. Suddenly, he raised his hand and took off the loose belt around his waist. The unrestrained bathrobe opened, revealing a large area of his fair skin. Qin Fei stared at him blankly. His gaze slid across his chest and moved down along his firm and compact abdominal muscles. His eyes were straight. "No, what's going on?" Qin Fei forced himself to look up. Just as he was about to ask Jingyu what he was doing, he saw Jingyu grab the sides of the bathrobe and lift it. The loose bathrobe immediately slid down his body and fell at his feet. Very well, now his whole person was exposed to Qin Fei's sight. From head to toe, there was only the red rope with the ring on it, hanging alone on his white neck. "Qin Fei, you, Jingyu, punishment." The two of them spoke at almost the same time. Qin Fei was slightly stunned. He roughly understood what Jingyu was going to do. Before the competition, they had agreed that if Jingyu lost, he would have to accept his punishment. Originally, he had just said it casually. He didn't expect him to really deliver himself to his doorstep. Qin Fei sighed. He suddenly got up, grabbed the blanket on the bed, and threw it directly at Jingyu. The blanket tightly covered Jingyu's body, including his head. Where was Jingyu? He just let himself be covered by the blanket and stood there motionless. Qin Fei was convinced. He walked in front of Jingyu, lifted the blanket, and revealed his head. He gently pinched his chin with one hand. Jingyu's face was exposed under the light. There was no sense of loss or pain like Qin Fei had imagined. He was very calm, even calm. However, his eyes were slanted to the side. He obviously didn't dare to look him in the eye. I'm convinced. I've never seen anyone so eager to be punished. Qin Fei couldn't help but complain. I'm starting to wonder if you lost the competition on purpose. Sorry, that's impossible. Realizing that he had said something wrong, Qin Fei hurriedly stopped and straightforwardly apologized. Even so, Jingyu was still somewhat dissatisfied and looked at him accusingly. Qin Fei sighed helplessly. Then, he pulled Jingyu into his arms through the blanket. You. Sigh. I don't know how to comfort people. I only know how to be fierce. And I don't think you want to be comforted. Anyway, I only have one thing to say. A loss is a loss. We'll win it back next time. Yes, I know, Jingyu said. He lowered his long eyelashes and pursed his lips. He let Qin Fei hug him and felt his heartbeat. His own heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. Isn't it just a loss? It's not the first time. Don't think of me as weak. The promised punishment has to be fulfilled. He paused and said firmly, I won't lose again tomorrow. Yes, we won't lose again tomorrow. Qin Fei corrected him, emphasizing the word, we. Then, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The punishment has to be fulfilled. But I don't remember saying that I wanted you to strip naked. What are you thinking, huh? Jingyu imagined all kinds of punishments. His face turned red and he didn't say anything. Qin Fei said, Why don't you tell me directly? How do you want to be punished? Jingyu couldn't help but lower his head and answer, Touch me? Okay. Qin Fei could see that Jingyu was very horny. He wasn't a gentleman. If the person he liked stripped naked and delivered himself to his door, he couldn't be indifferent. Hearing these two words, he unceremoniously touched Jingyu through the quilt and lowered his head to kiss him. This kiss was more intense than the first time. Jingyu closed his eyes and responded with all his heart. The haze in his heart was quickly dissolved by Qin Fei's gentleness and passion. Now, he just wanted to indulge in it and completely forget the pain of losing the game. However, after the kiss, Qin Fei didn't continue. He carried the panting Jingyu to the edge of the bed, held his waist, and let him lean in his arms. He patted his head and said, Punishment or whatever. Forget it. Jingyu looked up in confusion. Qin Fei said, I regret it. I shouldn't have pressured you. This was the truth. You wanted to win so much. Why should I pressure you? TSK. So stupid. These words made Jingyu's heart beat wildly. He couldn't tell if he was more moved or disappointed. However, Qin Fei's next sentence was, Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. Don't think about it. There's still a game tomorrow. Jingyu's eyelashes fluttered. Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. He suddenly asked, You've really decided on me, right? Jingyu nodded without hesitation. He subconsciously raised his hand to touch the ring hanging around his neck. Yes, I like you. Qin Fei, then I'll comfort you for the sake that you've been targeted so miserably today. Jingyu blinked. Before he could react to Qin Fei's words, he felt a corner of the blanket on his body being lifted. Not long after, Jingyu moaned and fell into Qin Fei's arms. 10 minutes later, Yihong and the others came back. Before they came back, Qin Fei and Jingyu cleaned up all the evidence. Jingyu also put on a clean set of clothes. Before Yihong and the others came back, they were still thinking about how to comfort Jingyu. However, when they came back, they saw Jingyu sitting alone in the training room, quietly playing a game. Yihong leaned over to take a look. Huh, Archer Jungler? What are you doing? He asked, even though he already knew the answer. Jingyu answered without turning his head, I'm thinking about how to beat the kid. Yihong was stunned. At this moment, he really admired Jingyu's tenacity and persistence. How long have you been practicing? He couldn't help but ask. Jingyu recalled what happened 10 minutes ago. His ears turned red, but his tone was still calm. A while. Actually, this was only the first round. Yihong didn't think much of it. Where's Brother Fei? Jingyu. Sleeping upstairs. Yihong. Tisk. He's really good. Sleeping as soon as he came back? Not eating lunch? After I finish this round, let's go out and eat together. We'll bring some back for him after we eat, Jingyu said. He seemed to have thought of something and the corners of his lips curled up. Okay, that's the only way, Yihong said as he sat down next to Jingyu. After watching him practice for a while, he took out his phone and looked at the competition schedule in the group chat. The first match in the afternoon is between Ain and Mai. Do you want to watch? Before Jingyu could reply, Luo Yiming walked in and happily raised his hand. I want to go, I want to go. I want to see Ain get swept by Mai 2-0. Han Long slapped the back of his head. Watch my ass. You're playing like this today, and you're still not practicing. Do you want to be scolded by the coach? Luo Yiming rubbed the back of his head. I played pretty well today, Han Long. We'll know how well you played when the coach comes back. Yihong looked at the two helplessly before turning to Jingyu. Little Jingyu, do you want to watch? Jingyu didn't even turn his head as he replied. No, I want to practice. Yihong couldn't help but sigh. See, that's what a professional player should be like. Yiming, you should learn from him. Luo Yiming made a face. On Jingyu's screen, his Maha had just completed a double kill. He suddenly asked, who's our opponent tomorrow? Yihong. Let me see. SKR1. First match in the afternoon. Jingyu. Oh, how's that team? Yihong. Last season's 6th place. How should I put it? They're pretty reckless. Luo Yiming. Yeah, they're even more reckless than me. You know you're reckless? Han Long couldn't help but ridicule him. Then he said, SKR1's lineup is quite changeable. They've used all kinds of messy lineups. They always win when you're not paying attention and lose when you're not paying attention. Yihong. Ha ha ha. A team that's known for causing trouble. That's my favorite style. We'll talk about it when the coach comes back. Okay. Almost as soon as Jingyu replied, his Maha got a pentakill and destroyed the enemy's territory. The word victory appeared on the screen in gold. Then, the screen jumped to the post-battle data. Jingyu quickly glanced at it, exited the game, and stood up. Let's go eat. He exited the game quickly, but Luo Yiming, who was standing behind him, still saw his record with a glance. 19 kills, 2 deaths, 5 assists. MVP. This, Luo Yiming couldn't help but gulp. He felt like he couldn't keep his position. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.